how I see it in the classroom. So the kids would just you don't make friends with children by patronizing them. You don't They don't respect you if you tell them something's great when they all know it's shit. It doesn't win friends or influence anybody, and it doesn't inspire them to learn. And I think Christopher was saying, or you were saying, it's about doing it the right way. So when a kid gives me a piece of work that is obviously absolute shite, I don't say that's absolute shite. I do say to them, if I have seen them, it's about effort. The main thing that I focus on and I praise is effort, but I also make it clear and I show where somebody has achieved something remarkable. I share that with the class, but I also make it very evident what their journey is. So if that's somebody who's done it falling off a log, they won't get an enormous amount of praise from me. But if it's a kid that has been able to really progress, then I share that story with the class. I explain how they've gone from this place to this place to this place and why I'm so proud of them. So it is about competition, but it's also about competition with the self. And there's a thing called ipsative assessment. So it's basically where you compete against yourself. And that's the most powerful progress you can make when you let a kid know that you know where they started, where they've reached, and the effort they put in along the way. So that's my 5 minutes of teaching pedagogy thrown into the mix.
Thank you, Gary. I really appreciate you coming and explaining that. It's a good insight for people and for you to share with us. Chris, please go ahead. Oh, and before that, just make sure to ask everybody, please retweet, because we need to repopulate with all you lovely listeners and speakers. Go ahead, Chris.
Oh, we did crash then, did we? I thought it was just. I thought it might have been me. Yeah. So in which case, I'd like to thank Twitter X and that for not crashing until after we had all our speakers, Tracy and Chris. What say you?
Absolutely, yes. We were very lucky, weren't we?
We really were, yeah. So yeah, if you want to crash, that was a good time to crash. Twitter and X, thank you for that. Yeah. I was going to say a couple of things. I was going to say, going on to you control and that, and Alexander, has been messaging me saying, thanks for the opportunity and that, and. I thought he did really well. His English was not as good as Andrew's is it? But anyway, he did really well. And just to say, really, I want to thank everybody for their support, because there's quite a few people from the space that are, helping us, if you like. Promote you control, and obviously that the whole idea of trying to make the sanctions more effective, which is sort of like where I'm trying to get to, if you like, with it, and that it's a tool to help us try and tighten up the sanctions, I think, at the end of the day. And so obviously it's all a bit dependent on acquiring data sets. We've got the UK data set. I can share with you that probably Australia will come next, and then we will add other countries as we can. So obviously they're running a very tight ship. They don't have like millions and millions of investment or anything like that, but so we have to go steadily, if you like.
Yeah, these things take time, but then they come together eventually, don't they? So that's definitely the good thing about it, Chris. But yeah, you control. I mean, I think his English was fantastic anyway. I think they both had wonderful English. So I don't think anybody had any complaints for sure. So he should have some good confidence in his English, because I thought it was very good.
Oh, well, he always worries about it. I tell him that as well, Tracy. But thank you for that. I'll pass that back as well.
Go on. Sorry, I'm just coming out of the kitchen, guys, so you don't have to hear the kettle boiling. Yeah. So everybody, I hope you are all retweeting. Nobody's answering the purple pill, so let's have some replies in there, some comments in there. What would you like to talk about next?
Him.
Yes, Christopher.
The purple pill. I took care of mine. Where's everybody
Oh,
else?
did you?
I did. I'd like some I'd like a recognition trophy, please. Thank you. Back to you.
How about I make you a badge? Will that do? So Christopher's put a reply in there. See, we do all the things that we ask you to do too. And I need to take my own advice, of course, just as all you wonderful people will, I'm sure. Loves Democracy, welcome. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I had put my hand down because we went back to talking about Ukraine, but uh, I guess I feel like I need to step in as the kid slash adult that likes to be appreciated. Um, for one thing, when I was a kid, like I remember I was like in art class, we did a project that we submitted to the state fair, and everybody got a ribbon, but not everybody got the same ribbon. So, there is that middle ground where you can recognize that, hey, you participated, you put forth effort, but this person actually has talent. This person's actually, whatever, right? I mean, it doesn't have to be winners get everything. Um, I have been a manager at several jobs over the course of my life, and I think it's important to thank people for doing even the things that they're just supposed to be doing. Um, and I see a lot of people say, well, you shouldn't get thanked for just doing your job. I see that a lot on Twitter, actually. But, people are not one size fits all. And some of us are a little bit needier when it comes to, our um, part of our self identity comes from the outside, which I've tried to change that most of my adult life, and I haven't figured out a way to do it. Um, so anyway, I decided to throw in my 2 cents on that conversation. Uh, you know, Certainly, if everybody wins, competition is necessary. Um, I, but also, as someone who was not the popular kid and someone who was very sensitive and never liked to be wrong, um, not that I always wanted to be telling the truth. I didn't always have to be right, except that I always wanted to be telling the truth. So, anyway, that's a lot of stuff about me that has nothing to do with Ukraine. But I don't think you have to have one way or the other. And Carrie, I think, was who the teacher was, that talked about, I mean, she's not doing either of those extremes. She's taking on a case by case basis, and I think it's important that uh, you know that's kind of how we go through life, is not not thinking one size fits all. But I also, now that I've totally vented on that point, um, I enjoyed today. I didn't interact much because I was just listening to stuff. I told my mom, I said, some of that was over my head. Um, but I really appreciated hearing it. And um, Chris and Tracy, I know you're going to have a long weekend, and thank you for hosting and hosting and hosting and hosting this weekend. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Loves Democracy, and thank you for coming and saying that. I don't disagree with anything that you said, actually. I think you're absolutely right. It is important about having balance, and of course, you're right to emphasise that not one size fits all. So thank you for that. Kerry, did you want to follow up on that point?
Yes, I did. To share something with you guys, which does have parallels with Ukraine. So, as you know, I'm a teacher, and in the UK, we work bloody hard and really long hours. And you do it because it's a vocation. But some of you who know me will know that we had an Ofsted inspection a couple of weeks before Christmas, and it was tough. And, we didn't get very much sleep for 48, 72 hours. And that is obviously something that, in a very different way, in a life-threatening way, the Ukrainians are going through all the time. But that was our challenge for that period. And we just heard back in the new year. We got outstanding. And the inspection regime is really, really, really tough now. And it came as a result of a whole school agenda, and I'm linking this back to Ukraine. So it came as a result of every single one of us playing our part for years. And that is what gets you where you want to be. And, we've obviously had this glowing, beautiful report back, and we are outstanding on every level, but it has only come as a result of every single one of us from the top to the bottom. All the admin, all the finance, all the site staff, all the teaching assistants, every single person being absolutely ruthless about what our objective is. And that, to me, is Ukraine all over. That's what Zelensky exemplifies non-stop, that team building for the entire country, that sort of rallying cry to get to where they want to be. And I believe that is what makes Ukraine so special. But I did also, on a personal front, want to share that with you, because it's come as a result of really hard work.
Thank you so much, Kerry, for sharing that. And that's fabulous news. And it's great to know that our UK schools have such fabulous teachers like you. And of course, thank you for making that comparison to Ukraine, because that was a really nice comparison. And I absolutely agree with you. So thank you for that sentiment. Genesis Man, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Trace. Thank you, Chris. So can I just say, Kerry, I completely agree with your statements, and what a good job. What a team builder you all are, and well done, and congratulate you on your results. So I just want to weigh in on this teacher pupil relationship thing. And years ago, my firstborn, bless her cotton socks, I went to a school evening to get her results, and I just asked the question, "Where did she come?" And I was completely and utterly shot down by the head teacher about, "Oh, no, Mr. Raven, we don't do competition in this school." And I went, "Oh, God." And it absolutely shocked me to my core, I've got to say, and I still remember it to this day. And I just said to her, "So in what way does that get my child ready for for society in any way, shape, or form? So when she goes for a job, does she get a medal for turning up?" And the conversation didn't go very well from that point on. Turns out I ended up as the recruitment officer for a fire and rescue service. And going to your point, Kerry, and let me tell you, the whole system, so the application form and all the stuff we put in place to test our candidates, was to get the best of the best, because I don't want a fire and rescue service where I have monkeys, because I can teach monkeys could do anything. I want thinking firefighters. I want people that are adaptable, willing to learn, forthright. God, all the other stuff. There are loads of. But I had people turn up with what was to them the God-given right. I've turned up. You should employ me, and I'm going. And I go to your point, Kerry, about effort, and I'm going, no, peeps. There are lots of people here that have been through a lot more to get here, and I'd far rather give them the job than give you the job, because I know those people will turn out to be good team players and will do the right thing at the right time for the right reasons. And I just wanted to say to Kerry, I thank you for your service, and just keep doing what you're doing, because it is important that we build teams. And to link it back to Kerry's point, and she makes a really good point, Zelensky, in my view, is, well, he's head and shoulders above anything politically anywhere in this world at the moment. And the man is an absolute strategic leader, let's put it that way. And he is and will oversee Ukraine's victory come the day. I just wanted to say that. A bit of a rant. I'm sorry, not a rant, but I'm sorry about the length of that. But I just needed to say it.
Don't apologise. It's not a rant at all. And you didn't even go on that long either, Genesis Man. So thank you for saying that. Thank you for coming up and sharing that. I appreciate it. So how are we doing in the purple pill, Christopher? We have 6 responses in our purple pill. Which wonderful listeners have put a response in there? We have Nancy M. She is, of course, also a listener, and Ghost, they also listen to. Wonderful.
Is this the naming and shaming part of the program?
This is the naming and shaming. Yes,
I wanted to. Well, can I say I wanted to thank Genesis Man for every time he comes up. I so love to listen to how you describe things. It is so refreshing to have it simple, straightforward, and professional. And I just, it's great. So thank you for this morning. I love your sense of humor. That's a fail. We wouldn't call that contained. We'd call that a fail. So thank you, Genesis Man, for everything. I'm sorry. We were back to the naming and shaming. Sorry. Back to you, please.
That's okay, Christopher. No problem. And Genesis Man, do you feel like telling the listeners what the heck Christopher is talking about? Maybe not. Maybe we caught you off guard. If you don't want to, that's absolutely fine.
No. Sorry, Chris. I failed to see your point more than anything else. No. So, in the way I describe things, I was for the UK listeners, as an officer, I would be termed as Marmite. You either love me or hate me. And I've always taken the point that when dealing with people, building teams and building relationships and trust in people, in what can sometimes be a very dangerous occupation, if you're not upfront and honest with them, then you're just not the officer you should be. And I struggled sometimes in my own career with what senior management wanted me to tell to the troops, because in my heart of hearts, I knew it wasn't right. So I had to shape things and bend things and twist things and put it in a way that was acceptable, but more importantly, saved my people's lives. And I see that repeatedly in what Ukraine does. And it does bring a little sense of what's the word I'm looking for? Of pride that Zelensky, Zelensky, Bodanov, but I haven't said his name right. But they all, the first thing that comes out of their mouths is protection of my people, and I just love that about Ukraine. I really love it about them, and it does, makes me chest pound a little bit. But just remind me, Chris, about this morning, and I'll come back to you. No worries.
It was the fire that was at the furniture or distribution. It's when the cameras were cut off a half an hour before the fire started. It was probably disgruntled employees, and the whole I can't remember, sugar something, or the whole place burned to the ground.
Yes. So, and people will have heard me speak on the space about there's only three causes of fire, people, and it's people, and more importantly, people. With notwithstanding that, they'd had a series of false alarms at the address over the last week. And talking to Will, they are disgruntled employees because they were all subject to strip searches in and out of the place, which doesn't bode well with any workforce, does it? But so for me, one of the fundamentals of fire investigation is, so what's the history with this address? So if you have three false alarms, and more importantly, I was somewhat surprised that they had an actual fire detection system that was working. But if it's actuated for a reason three times over a period of a week, or even less than that, then inherently there is a problem within the premise, and it's not the system. If you've reset the system, checked everything, and put it back in, and it goes off again, there is an underlying problem somewhere, somehow. Going back to Will's point that we've spoken about in the space, this is because they've withdrawn all their decent firefighters, all their decent firefighters, Mark, come on, they're firefighters with experience of this sort of thing. So I would have known that there is a problem somewhere in that building, and it needs to be located. Three false alarms? No, people. That you need to find the source of the problem, and it's not the system. The system's doing its job, and they didn't. And that's because they've removed all their decent people to the front for this wanton death and destruction of their own people. And there's no experience, and they don't understand fire. However, they then turned off the cameras, and then they turned off the fire alarm, and suddenly stuff jumps into flames. Well, there's only one reason for that. Somebody set the fire, or the problem that was underlying came to life and caused the problem. And the pictures I saw, it was so when you walk up to jobs, and I've done it before, when you walk up to jobs, there's a couple of things in your head. Strategically, you think about fire breaks and where you're going to stop the fire. Well, when the building's going, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, arse into breakfast, you can't stop it. You've lost. So then you become a defensive firefighting strategy, which is just tip as much water on it as you can. And I've seen pictures tonight, and the thing's burnt to the ground. There is absolutely nothing left of that building. And that's because they haven't got the experience and the people and the equipment, because of this terrible war, to deal with stuff like that. And yet the Russian people just accept this because they're slaves to Putin. And that not only worries and concerns me, I feel bitter for them, because they need to get out from under this terrible person. But thank you, Chris.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you very much again. That was burned completely to the ground. Back to you, Tracy.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, that's the Wildberries, I believe it was called, if I'm correct, if I remember rightly. So we have one tweet in the nest at the moment. So please have a look at that, guys. Check that out, because that is telling you about the segment tonight that Prince Heather and I hold, and that's the SBU segment. So we'll be talking about all the things that the SBU have been doing all week, of course, and lots of other things to do with the general security in Ukraine, government laws, all sorts of different things related around that topic. So come and check that out, and you can get to hear about all the fabulous work that Ukraine is doing to clear out corruption. And there's been some fantastic cases this week, actually, some very interesting things, not just from the SBU, but also from the SBI, that's the State Bureau of Investigation, and some interesting follow-ups with court appearances for previous cases that we have spoken about. So I'm looking forward to bringing you all that information. So please consider retweeting that and telling lots of people about it. That's at 10 p.m. Eastern, which is, of course, 3 a.m. UK. and 5 a.m. Kyiv. But that going a little bit backwards makes it 7 p.m. Pacific time. So there you go, 7 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. UTC, and let's have a look, 4 a.m. Berlin and 5 a.m. Kyiv. I hope we have lots of people that get up early or stay up late coming and joining us tonight. I think it's going to be a good night. Now then, we've been joined by somebody else.
I will be there, just to let you know. I will be there. Back to you.
I'm glad you are. Very often you are, Christopher, but sometimes not. Of course, you need to sleep. I get sometimes, as we all do. But I'm glad to hear that you will be there. Thank you. Let's have a look now. We've been joined by a new speaker, Krzysiek. Is that how I pronounce your name?
Well, you can call me Chris because this is the straight translation from Polish. So hello everyone. I'm from Poland. I'm the correspondent of the Polish press agency. Actually, I was, because as you know, we had a problem with the public medias last weeks after after elections, and well, I would like to put you some my point of view on what's going on in Poland, because as I believe you know, we are the part of this game, especially because we are close, as you know. We are the biggest member of NATO, which is the country which is closest the Russian border. Also, at the north, I will remind you that we have the Kaliningrad, the oblast, which is straight from my town, which is Gdansk, 150 kilometers. So it's pretty close. But nevertheless, the situation in Poland is quite dangerous. It's dangerous because of in case of the what's going on in the Ukraine. I used to spend a lot of time in the Ukraine last year, more than half a year. I spent as a correspondent for the Polish press agency. I don't want to put the defeatism. At the beginning, we all were believing to Mr. Zelensky and his friends, that they are very young people which are going to take the responsibility for what's going on. For the moment, I believe that something changed. We know it from the words of the people which are fighting there on the front lines. Because I am still in the contact with a lot of commanders, and for example, they are not the administration of the army which is in the Kiev. They are not letting them to go for a break from the front to the officers, like to Kiev. A few weeks ago, the 15 cars of the young boys which were heading to Kiev for their 2 weeks break from the war, they were stopped near the Kiev. Because this is the sign of some tension which is between the army and the Mr. Zelensky administration. They are not anymore. They are not. They don't trust anymore as they used to be to Mr. Zelensky. And as I want to tell you from the Polish perspective and what is going on in Poland, I totally agree with the soldiers, because we are seeing what is going on in Poland. The new prime minister, I don't know if you watched few last days what is going on in Poland. We had the situations which we didn't have since
Chris, sorry, but I have to interrupt here because you are spreading some untrue points here. There is no trouble between the army and Zelensky. That is a lot of bullshit. That is a Russian talking point. So I just wanted to mention that. that what you said there is a lot of bullshit. We know for sure that there is no problem between
Yeah, of course. That's why I told you that
Zelensky
this is
and
my point.
Can you let him
but your
finish,
point of
please?
view is
Carry on, Ghost.
your point of view is not related to the reality. The reality is totally different as what you are saying and as what you are pretending to be a problem. So let's stick to the truth and not go into some Russian talking points.
Okay, so I agree with you with one thing.
Excuse me, you have to wait your turn, please. If you would like to speak again, please raise your hand and wait your turn. Thank you, Ghost. I appreciate that. I would absolutely agree with what Ghost has to say anyway. I was listening to what you were saying there, and I don't see any of this as any evidence. I don't think there's any evidence that you can point to. And what Ghost was just explaining to you, we have evidence that we can point to. We have evidence from the Ukrainian government, and we have many examples of this from the border guards, from the Ukrainian government themselves. And of course, then we get to learn about the Russian propaganda from places that give us this public information, such as Defence Intelligence of Ukraine, and many other credible, verified sources. So unless you have anything else that you would like to say where you can point to some evidence to support your points, I'm not inclined to let the Russian propaganda keep being spoken, because it does give people an impression that we actually believe this and we support this. So we must be careful and always have evidence to refer to. I'm absolutely quite happy to share our sources of evidence if you would like to see them. Maybe you're not aware of what it is that you're saying, and I would be happy to do that if you would like to DM me.
Yes, I don't know if my words were taken in the good way. I would like to say at the beginning one thing. Both of my grandfathers, they were killed by Russians. We just please don't tell me one thing that I don't know who is Russians, and don't please don't tell me that I'm talking like Russian, because I have something in my Polish blood which is
Well,
so
I
strong
have to,
anti-Russian that.
excuse me, I have to interject. What you're saying about the problems between Zelensky and the government and the political leadership and the military leadership, it's not true. It's absolutely not true. So whether you meant it or not, it's Russian propaganda.
It's not Russian propaganda, because nothing is black and white, Tracy. And I would like to just point you at one thing: the new Polish government, which is straight pro-Germany, and in my point of view, the Germany is not. They are going in few years to go back with the Russians to the normal business. I don't know. You can check it.
Okay, I think that's enough, and I think we will stop there. I think we have a good example of where the conversation is going, and as I said to you, unless you're prepared to show us evidence of the things that you're saying, rather than just keep on saying more things and more things and more things that we need to dissect, then I'm not really inclined to let that conversation go any further. I have to protect other speakers from things that are Russian propaganda, whether it's albeit unintentional or not. And as I said before, of course, I cannot say that people do not have differences. It would be unrealistic to say that political leadership did not ever have any differences between themselves. But they talk about these things and they sort these things out, and they make decisions together and they're united. And we see this in terms of the new laws that are being passed, the way that they respond to civil society when they have genuine complaints. the way that they're transparent and honest about when they do have issues and they found solutions to fixing them. From my experience, and I have a great deal of experience, as many people in this space do, I do not see any evidence of them coming across problems and either lying about them or not telling the whole truth. And President Zelensky has said very good things recently about the new installations in the various departments across the world, in various different governments where things are changing politically. And we do know that the protests were massively inflamed by the FSB and in some part started in places by the FSB. And we do know that Russia, there is evidence that Russia has massively inflamed those, and there are links to the FSB with some of the drivers and some of the people that created those protests. So while I'm not saying that there are never problems, like I said, it would be unrealistic to say that. My experience of it is that these problems, like any government and like any civil society, they're discussed and they're talked about, and they have many, many meetings among local, regional and national governments, and they make changes wherever necessary. And I follow many, many state agencies, and I see many of them making changes. The Ministry of Defence, the State Tax Service, the Ministry of Social Policy, all these places. So there's definitely a lot of things going on, which they are always open about. So I'm inclined to stick with the facts of the case and the things that I know, given the evidence I've seen. So I'm not seeing you offering me any evidence. So I feel that we have exhausted that topic there. I would like to give other people a chance and an opportunity to respond, though, as they have raised their hands. Thank you. I didn't see who was first. I think, was it possibly Christopher, or Genesis Man?
I'm going to be quick anyway. I'm just going to say thank you to Ghost and thank you to you. And funnily enough, those were the Russian talking points that were mentioned in the Maidan 3 report, Tracy, Christopher.
And if I may add very quick, what Chris, the Polish Chris, just said. Yesterday there was a guy with the same talking points. He had so-called friends in the Ukrainian army who so-called also told about this so-called problem. So just let's leave it and let's get further on what is happening in Ukraine and what is important.
Thank you, Ghost. Well, I think it kind of backfired on him because we're all on it, aren't we, Chris? Certainly, like you said, I'm thinking, what is he saying? But it was a perfect opportunity to be able to show people, I think, a good example. But nevertheless, these examples should not take very long. And of course, we do not want to keep speaking about that the whole afternoon. But Genesis Man, please finish us off on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Ghost. Very strong words. And you, Tracy, well handled. And well done, Chris. No, we have to guard against these idiots. And they will come on the space from time to time, won't they? And Ghost points out, we had one on yesterday, and this is obviously a follow-up to that. We can't let the Vatnik disinformation infect the space. So I thank you both from the bottom of my heart. Well done to both of you. Well done.
Thank you, Genesis Man. Yeah, we have a fantastic team here, I must admit. We definitely get the support when we need it, and it makes a big deal of difference. But yes, it's important, I think, sometimes just to do these things for, as many others have said, and I'm learning from them and all the best people at doing this, of course. And that's thanks to MriyaReport. And yeah, they always say, well, you know, it's about the other people that are listening, isn't it? And it's about giving those other people those skills and tools or information so that they're not sucked in by things, especially if they're new to the space, for example, and not as experienced as many of us here are lucky enough to be. So that was a little experience to finish off the day, Christopher.
Yes, it was. You know, his profile belied the fact that he was likely going to behave in that manner, but you know, I was the one who let him up, and I always like to try to give somebody a chance, even if, especially if don't know or don't have any history with them, because I think that's fair, obviously. But thank you. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Christopher. You're absolutely right. So that's a perfect time now to go to some other news, and then we do not let that be the last topic of the day in our marathon session, which I've fabulously enjoyed. I have to stop using that word today. Fabulous, that's my word of the day, I think, Christopher. But it's not a bad word to have, is it?
No, it's a fabulous word to have. Absolutely. Back to you.
So let's talk about some Russian losses for the day then, shall we? I think that's a good topic to finish off the day with. Losses of the invaders today. So thanks to the armed forces of Ukraine, they eliminated, let me have a look, 700 invaders, 5 tanks, 15 APCs, 18 artillery systems. Ooh, that's a good number. 4 anti-aircraft warfare systems, fantastic. I want to see those videos. Let me have a look. Where else are all the pluses? 6 special equipment. 6 special equipment. These numbers are not dropping. 12 UAVs, and those are your Russian losses today. However, there's Russian war today because, as we said to you previously, there has been an accident in Lipstick and the heat supply networks, and the middle of the city looked very frosty. And in fact, there were hot geysers, or geysers as some people pronounce them, blowing up in the city, which I just think is absolutely fabulous when nobody's got hot water. And well, I don't feel sorry for these people. I'm afraid they will have to rise up against tyranny and murder and genocide if they want any sympathy from me. So let's have a look. Petro Andrushenko, he's the advisor to the mayor of Mariupol. He reported this morning that there was a hit in the barracks of the occupiers. So I will be hoping to see more from that. Of course, there's the fire that we talked about at the Wildeberries warehouse, which covered 1,000 meters when I looked at it this morning. But as Genesis Man just informed us, that completely destroyed. Oh dear, what a shame. Again, I am not sad. During the morning attack on the by the Russian Federation on Ukraine, one of the KH-101 missiles that they tried to fire at Ukraine again failed and fell on the territory of Krasnodar. Oh dear me. It's a shame they all didn't do that. That would have been better, wouldn't it? One's good, lots more would be better. Now then, what else happened today?
Tracy,
Go on, Christopher.
Yes, there were more missiles that were not going to do what they should do from the Russian side. This was not the only one. There was a post, there were more of these failures, as I like to say. And that's probably going to be a problem for the Russians, failing rockets. But nevertheless, the ones that are operating are still a danger for Ukrainian civilians.
Thank you, Ghost. Yes, you're absolutely right. Of course, Russia was being Russia last night. And again, of course, we had overnight air attacks. And there were some missiles that were taken down actually by electronic warfare you're talking about, Ghost, I believe. So I think that was really very interesting. Some of the things that they're doing now and the things that they're being able to cover with the electronic warfare, it's certainly very interesting following what's going on. And you're not going to get a full picture, of course, because we can only see what they allow us to know. But you can see things coming together. And I'm really pleased to see this with the different layers of air defense and the different things that are happening. And then, of course, we have lots of developments from the visits President Zelensky has made around the world. And around Europe, actually, in particular, in the last week. So let's have a look at what they did last night, the 13th. So the Air Force Command reported this morning that the enemy launched a missile attack on Ukraine using cruise, aeroballistic, ballistic, aviation, and anti-aircraft guided missiles, as well as UAVs. A total of 40 means of enemy air attack were recorded. The breakdown of that was 7 S-300s and 400s anti-aircraft guided missiles from the direction of the Belgorod region. 3 Shahed 136 and 131 from the Kursk region. 6 KH-47M2 Kinzhal aeroballistic missiles. They came from 6 MiG-31 aircraft, which were launched from Tarambov. Tarambov, is that? Up to 12 KH-101 and KH-555, as well as KH-55 cruise missiles. They came from 11 Tu-95 strategic bombers. They need more long-range missiles to take out these airfields and these bombers. Those were launched from the Caspian Sea area, which is where they usually do that from. And this is why they need those long-range missiles, long-range missiles. 6 KH-22 cruise missiles, which came from Tu-22 M3 bombers. They came from the Bryansk region of the Russian Federation. 2 KH-31P guided air missiles. They came from 2 Su-35 aircraft from the temporarily occupied Kherson region. 4 KH-59 guided air missiles from 2 Su-34 aircraft in the Bryansk region of the Russian Federation. Now, as a result of the combat work by the air forces and the defence forces, the following were destroyed. 7 times 101, 555 and 55 cruise missiles, 1 guided missile KH-59. It should be noted that more than 20 of the listed means of air attack, which were not included in the downed statistics, did not achieve their goals. As a result of active countermeasures and means of electronic warfare, and in addition, the unparalleled Russian missiles are getting worse and fly wildly. However, this does not mean that they do not pose a threat. On the contrary, so therefore, still be vigilant, do not ignore the alarm, especially with the use of ballistics. So that's
Tracy,
quite...
Tracy,
yeah.
do they say anything about the cause of those errant missiles? Perhaps stolen washing machine parts or something? I don't know.
Well, it's definitely not toilets. Flying toilets, maybe. No, joking aside, though, that's interesting, isn't it? I hope that that continues to happen, taking down all those missiles with electronic warfare and then flying wildly around.
Well, I know QB talked about it a little bit because he had a bunch of washing machines that he thought he was going to be cute and liberate. But maybe, I don't know. Maybe art imitates life or life imitates art. Back to you.
And there has to be no days that go by where we do not mention QB. So for any of our listeners that do not know what we're talking about, do you want to explain, Christopher, or should I?
So there's this AI, there's this well, I want to say machine generated little cube of meat. He is his travails throughout the system in Russia. His he's very cute in some ways, but it comes off of a kind of a weird thing that happened with a package of meat that was jettisoned out of and left by the roadside, a cube of meat, and then once investigated, that cube of meat potentially contained parts of something that weren't so much like parts of cow or goat or something like that. But in any case, you can look him up. He's getting quite a little following, but it's his travails through the system. He was in a job, and he was then removed from the job and taken to prison because he didn't pay attention on the job, mostly I guess from drinking vodka. And then from there in prison, he found out that he didn't like the menu because he didn't like bananas. And then he went to the military, where they were training him to be a tank person. And one of the pictures of him in the cells was the actual picture itself, the cartoon the animated drawing was him on a tank and with washing machines, and so that's where my reference comes from. But it's a whole story, and Prince Heather will be much better to tell it. So if you are interested in the full Prince Heather version of this, come when she's talking this evening in the SBU space, and you will get, I'm sure, regaled with the latest of QB. Back to you.
Oh, you asked for it. Look who comes.
I've just put it in the nest, Chris.
Thank you so much, Ghost. Look who's joined us. You asked for it now, Christopher. You're going to get it told properly this time. Let's go to Forever Child whilst we wait for Prince Heather to be ready. Go ahead, Forever Child.
Thank you, Tracy. I put together 3 tweets for voting and calling reps for Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Arizona. If you don't want to put them in the nest, I would so appreciate it if they could be retweeted or posted. I spent several hours getting it right because it was quite difficult to have everything show up in an intelligible way. Nevertheless, it was something I'm doing to boost for those states to have representatives called, and I also tagged Cece with them in case that they're of any use to her. And good afternoon. I'm sorry, I just jumped right into it. Lots of love to you and Christopher. I tagged Christopher with them. And I see Prince has got her hand raised, so Slava Ukraine.
Hello, Slava, and thank you, Forever Child. Much appreciated. Prince, welcome.
I heard my name. What'd y'all want? Oh, hi, Carrie.
Christopher was telling us about the
Hello,
meat
darling.
cube.
Sorry, I had to say hi to Carrie.
No problem. Christopher was talking about the meat cube, but he was not doing the story justice, Prince. He did not tell it like you do.
No, I didn't. Back to you.
QB is the best. I love QB so much. I mean, he is the perfect little meat cube, and he teaches us so much about what it's like to suck as a Russian soldier. And I have to say, one of my favorite things in the world is when Russians are flying on the are sitting on the top of the tank or the APC, and they hit something and they go flying through the air. Well, yesterday's mega thread for QB was QB the tanker, and I now have the background of my computer of QB flying through the air. This Ivan and the Flying Russians is what I call those guys. So QB is just the perfect little thing. He has so many good little pictures and a couple of, he's got I think 3 really good stories. It's like how QB was born and ended up in the military and ended up thinking the bananas were good, but finding out the bananas are very, very bad. Bananas are bad. And and then his first experience in the service in the special operation, and then the experience about him being a tanker. Now, I have to say I have made a special request to QB. I have not heard back from QB, and I have not seen my request come to fruition yet. But I will say this. If it does, I will be so freaking happy. Because my assumption at this point is that since QB is a cube, he is very wombat-like. And so he poos cubes. And as we know, especially this time of year, poo fountains are something that happen in Russia all the time. And I would like to see a poo fountain spewing forth cubes of poo and smacking Russians on the head all around Red Square. So yeah, that's it's just a I think that would be one of the best QB things ever. But QB is amazing. QB started because this cube of older meat, I guess, ended up sitting on the side of the road, and it looked like it was dying. Well, it was sort of kind of dying, and we thought perhaps it looked like there were like arms and legs and chunks of meat, and well, it was a meat cube, and it seemed plausible and possible that this was how the Russians were disposing of the deceased soldiers that they didn't want to take back to Russia, because they don't want to take them back. Even when they tried to give them back, they don't want to take them back. So that is how QB came to be. And I am just so happy that QB is out there, because he makes my life happy. I put him in one of my favorite lists that I always look at. And so I get to see everything QB writes, everything QB does. And I really hope that someday QB does my image that I would like to see, because that will be the background on my phone, on my computer. It will be the background on everything. I actually might even have it made into a poster, because it would be one of the best QBs ever. And so what else did you want to know about QB, other than the fact that QB is awesome?
That was absolutely fabulous, Prince. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed that. And you gave an excellent, comprehensive view of QB and all the fantastic things of why people should go and follow QB. And I can't believe you're talking about flying cubes of flying Russian cubes, and I'm laughing my head off when you...
QB's flying through the air with the greatest of ease. It's like he's been shot out of a cannon from a circus, and it's just the best. Eventually, QB ends up on the barbecue, though, in hell, and it's not very cute. But it is cute. But you know what I mean. It's sort of entertaining. It's exactly what Will wants to do too. Will wants to do a real life QB story where he ends up on Will's barbecue.
Yes, but as Will reminds us, wombats are the producers of cubed poo. So,
yes,
and
they
with that,
are.
right, it's true. And with that, I will say thank you so much to Tracy. Thank you to all of our listeners, and thank you to all of our guests today. This is probably one of the most memorable co-hosting slots that I've done, and I will be looking for the recording. I'm actually pulling it, and I will chop it up and put it up. So anyway, thank you to everyone, and we have James and Peter are coming up behind us, so I will get out of the way. Slava Ukraine.
Slava Ukraine.
Aaron Slava.
Now, Tracy, can I take just a moment here to say something?
Go ahead, Prince.
Okay. Hi, Marcus. How is my son? It's very good to see you. I haven't seen you for a while, so I just wanted to give you my love, my son.
Oh, I love you too, Ma. I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm okay. How are the grandkids?
Great. I wanted to jump up and mention, you'd mentioned that the Russians don't want the soldiers back, and there might be people in the room that don't realize that this isn't an overblown thing or something we're talking about that's propaganda. There's a very practical reason why they abandon their soldiers cruelly, and it's because with the way their payments are structured for the families of these soldiers, if there's no body and no proof of death, they're just MIA, and they don't have to pay them the veterans benefits. So it's very profitable, but it's very financially prudent for Russia to pretend somebody's permanently MIA. That way they don't have to pay any benefits to the family, or they pay much diminished benefits. So it's very much just a math thing for the Russians. And it's true. Russian exchanges are very difficult for the Ukrainians to get going, because the Russian government doesn't want regular soldiers. They only want special snowflakes. So.
Thank you, Marcus. Well, I think there's definitely probably lots of reasons why they do what they do, but for sure that's absolutely one of them. Yes, they definitely do not want to pay those death benefits. And we have seen how they hide and even heard of how they put their dead into pits and try to burn them so they don't have to take them home. But on that lovely note, sorry guys, I wanted to leave you on the story of QB, so please go and look at that and laugh at that whilst you get yourself prepared for the very next capable co-hosts, Peter and James. Good evening, Peter.
Good evening, Tracy. How are you doing? It's a few hours since I've been up this afternoon, but I've not been listening and not been able to listen in since then. So I don't know if there's any developments going on, but anyway, good to have you do your segment, and I should imagine you're trying to get to bed sometime soon. So, yep, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well, but I am certainly possibly in need of a nap, I think. Certainly, possibly. I can't really say that in the same sentence, can I? But it seems to make sense around here sometimes. But yes, thank you very much, everybody, for your time today. Like Christopher said, it's been a very memorable day and a day that I will treasure for a very, very long time, if not for the rest of my life. So thank you very, very much. And good evening to you all. And thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Tracy, and good night. Yeah, I wasn't able to listen into War Doggo and his friend, so if that goes up on Spotify, I'll be able to maybe listen to that. But thank you very much, Tracy, and good to hand over the baton to I think James, who is waiting in the wings and should be up shortly. So I have not been following things for the last few hours, but I was on. Bizarrely, with my own segment this afternoon. I don't know if those of you heard it. I was talking about railways, trains, carriages, wagons, BAM, Siberian, bogies, that kind of thing, and got through most of it. But we did have a bit of a late start, and I had to dash off. So I covered most of the sort of early history of railways in Russia and Ukraine, and up to the Trans-Siberian Railway, and I'll cover the BAM. Well, I'll do the Trans-Siberian properly and the BAM on another occasion. Anyway, that's enough about me. James is now, I think, up in the co-host seat. My speaker isn't showing properly, so I hope he's up there okay.
I am right here.
Excellent. Well, both our audio seems to be working okay, hopefully. Who we got up here? Well, there's some of the usual suspects, but that's okay. We get to know you all. And we have just turned to 10 minutes past midnight, Kiev time, and that would be on the 14th, Sunday the 14th of January 2024. In the UK here, we are 22:10 UTC or London time, still on January the 13th. And in the States, you're always behind us for some reason. I can't work out why. You can never catch up. But anyway, you're still in the afternoon, and it's probably still even daylight there. For us, it's pitch black already.
Peter, I'll tell you what it is. It's freaking cold. There's ice pellets coming down, and it is still light out.
Okay, well, it's a bit chilly here, but not as probably not as cold as you are. And we do not at the moment have ice pellets coming down, although we did have snow in one or two parts of the UK a few days ago, which I overheard, but not where I was.
It is currently 12 degrees Fahrenheit with wind gusts up to 40 miles an hour. Pretty steady winds, probably around 10. It's cold and windy and icy.
And it's coming my way. Turn it back.
I blame Canada. This one is from Canada.
It reminds me of Brazil in winter. You know what Brazil is like in winter?
Smaller thumbs.
Hot and sweaty?
No, chilly.
Get out of here, Yehuda.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's all right.
I stole that, actually. That's not mine.
Peter, your stuff was fantastic this morning. It was fantastic. I can't wait till you get done with all this current day stuff, and we can talk about the future of railways, that is, and rail and all of that. Very good segment this morning. My morning, your afternoon.
Yep. Okay. Well, thanks very much. Yeah, it was sort of more or less just off the cuff. I didn't really have too much prepared, but I don't really need to, other than a few scribbled notes to give me the order and sort of running time. But I'll get to do it a bit properly with some proper maps as illustration in the nest and stuff like that, which makes a bit more sense. But I was just sort of setting out the broad parameters and sort of doing a dry run. Yeah, sort of interesting the way that the development of the railways obviously ties in so closely to history, and why history is so important and significant, and as I say, explains why the rail gauge across Russia, Finland, and Baltic states and other parts of the former Soviet Union, like Moldova or so, is on a different gauge to the rest of Europe, and sort of it all ties in with history. So anyway, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's a pleasure to do it. It wasn't difficult, and it probably won't be difficult next time. It'll probably be easier, actually. And yeah, if everybody also enjoyed it, we had about 250 listeners on. We had about 250 listeners on, and I've had a few messages back saying thanks very much. People found it interesting. The future of rail, well, yeah, that's interesting. I wouldn't like to predict Russia's future. Very likely, I can see all manner of chaos and violence and civil war potentially. I can certainly envisage a collapse of the Russian Federation, and that could have all kinds of consequences that are very unpredictable. So I know trying to predict the future of the Trans-Siberian Railway, well, that could be quite difficult thing to do. Ukraine, I think, will have a much stronger future. I think they'll integrate with certainly the EU and NATO as well. That will provide their protection for the future. I cannot see any scenario at all where they are not allowed into NATO, and if they are not allowed into NATO, then they will simply renuclearize. I don't see there's any option other than that. I don't think Ukraine would, having binned their nuclear weapons, they've got the technical means to re-establish them. If they were not allowed into NATO, if anybody tried to, dilly-dally and delay, they'll just take the logical loose and protect themselves. They've already had a rather bad run-in on relying with other people for their national security. I think the mood will be pretty severe on that, and I don't think there'll be in any mood to compromise. Commercially, I can see that they will re-gauge their railways to European gauge. That'll take quite a long time. I would think it will be a 5 to 10 year rolling project, sort of route by route or region by region, whatever. It's not really easy because they'll need to maintain continuity during that time, and that's quite difficult. They could decide to accelerate that, and they could do it much quicker, and it could be done, I would have thought, within a 5-year period. But it's a huge network of over 100,000 kilometers. I think I'll have to look up. It maybe a bit less than that. I will look up the exact route mileage of Ukraine, but it's one of the largest rail networks of Europe. Not the most dense, but it's such a huge country. The kilometrage is enormous. And I can certainly see Crimea, once it's liberated and part of Ukraine, becoming an enormous tourism hotspot with flights, all over the world, tourists piling in there. And that's kind of my dream, because anybody who has been to Crimea will know it is an absolute gem. But it was sort of so run down and kind of in a sense neglected. If it has the sort of investment that it deserves, it could become a real world-class tourist destination. And as I say, with the connectivity of direct flights to all over Europe, I think that'll happen, and the Russians may squeal as much as they want, but there's nothing they can do about it. Anyway, that's my sort of vision of where things will go in the future. I think the Ukrainians have clearly crossed the Rubicon, and the trade between Ukraine and Russia in future is going to be minimal. The relationship there has been poisoned for generations to come, and I think Ukraine will be looking west, even the Donbass and Crimea, which traditionally had quite strong links to Russia and Russian ethnic populations, the ones who haven't been killed or deported or put into the army and meat waved, they are going to be in no mood to be favourable to Russia in future. And I think the Russians have caused their own isolation there, and there will effectively be a wall up between Ukraine and Russia, and it will be heavily fortified, and the Ukrainians will have no appetite to have too many people or too much business crossing that wall, and that will be Russia's loss, not Ukraine's. Anyway, there's a few thoughts from me and a few.
Well,
yep.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, we'll talk about that. We don't want to use up all your material tonight. I know that. I'm sure you have a lot more. One of the parts I liked very much was the rail over lake system and the locomotive that ended up being a fish hotel, I guess you could say. But anyways, it was very enjoyable. So looking forward to it. But let's not talk all about that. Let's see what Marcus wants to talk about. Hi, Marcus.
Hello. I've been waiting to ask Peter this for a long time. Peter, what's your favorite scale of model railroad train?
My favourite scale, I'd probably have to say full size. I have got some model trains, but I'm not really a major modeler. I mean, there's sort of rail guys who specialise in modelling. It's not really my thing. I mean, I had a model railway when I was a kid. I've still got it, but it's in the garage. And since I was a kid, I haven't had the time to sort of play around with that. So it's sort of, not really a thing. I suppose the bigger scale models. I mean, the standard scale model is what they call OO gauge, and HO is the sort of European equivalent, which it has to be electric because it's so small. Some bigger models, there's things like scale 1 and various other things, and track in 5 inches and stuff like that, or whatever, I don't know. And some of those are actually live steam models. They're more interesting because they're actually proper steam models, but they don't work in quite the same way the real things do. I'm not really into the engineering side of things. I mean, there are others who do that a lot better than I do and understand this. I don't really understand the engineering. I'm kind of in awe of it, but I'm learning a bit more because I'm involved with one particular locomotive which runs over here on the main line, a steam locomotive which runs at speeds of up to 75 miles an hour and occasionally a little bit more than that. I've had to sort of learn some of the basics of lubrication and how the thing works and how you maintain it and prepare it for service and dispose of it and stuff like that. But I must admit, I'm not really a model freak, but I would have to say probably the bigger the better in terms of models, if that's any kind of answer.
That's perfect. I had a Lionel train when I was a kid from my dad, the one with the 3 rails that are big. And I had HO scale trains as well. I was a big fan. The other cool thing I'd love to do is when I'm older, is the half scale trains that sometimes people set up and then you bring kids on it. Those are pretty cool to have if you have lots of property.
Yeah, I've got a friend who actually was originally a South African steam railway fireman in the 1980s and 1990s, and he then re-emigrated from South Africa back to Scotland, and he was a diesel driver, and he actually built his own live steam engines, 5 inches and 7¼ inches gauge, and I mean, they're serious piece of kits. They weigh a couple of tons, and the boiler needs a proper certification because it's basically a bomb. Running under controlled circumstances, and if you're not managed properly and the safety valves aren't set correctly, they can explode, and it's not good for your diary. And I've actually driven his around. He was part of the Edinburgh model, what's it they call it, Edinburgh Model Engineers Society, which was the world's first Model Engineer Society. They have a circuit on the outskirts of Edinburgh and just run around and basically play trains in a sort of controlled environment and take kids on rides for charity and stuff like that, and basically have a lot of fun and build their own trains. Some of them battery, some of them diesel, some of them live steam. Yeah, and there's quite a lot of those actually in the UK if you know where to find them. There's some really superb ones with some enormous American engines in a place near near sort of the Midlands somewhere. Where the heck's that? I forgot. Stapleford. It's really superb railway, and they sort of run around parks and they run around sort of estates, private estates sometimes public parks, and they sort of give rides. Some of them are open sort of at weekends, some of them are open only on specific days a year, but they're all good fun.
Thank you.
They are indeed. We've got some of the hobbyists around my house, and one of them has a large yard, and he's got a rail line going into the shed where he maintains and builds them. And he's quite the hobbyist. I have no interest in riding on it, though. It looks bumpy for some reason. I'm not sure why, but it doesn't look comfortable. It looks just slightly too small. You know what I'm saying, Peter? Full size is the best way to go. Your talk also made me look at the Amtrak map, and I looked at Florida, kind of zoomed in, and it was very interesting to see just how many stops there are there. And so, anyways, I've been on Amtrak mostly to Washington, and it's useful if you're into that slow kind of ride. And maybe a sleepover is good, but I've not been out west, so I'm still going to do that, and I want to get up into Canada on their rail too. So looking forward to that. Anyways, but that's not about Ukraine. It's about Ukraine's allies and their fundamental method for moving military goods around their own properties. And there's bases up in Michigan that I could name that are well served by rail and along the northern border. So we're ready, Canada. Bring it on.
You've got nothing to fear.
Well, all right. That's good. That's good. Whew, I can sleep tonight. All right. But you guys are sneaking up on our border still. Anyway, fun stuff. I bet I missed a lot from the SBU crew and the visitors you had. And I know I missed a lot today, so I'm really sorry I did, but had to get away and get with people, and it was great. So anyway, I was hoping we could talk about some of the recent things that have gone on in terms of the sanctions. And one of them was about it wasn't a Bitcoin, it was one of those cryptos. And that is an interesting thing because that is about money laundering. And I just wanted to talk about it just for a minute, just to say that it can be almost in any form. There can be certainly carriers who carry cash and you do it that way. But you can do it through real estate. You can do it through vehicles, collector's items, NFTs, in fact, right? It's like, why would anybody pay that much for an NFT? What? Well, that's one reason why. So I bet as you guys, as you talked with SBU folk about their work and helping to catch people, I'm sure that even if the topic of that did not come up directly, that you probably talked about events that would involve that kind of thing, because moving money and influence thereof is a big thing. And so anyways, I'm sorry I missed it, but it sounds like you had a great time. Will you guys continue to talk about the two agencies that were discussed, and which one of them I kind of know, the other I just heard of, and I'm not going to try to say either one right now because I don't have the paper in front of me.
Okay, was going to talk about what? Sorry, you mean the SBU segment, or the segment with War Doggo and his friend from the military unit that received the drones?
Really, I guess this is a question to Chris more than anything else. That I know you brought some guests today and to talk about these things, and I knew I was going to miss it. I did, but it sounds like it went well, and you all had fun. I'll catch up with it later. It's not a big deal.
Okay, sorry, didn't realise that question was directed at Chris. I don't know whether he's on speaker, but whether he's listening in, I'm not sure. Whether he's able to hear us, I'm not sure.
No problem. Yeah, good point. Very good point. So, anyways, well, how about that fire? That was a great fire. Very good. Meat cubes. I like artificial meats, but they're made of vegetables, not Soylent Green. So, anyway, good stuff on QB. Is QB going to ever make it home safely ever?
No, absolutely not.
It didn't. It seems like very, very low odds of that. So, but I see that we've got another speaker requesting to speak.
Yes, hi, ma'am.
Rising.
Yes, thank you. My name is Christopher. I'm from Poland again. I didn't have the chance to talk about misunderstanding because somebody here just take me out of the voice, and I couldn't just tell one thing. That's because somebody take my voice off, and I was called as a pro-Russian. Please. As a grandson of two grandfathers who were killed by Russians, don't call me pro-Russian. I am not
We
pro-Russian.
never did say that you are pro-Russian, Chris.
But you don't.
We only said that you are ventilating pro-Russian talking points. Don't put words in my mouth, and don't DM me and threat me in my DM, because I don't like that. And don't say things I didn't say. I only said you are ventilating pro-Russian talking points, and I never said that you were pro-Russian. So don't be so heated up.
Okay, well, okay. Thank you for that, because I heard that you have enough of this pro-Russian talking. That's why I thought that you're thinking that way. This is
No,
why.
you must not think. You must know for sure, and that's also with your talking points. You think, but you aren't sure about the facts. So, and that is the problem. So don't talk things you don't have any notion of.
I just sent you my knowledge about the point. I just sent you on the DM my accreditation from SBU. As I told you, I used to spend in the Ukraine more than a half year during the war, talking with the whole main politics in Ukraine. And it's very odd that you are talking me what I can talk about, and what I cannot. It's very, I don't understand it, but okay. Nevertheless,
I can explain it. Hang on a second, I'll explain it. So, what we are here about is to support Ukraine, and support Ukraine means fighting disinformation. And we have seen and have documented the fact that Russia has produced a great deal of misinformation techniques, and they use things that we think are abhorrent, but they do it to misinform, to cover up an actual beginning of a genocide with an information war that even hides, makes people question, oh, is there really a war going on? What? And makes them stall and makes them do things. And Russia's pretty good at it. So we're fighting that. So when we hear stuff that we know from history, which is sort of fascism and imperialism, sort of relies on the big lies and the disappearance of the truth. And so we're about maintaining what the truth is, and fighting Russian disinformation and their various schemes to discredit, distract, etc. You should know some of these things yourself, and that's what we're here for. So if you're here for Ukraine, then you are welcome. And if you talk smack about Ukraine and say stuff like, Nazis or Jews caused their own Holocaust, or Jews, whatever, or oh my God, Russia's under invasion by gay alien Nazi, all this stuff. That's not going to fly very long. So
But I
that's
never
there's
thought
your
anything like
Chris,
that,
that's
James.
your wait, Chris. I'm still talking, so I appreciate it. So we use our hands to raise our hands to get in line to talk, and to some extent, we'll violate that ourselves because, like with Ghost, man, he's always willing to jump. I was willing to jump in, and I'm always willing to let him because he knows his stuff, and apparently he's met you before, whereas I haven't. So I appreciate it. So thank you. Welcome. Ghost, could you say what he said that was so troubling, or repeat it?
Yeah, no, he sent something in the back channels, my DM, and it was about Zelensky would be drawn in by Germany to make peace talks. Let me tell you, Chris, the fact is that Zelensky will not make any peace talks with Russia until Russians are leaving the country, have left the country, are defeated on the battlefield. All the people that the Russians have kidnapped and deported are brought back. All the children that Russia has given back, all the land that it has taken, it's currently occupying, like the Crimea. And basically, that is what it is. And Russia has to pay for all the damage that it has done in this war. So to take away any fear that Zelensky would make talks with Russia about peace, put it out of your head. That is not going to happen, and you don't have to be afraid for that. That is going to happen. That's never going to happen, Chris.
Yeah, and I'd add to that, as well as full reparations to Ukraine, they would be required to surrender the Kremlin war criminals to The Hague as well. I think any future which gives any kind of refuge to Putin and his entire entourage would be totally unacceptable and would establish a completely unacceptable precedent. And sooner or later, the Russians will see that. The tide of the war has certainly turned. Yeah, at the moment it's going a bit slower than we would all like, but that is for the simple reason that the West is not supplying the necessary weapons that Ukraine needs in order for them to finish the job, which we can see they're perfectly capable of doing. Krishy, I haven't had you up on the space while I've been hosting before. I'm happy to give you a shot, but I will warn you that if you try to put over any disinformation or Russian talking points or anything which is not correct, I will cut you off, and I will take each point at a time. And I won't let sort of a whole fire hose of nonsense come out there, which is one of the tactics we often find ourselves confronted by. Over to you, but you've had your warning and you've got your.
Let's go to Chris. Let's go to Chris W. there first. Chris,
Okay.
wait, please, and Chris W.
Well, I just want to make the point, and goes to Mr. M knows this, right? He's repeating the same points now that he said under the previous hosts. So we've actually had two goes at this. This is the second go, right? So we've had two lots of this misinformation, as far as I'm concerned. That's the point that I would make, guys.
Thank you very much for that, and yeah, that's a good sign that you're talking smack. So we don't appreciate that. There is a 10-point peace plan that is endorsed by, I believe, 80 nations, and it forms the structure of what must be accepted. And I think that nobody wants to invade Russia. nobody wants that, but everybody wants to see them beaten, and they're going to get beat, and they're going to have to do some things to make up for this stuff and be cut off for a long time. So, anyways, now Chris, go ahead and don't repeat what you said before. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Of course, I will not tell you any of the points which you pointed, because it is normal for me that these are the bad things. But I still believe that that you don't understand me, and this is what I'm hearing from you. Nevertheless, my point
I
of
think
view
they
is
understood. I think everybody understood before.
okay. Okay. But I don't believe that I told something pro-Russian. This is the first thing. The second thing is that what I wanted to tell you from the beginning, but I didn't have the chance to finish. Actually, watching for what is going on in my country. We had last week the case which is very loud in Poland right now. German intelligence and the new Polish government and the German government together, the new government, they are trying to find out if the Polish ex intelligence was involved with the act of the
Chris,
two
I'll just say that
Baltics.
there's a lot of Chris,
Yeah.
hang on just a second. There is a lot of spying going on, and a lot of counter espionage going on. So certainly there are investigations going on in probably every country in Europe at this point, and elsewhere. So I can see that, but what of that? I mean, I don't think that there's anything
Yeah, the
special about that.
ex-Polish. I know what you mean. That the ex-Polish government was much more pro-Ukrainian than is the present one.
The previous government that just left was much more pro.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of
Okay,
course.
what do you guys think?
Yeah.
Hang on a second. That's a hypothesis. Hang on here, and let me just ask the other people on the panel what they think was because I don't know this about Poland. So anybody else know about Poland and the politics there?
Yeah,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
I'd say,
Somebody.
I mean, that's a. What's the source of that information? Where do you get that from? And what's the validity of it? If you look at the current Polish government, the foreign minister is Radek Sikorski. He understands the Russian mentality and the Russian mindset very well, and you will struggle to find anyone, absolutely anyone, in Polish politics who is better up on Russia than him. And also the other guy who's now your prime minister or president, I've forgotten the name of him now, the guy who was with the European Commission, Donald Tusk. He has a pretty good handle on Russian disinformation and Russian strategy and Russian malign influence operations. So if you're saying that the new government of Poland is somehow going to be more lenient towards Russia or more favorable towards Russia than the outgoing government of Duda, I don't believe there's any basis in fact to that. And I would challenge you to produce credible, validated confirmation of the source of that information, because it just sounds like a load of nonsense to me. And I'd say that with a pretty high degree of certainty.
So this Mersiewicz guy, and I'm struggling to pronounce this Polish gentleman's name, who has had quite a checkered role. I think he was involved in accusing Tusk and Putin of collaborating, in fact, on some pretty nefarious things that didn't make any sense. And so I think he was with the party that just left, not the incumbent party. So it is troubling, but one person does not a party make, right? But he also seemed to make some pretty questionable appointments that seem to favor Russia as well. So, like I said, one person does not a party make, but still, they left somebody in power in the previous administration who was carrying water for Russia. And so tomorrow night, we're going to talk about that some more and talk about the Smolensk disaster and the results of that afterwards. But yeah, Chris, that is that's interesting. But I'm not. I guess I'm. Let's see what Fella has to say. Hey, Fella, how are you doing? Fella who bonks. Well, I guess we're not going to go to Fella who bonks, Peter.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, the thing that concerns me about Poland is this ongoing lorry drivers and farmers nonsense blocking borders, which is completely outrageous and is clearly orchestrated by the FSB and sort of people who are paid by them and deliberately to create problems for Ukraine. And it looked promising when Tusk came into office and was going to get it sorted out. And what is it, about 2 or 3 weeks later now, and it just keeps on popping up. And it seems to be a deliberately sort of targeted attack to try and snarl things up on the borders. And we see similar things now apparently happening in Ukraine. I think none of us really know what money is changing hands in the background, but we do know that Russia has had an awful lot of money available over 20 years or more, even dating back to Soviet times. They have financed, nurtured, and sponsored all manner of nefarious and bad actors to basically stir up trouble, and we should have our eyes wide open to that and should not be hoodwinked as to what is going on in reality and be under any illusions whatsoever. And I strongly suspect if there are allegations against the current government in Ukraine, Poland rather, that's highly likely to be politically motivated and sour grapes and possibly sort of an influence operation with the Kremlin firmly behind it. And I think you want to be asking a lot more searching questions. Anyway, we've got Fella up. So his Fella's voice audio will be on. Over to you, Fella who bonks.
Yeah, it was. I was listening to Krizik there, and I've never heard this to this point. We have a ton of Polish folk that come on the show with fair regularity, and pretty uniformly, I think the general consensus among them is that the new government is, if anything, more friendly to Ukraine. We've seen they obviously once they came into office at the beginning of the year, they made relatively short work of the morons blocking the border. I don't know what kind of deal they reached with them, whether it was, the type of deal where, hey, you leave now and we don't throw you in jail. That qualifies as a deal. It's an aleatory deal. The other side doesn't get to negotiate, but stupid people like that really don't need to have an input. They just need to comply, or they'll be compelled with handcuffs. So, the new government, and I'm strictly judging them by acts. They seem to be appropriately aligned. And I've heard those allegations about Tusk, but they didn't really seem to go anywhere. So I just kind of read them as internal politicking. And, they haven't gone anywhere. They haven't resulted in any criminal convictions. So they stand as nothing other than gossip, frankly. They're not intellectually valuable, I don't think. I don't know if anyone else has any on that.
Well, that they came from somebody who was kind of is sort of official in government during the time, who was concocting this. That is nefarious indeed, and that in fact the same guy was appointing people who had Russian points of view and were took supportive action of Russia, troubling as well. And the whole thing is it's one of those stories that's really sad about Smolensk. But like I said, I'll just save that for tomorrow night to talk about that.
So then that whole thing was cooked up by a Russian-friendly politician to accuse Tusk of.
Well, okay, now I'm going to run through it really quick. So an airplane went down, crashed. It had a bunch of representatives from Poland going to Smolensk to commemorate the Kaitan massacre of 1940. And the at the time, of course, Ribbentrop-Molotov was in effect, which was not just a non-aggression pact. It was to split up Poland, and they did that, and that's how they took so many people, was because they thought the backstabbing Russians betrayed the Poles and came in and then slaughtered 22,000. And then so this plane goes down that was going to go commemorate this inside Russia, right? Don't fly to Russia. And they after this plane wreck, they said, well, somebody's got to go. So the two opposing parties both flew a plane down there. One of those crashed. And then after that, the same Merciewicz, or however you pronounce his name, pardon me for not knowing better, but he made this kind of fetish of the Smolensk disaster, which overshadowed the massacre, which Poland had investigated many times and confirmed that the Soviets did it. And they got high level documentation from Russian leadership about the veracity of that. So it was very clear that this was Russian done. But, then along comes the war. We're caught up with history now, just about. And, last year, Russians said, guess what? Some German soldiers came forward and they admitted that the Germans did it. And it's like, okay, no. So you can see how this goes. And now this thing that was, Smolensk was a disaster, but now Russia's made this counterclaim that, no, we didn't do this. So they're hiding history again. And that is the nature of the evil beast that we're fighting, is they just make the truth disappear if they can. So we have to hang on to history. And Poland, this is one of the most painful stories I think that I read in Timothy Snyder's Road to On Freedom book.
Okay, well, thanks very much, James. Yes. Right, well, we've got that out of the way now, and I think the guy has dropped out. He's coming back. He's coming back for more. Shall we entertain him? Yeah, let's give him. Let's hear him out, and let's hear him out on.
I wonder what he thinks of that tale.
Yes, yes, thank you. I just have some technical issues. Just thank you that James, that you called out the Smolensk case. As I want to tell you, the ex-government was a part of the delegation, the brother of Mr. Kaczynski, Mr. Lech Kaczynski, who I will remind you that was the first person who came, for example, to Georgia when the Russians were attacking. We were already everybody from the TV Polish crew there in Georgia, and we were standing with them. And I can clearly tell you just one thing. Of course, in Smolensk there wasn't any catastrophe, but that was that.
Pardon me, there wasn't. I'm
that,
sorry. Can you
yes,
repeat
that
it? Slow down a little bit and repeat it, please.
yeah,
because I didn't catch it.
yeah. In Smolensk there was the assassination of the Polish president, and 96 people.
That's not what I heard. Not an assassination of the president, but rather an airplane wreck, right?
It was an assassination by Russians. 96 people who were murdered by Putin, and
It would seem so. It would seem so. You know, it would, and it would also seem that um, the record shows more or less that that may well have been an accident. Stupid to go into Smolensk, anyways. But I blame Russia for the whole affair myself, because I think that they, in 1940, did what they did. That's why they were going to Smolensk. But it did really disrupt the country, and it really blinded Poles from seeing their own history more clearly. And having something like the Kaitan, or pardon me, you can pronounce it, sir, but when I let you, but that's the kind of thing you hang on to because you want to remember your past, where you've been, so you can go forward. So thanks for listening. There we go.
Okay, to give a bit of background here, Krishy, I muted you because I didn't want that to go any further. I'll give you a bit of background here. This was a memorial visit to the site of the Katyn massacre, which, as many people will probably know, some may not. There were something like 10,000 to 20,000 Polish officers who were killed on Stalin's orders.
22,000 total.
22,000 total, yeah, in 1940. And Stalin, once he ended up fighting on the same side as the Poles, got a request to have these people back, and gave a ridiculous answer that he didn't know where they were. They disappeared to Asia. They didn't have them anymore, and of course they'd all been murdered. And this has caused a lot of bad blood between Poland and Moscow ever since, because they subsequently found themselves effectively fighting on the same side against the Germans. So in about 10 years ago, there was a Polish military aircraft which went to Smolensk with 96 members of senior members of Polish government officials, including the president, and various families, etc. It has not been established as fact that it was an assassination. Some people might say that. My understanding, and this was heavily investigated, although I think the Russians obstructed the investigation of the aircraft wreckage, etc., etc., was that there were heavy fog conditions at the time, and the Russians were not particularly happy with the aircraft coming into Smolensk. They wanted to divert it somewhere else due to the weather conditions. The Polish military pilot pressured the Russians to let them fly in there, and nobody really knows, but it is assumed he hit the top of some trees on the approach to the runway, and the aircraft crashed, and I think everybody in it died, including the president of Poland. Now, there's various conspiracy theories and speculation. The Russians shot it down. It was a deliberate event. I don't really buy that. I don't think that's the sort of thing the Russians do. They tend to work far more nefariously by poisoning people. Either way, if it had have happened, it would have been horrendous, and had been proven to be the Russians shooting it down. It would have been horrendously bad PR for them. It was horrendously bad PR for Russia anyway, because it doesn't look good. My gut feeling is that it was just a tragic accident due to the poor weather conditions, and the weather conditions were undoubtedly very poor and frankly unsuitable for landing that type of aircraft in that type of airport. So I don't want to allow you to go up there and make a statement that it was an assassination. That is not a proven fact, and I think our listeners would need to understand that. There is some grey area around exactly what happened, and probably fair to say nobody really knows. but I would lean towards it being a tragic accident. So, Krishy, I think you've now dropped down again. Well, you could be having technical problems, or you could be just trying to sort of put one talking point after another. But I'm afraid we're not going to let sort of speculation and conspiracy theories sort of run riot here. It's our job to dismiss these things and keep them in check. So I'm afraid if you come up with sort of any more talking points which frankly are not based on fact, then we're going to deal with them accordingly. I hope you can understand that. And over to you, James.
Yep. So there you go. You know, though, let's not forget MH17, right? That Russia did do with about anti-aircraft missile, and you know, Gherkin at one point even took some credit for doing it. So, and then they told a billion stories about, no, it was this, no, it was that, no, it was the other thing, and it was that perfect schizofascism. It's like these lies don't compute. You can't put them together and come up with a cohesive lie out of it. It's all these contradictory lies that make you go, what? And that is the point, is the fountain of bullshit that comes out of Russia's mouths. And it really, unfortunately, works. So anyways, Peter, that was fun, kind of fun. Once in a while, a little bit of that is a good thing for us, keep us on our toes.
Yeah, in the words of Peter Pomerantsev, and I've remembered it this time, nothing is true and everything is possible. That's the mission set of the Russian disinformation, to just try and get you to believe nothing and lose interest in everything, and actually believe that absolutely anything is possible and there is no such thing as truth. Well, it ain't so.
And they want you to give up on taking action that might actually change the world against the Russians' efforts, which, of course, we can do. We can write, we can protest, we can do all kinds of things, and we can do meat cube pictures of them as well. And we can also use lowercase letters on them. We'll use a lowercase r. We'll get them.
Yep, that's right. Anyway, we've got Curry up now with hand up. So Curry, welcome, and the floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much. I've been listening to this conversation, and although there are some very good clarion points here and there, what comes to my mind is that, well, if you want to know about disinformation, I think you want to look to Dietmar Pichler and Pekka Kalaniemi. Dietmar Pichler lives in Austria, and Pekka Kalaniemi is a Finnish guy, and he has been on this program as probably the most informative person that I've read about this. As far as the conversation going on today, you know, it's good to be able to that you give space for people who might be have something that they disagree with, and but yeah, and likewise, of course, we confront that person when it's not right. I think I almost lost my point of thought. I think if you want to, if one wants to hear a clarion statement, a talk that was just done here within the last day or two, to refocus us a little bit, it would be the Prime Minister of Great Britain who went to speak to Ukraine. I would encourage each and every one of you to listen to his speech, and that brings me back to a real good center. Who he defines their goals. He's telling us what Britain is going to do, and frankly, I'm an American citizen. He is kind of showing the way toward to our present decision-making process here in the States. Thank you, Prime Minister of England. Your speech that you gave before to Zelensky and it was fabulous. And I would encourage you to Google it and look it up, listen to it. It's about a 22, 23-minute speech. It will bring you back to your center and bring you back to the goals that we want. Victory, simply victory, driving the Russians out of Ukrainian territory. And so that's all I want to say. We really do have a choice. And in fact, I hope the Prime Minister's words guide my own president's words. Thank you very much. That's all I wish to say tonight. And I really appreciate this format and this platform where I've learned. Although I've probably agreed with most of you all my life, I'm really glad. I appreciate that you listen to me too, and I hope I bring something good to the table. God bless you all. Slava Ukraini.
Heroin
Heroin Slava. Bless you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Curry. Yeah, agree with that. I did listen to Rishi Sunak's speech. It was uncharacteristically strong. He's quite a sort of mild manners man and doesn't really say very much, to be honest. He's quite low profile for a prime minister, and he sort of almost got into the job by default because somebody else kind of wasn't up to the job. But he sort of, his background is really in financial management and financial stuff, and there's always a risk that he sort of looks at these things in pure financial terms, which would not be good because it's not really a financial issue; it's a moral and a conviction issue. Whether to support Ukraine or not, and whether you decide that genocide is acceptable or you take a stand against it, which is why I'm very glad that he has taken a very firm stand against it, and notwithstanding the cost to the UK economy, but that cost will repay itself in dividends many times over in the future, and the cost we're talking about, frankly, is absolute peanuts. 2.5 billion pounds over the last couple of, each year. I mean, in terms of our national budget, that's nothing. It's less than 0.5% of GDP. We'll barely notice it, yet it'll make all the difference to Ukraine, that with the combination of other countries doing similar. So yeah, on the basic principles of people coming up here, as co-hosts, we get quite a lot of leeway. Some co-hosts are averse to sort of putting up trolls, or those who might be perceived as trolls pushing over Russian talking points. My approach tends to be I give them the floor, and if they say anything ridiculous, I will pull them up on it and put them straight. Other people don't like doing that. They'd rather avoid airing the Russian talking points. But one of the things I think I really don't like is some of these trolls that come up, say something ludicrously contentious, get us talking about it for an hour, and meanwhile they've scooted off 50 minutes ago, and we end up talking about something for a long time, where where they've now gone on to the next site to cause trouble or whatever. So that's the only thing that sort of disturbs me. But in principle, we're here to disinfect the information space. And when we do get these people, I don't think there's any harm in confronting it head on and actually calling it out for what it is. And in this case, the guy came up and made 2 points which were complete speculation, not based on fact, and basically just conspiracy theories. And I think, when people are going to do that repetitively, then it's time to call them out. And then really, if they don't get the message, then you just quietly drop them or let them run away. Anyway, there we are. James, we now have two more hands. We have Ghost and Marcus. I didn't see who was first.
You bet. We did a good job, though. That's what I want to say, Peter, is we did a good job. And I had at least this main part of the story and ready in my head, at least to talk about. And so I'm glad of that. And I feel like I've learned a lot here, and hope I become even more knowledgeable about Europe, because that's one of the things I didn't get enough history on. So who's next? I think it is either Ghost or it is Marcus. That's all I know, but I tend to go to Ghost, but because.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on what Pete Hurley say, that the guy who just was trying to derail our talking subjects. There was yesterday. There was the same guy who came with the same talking points, also trying to spread the theory of Ukrainian army having problems with Zelensky and that there were troubles and that they don't trust him and blah yeah blah 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 blah. So it was the same talking points. That's why I this afternoon also or this evening also he was up and now he was again up with the same talking points. So
There we go.
let's get back to Ukraine. Marcus, you have the floor.
Thanks, Ghost. I just wanted to say I like Richie Sunak in terms of his optics. I think he seems professional and well put together, calm, collected. So to me, he seems like a proper gentleman prime minister guy. But that's all. That's just the optics part, right? I'm not British. I don't, or UK-ish. I don't have any opinions about his politics. I do think that his speech in Ukraine was great, and I think he did a really good job in Ukraine, setting an example in the best ways of how Boris did it at the start of the war. So coming in with a package that sets tone. If every one of the NATO allies had a similar size package with a similar year commitment, we would be looking at a much different financial situation for Ukraine and this war. I think we could actually be much more excited about things, because the reality is the way they've structured that plan allows them to actually put orders down at factories and do things, which is what's been lacking. These tiny little packages don't let you say, I want to order shells for the next 3 years. So who's going to commit to that? So I think that's great. I hope other countries follow suit and do the Sunak. Yeah.
Do the Sunak, and the United States negotiator was there and a day behind. Still not a done deal though. They're working on it, so that's how that goes. Is they're trying to do these things in sync, and I think that's the other thing. They're all trying to figure out how to collectively manage the 300 billion or whatever it is exactly, and those new contracts that are let are in addition to the many that Ukraine has either signed or that other nations have signed with an eye toward supplying and increasing the supply of munitions, particularly artillery, but more and more, I wonder if it won't be just more drones. So Mark Shevchuk was certainly compelling about things, and hearing other people say this will be the last war where you're going to use those old Abrams tanks because they aren't going to work. Drone swarms and AI and all this stuff. So we'll see about that. But the future is coming fast, and Ukraine actually is expecting to get these shells. But it is still. It's hard because it's hard to get these lines started, but I'm glad about the one in Britain. We could talk more about that, but Sunak did the right thing, and so that takes care of Britain, and then I think the EU. You guys can talk about that, and then we'll have an agreement. And then I think the question is what will successors do, and we just have to, in our country, make sure that whoever succeeds Biden is understands it's a guarantee this time. It's not some wobbly knee assurance, which was the difference with the Budapest memo. And the quibble about the meaning between those two words is ridiculous. And the Americans escaping their duties around that was pretty disgusting. So I hope that we get with it and stop talking to surrender monkeys, and instead talk to people who understand the war is going to be won with long distance munitions that hit things in Russia too.
Yeah, 100% there. I think that one of the things that's really most galling is the pressure that's being put on Ukraine to not launch attacks on Russian territory and to try and contain it to the occupied Ukrainian territories. That is just totally unreasonable, given that Kharkiv and other cities are being attacked directly from Russian territory, as far away as Murmansk and Saratov and cities, places 2,000 kilometers away. It's just absolutely ridiculous. And, there is, and even worse, that NATO has the means to shoot down these missiles and put air cover over Ukraine to actually stop these missiles from hitting civilian targets, which they're aimed at, and fails to do that and expects Ukraine to just sit by, not target Russia, and sit and absorb this stuff. It's just obscene. And if that sort of corner can be turned, and the general acceptance can move in Britain's favour, when we've said pretty much from the outset we have no problem at all with our Storm Shadow missiles being used on Russian targets inside Russia. As to my knowledge, that hasn't actually happened, or if it has, it hasn't happened in a big way. Possibly because they're more keen on targets in Crimea. That's more a priority, and they don't have enough of these things. Then that would definitely be a benefit, and that would, if in effect, help the war draw to a quicker end, because all these ridiculous restrictions that are being put on Ukraine, combined with not giving them enough of what they need, means the whole thing is just being exponentially drawn out, because the Russians are having chance to build up defences and adapt to the situation very quickly, when they should not have the benefit of that pausing time. They should be thwacked like hell, with 1,000 ATACMS and every conceivable launch point, thousands of kilometres deep. Well, you can't thousands, but they can go 1,000 kilometres deep into Russian territory and knock out all these launch positions, knock out all their aircraft capability. That bloody Air Force in that Air Force base in Murmansk, Olenia, that is an absolute bloody thing. It would take one strike with the aircraft on the ground to knock out all the aircraft there. Would Finland want to do that, or would Norway want to do that? Possibly not, but it would save a heck of a lot of lives. And frankly, if either a NATO country was to do that, or a NATO country was to allow Ukrainian special forces up there to do it, what could Russia really do about it other than squeal and scream and scream blue murder? Well, what the hell? Who cares? They're not going to launch a nuke. They're not going to attack a NATO country. It's just weakness. To be strong and show Russia how we're going to respond if they are intent on attacking civilian targets in Ukraine, and they deserve to be thwacked and have all the military capability just wiped out, in one night. And we have the means to do that. And the fact that Ukraine are not being given that means and not being supported is pretty frustrating, to say the least. That's the polite way of saying it. Anyway, we've got Love Democracy up, so unless you want to say anything else, James, then we'll go to Love Democracy.
I always want to say things, but loves democracy.
Thank you. So on the U.S. home front, Max 23, who is a fella, sent a tweet about an hour ago, which I thought I put in the purple pill, but I'm not seeing. But anyway, it says U.S. President Joe Biden said he is ready for major changes in immigration policy, calling on Republicans not to block aid to Ukraine. So otherwise, they will have to pay a lot. That's the rest of it. But you know, I don't know. I was coming over to verify that because he doesn't have any source listed there, but I do see that there were some remarks on January 5th um, in that direction. So hopefully, hopefully we can get some kind of cooperation so that we can get some aid to Ukraine. We were just talking about this last night that I myself am pretty close to the point that I would rather have aid to Ukraine than have our border the way I would like it, which is not exactly how it is right now, but not as extreme as what some people want it. But my point is I would be willing to give into that at this point, and hopefully we're getting closer to that.
Well, I would like very much for Russia to be stopped from causing refugee crises, and that is the source of this problem in large measure. It is not the only cause for certain, but it is the largest cause, and to fight it downstream at many points is a losing struggle. And I think that what we need to realize is that we are now in sort of kinetic phase of just battling piracy, which is not a wartime activity. It's an anytime activity, battling piracy. But we're using means of war to fight people who are attacking collectively our interests. And so things are heating up. And you know what that means is you do have to look to your security to a much higher standard than when you're not in a kinetic battle. So we do need to do that. I do believe that each state National Guard should be equipped with drone, anti-drone, and electronic warfare capability, in addition to the military getting upgrades in that, and our border and the Border Patrol and Homeland Security's involvement in this is really necessary as well. So we've got a lot of people that are on this, and we're going to have to, be more active about it. And it's a good thing for us to do that because while we want, refugees as we need to take them, we don't want to get people who are forced to come here. People should be happy where they are. We should help make them happy, practically speaking, carry on quiet trade, do the things that we do as peoples on the earth, and not have to take in people who have had shelling in their neighborhood from Russia. That is just insane that we don't cut this off. So yeah, loves democracy. I lean toward what you're saying. Ukraine is in the position to help do that. Obviously, Russia's a larger case than just them, and there are other points in the world that are hot because of Russia. Syria is one, and the Joe Biden Africa initiative didn't happen because, by God, that's hot as hell, and it'd be stupid for any American ambassador who doesn't need to go there to go there. I think it's a deadly zone for. I wouldn't want to fly over that any more than. Well, yeah, no, I still don't want to fly over Russia at all ever. But Africa, maybe if it cools down. So, anyways, loves democracy. I appreciate your point, and let's go on with that, and just say that UK and US are moving toward probably both 100-year agreements with Ukraine, which has probably just given Putin number three headaches. You know what I'm saying? He's probably having conniption fits about all these things happening that are stabilizing Ukraine in the world presence in undeniable ways, and in fact, ways that he cannot currently shake with his military or his information power. And that is a real blow to him. And even with China at his back, I think that they're going to be facing hard times, and particularly China, if they keep supporting this, horrible genocide that's going on, and they're passing up complicit to, being almost co-conspirators by supplying Russia with these long-range weapons that are being used to hit what are clearly civilian targets. So let's hope that they are deterred by not wanting to get their hands dirty that way. And likewise, Iran is probably taking a look at the Houthi situation, and wondering about that same thing. And again, the multinational alliance that has taken that on has done a good job, and they deserve a lot of credit for that kind of bold action, and it's completely legal, right? And if they can keep doing this one at a time, they can work their way up. This is, there are tragedies that Iran causes in other nations, but not to the extent of Russia. So, in some ways, with Iran, it's better to work away at their tentacly arms. You know what I'm saying? Their octopus arms, and get to the head later rather than sooner. But with Russia, it makes sense to go at their head. That's how I see it. Peter, what do you think, or anybody else?
Yeah, it's interesting to see the Russians using, subverting the UN to try and squeal about the Houthis, and just typical tactics to try and deflect and deny and distract and discredit legitimate actions to keep international shipping lanes open. I mean, it's pretty obvious these Houthis are a bunch of terrorists, and they're sponsored by Iran, which is also basically a terrorist government, and they are well in bed with Russia, which is a terrorist government, as is North Korea, and basically as is China. So, I wish that more people, governments and people in the West would connect all the dots together and see this for what it is, and not try and treat it as isolated, separate incidents. It's not. It's all part of the same plan of attack. And I think, given that the only criticism I had is that the British and the Americans waited so long when clearly missiles were being fired against merchant shipping, and they were at risk, and all they were doing was shooting them out of the sky rather than taking action against the sources launching those missiles. But I guess it takes quite a lot of time to set up the necessary operation to deal with that, and it looks like that's what they did. What the response will be, who knows? I mean, there's a load of disinformation about more rockets being fired off, and this, I don't know. I don't really take it all at face value, because there's so many people saying this, that, and everything else. It's difficult to know. But at the end of the day, we've got to take a stand against terrorism, and I'm just frustrated that the British government and the US government do not say more clearly and more decisively that the Putin government of Russia in the Kremlin is a terrorist state. It's that simple. It's not difficult to work out. It's not rocket science. It's very simple. It's obvious that how much more evidence do we need of this? I mean, the list is absolutely endless. Weaponization of refugees, global food supplies, energy. Direct genocide of Ukraine, meddling in a lot of their neighbours' affairs, Georgia, Moldova, the Baltic states, cyber attacks, attacks on, physical attacks with nerve agents and radioactive isotopes on the streets of the UK. I mean, if we have not reached the point where it is time to declare Russia and the Kremlin as a terrorist, illegitimate terrorist government, then that's never going to happen. And you might as well just throw away the list. It's just ridiculous. And were that to happen, we would then, and were Ukraine to be formally recognised as genocide, which it clearly is, there's absolutely no doubt about that. There's so much evidence on every aspect of genocide. from mass graves, from external shootings, from torture, from deportation, abduction and deportation of children, from brainwashing, from every aspect. You could not basically find more evidence there. Then the countries should be obliged to call it out as genocide when they see it. And the fact they're not doing so seems to be because they don't want to take the necessary actions that they would be compelled to do were they to take that step. And that is really frustrating because that would cause all manner of financial penalties on Russia and secondary sanctions, etc., which should happen, and that would accelerate the path to Russia's demise, and that's what's needed. It's needed for Ukraine, and because that isn't happening, we've got the scenario where Ukrainians are dying unnecessarily because they're basically not being supported in the way they should be, and the way the international community should be coming together. Yeah, they're doing aid and they're giving some weapons, but it's not enough to attack and to defeat in a humiliating and decisive manner the overwhelming advantage that the Russians have in terms of sheer numbers. So there's a few further thoughts from me. I've said it before, I'll probably say it again, but we've got Kerry and then Marcus up. So let's go to Kerry first.
Thank you. That was so well said, Peter. And we repeat ourselves ad nauseum about the fact that the international laws, structures, bodies are just so broken. I think after Ukraine is victorious, the entire thing will be torn apart and start all over again. But my point when I put my hand up was a very brief one, which was that with an octopus, the only way to kill it is to go for the head. And I found this out with the children the other day because we were looking at biomimicry. And as part of that, we were looking at camouflage, and then we were asking ourselves, well, which animals can regrow limbs, etc. And we were looking at the octopus, and we found out that the octopus can regrow every single one of its limbs. So yeah, if Russia is the octopus, we've got to go for the head.
Thank you for the biology lesson, because that's interesting. And biomimetic, talk about that. Don't they do that too, man? Oh, we're not genociding anybody. We're not shooting. It's little green men. So thank you, Marcus. Or not. So yeah, Peter, I agree with you that they should be called out for their terrorism, the terror status. If they're named as a terrorist, it will be an interesting situation to see just how they react, because that probably means that we're getting ready to shut down, or at least deport quite a few of the people who are in the embassy, and they likewise, which are moves toward war. And so how do you, and I think this is the dilemma that Milley and the Biden team at the outset, how do you do this war and make sure that you do stay under the nuclear umbrella without using it, right? And it is no small task. And so I do think, again, I am, I advocate the Kung Fu movie approach. Get them to line up and come at you one at a time, if you can manage that. And so I think that they're busy doing that. I also think that the Russians did stock quite a bit of goods, and it is taken a bit to disassemble their equipment, but they are. And the stuff they're not disassembling, they're taking, refreshing, and sending it back to Ukraine. I think, is it not in Czechoslovakia that they're renovating the tanks in particular? I think it is. And so they're doing a wonderful job of making the most of what they've got. And that difference, at the beginning, was pretty vast in terms of the number of machines between the two combatants, but it is decreasing every day. And the fresh feed of some of the bigger equipment isn't going as fast as I think everybody would like. But to even throw the machines back in, renovated, is doing a wonderful job of taking some of the demand off of other countries who may be thinking about deterring other parts of the world. And so I go again to, and not to make excuses, but just to say, if you've not read the 2024 or 2023, I guess it is, threat assessment that the U.S. intelligence community puts out, it is a good read, 39 pages, and it's a quick way to have, if you like, or if you'll think of it this way, sort of a presidential view of the world. That, it's like, okay, I get it now. It's China, North Korea, Russia, Iran, and then all these, other little things and different, assessments about some of the risks around. Oh, and they even include climate in there as one. So it's an interesting document, and it helps you grasp that there's other dangers, and so playing things close to the chest, playing things conservatively, carefully, maximizing what you can do, all necessary in an uphill battle like this. It just is. And the indirect approach to war, and I'd say read Lytle Hart's book on that. It's really good. And it talks about the nuclear umbrella back when it was a brand new umbrella. And still valid to this day. So anyways, I could go on, but yeah, there it is.
Right, thanks very much, James. Right, well, at the moment we don't have any hands up, I don't think. I'm just looking. So it's a good time to just make the service announcement that you are listening to MriyaReport, the only 24/7 Twitter space which is running 365 days a year in support of Ukraine and against Russia's genocidal attack on Ukraine's sovereign territory. This has been going on for 10 years. Those who have been following will know that Russia basically seized Crimea, taking Ukraine off guard after they were going through a democracy moment and removing a corrupt politician who had promised to sign an EU agreement and then failed to do so under basically extortion and pressure from Moscow. And then after that, as a sort of smoke and mirrors exercise, the Russians decided they would go one step further and sent a load of paramilitaries into Donbass, purporting to be separatists, purporting to be local residents. They weren't at all. They were from Russia. And then, unfortunately, people started dying because there was sufficient resistance there that the locals were not having it, nor was Ukraine, nor was the Ukraine government. So that turned into an ongoing battle that went on for a number of years with some abortive peace deals at Minsk I and Minsk II, which were frankly pretty disgraceful and applied unjust pressure to Ukraine, in those days the Poroshenko government, to accept totally ridiculous terms that there would be some kind of fudged sovereignty with regards to Donbass. And there was no real talk of getting Crimea back, which should have been on the agenda at that point. And Russia got more emboldened by the weak response from the West, and then built up a load of troops on the Belarus and Russian-Ukrainian borders in 2021, culminating in an invasion on February 24th, 2022. Putin, a month before that, had gone to Beijing for 3 days, which is virtually unprecedented. He doesn't go to places for 3 days. He goes for half a day, has a meeting, and then goes somewhere else. I think it's absolutely inevitable, and it must have been the case that this was all discussed with Xi, and Xi in China had agreed to turn a blind eye to his invasion on the basis that it was a quick knockout blow against Ukraine, and then with that sort of sorted out and weak objections from the West, that would give Xi the green light to invade Taiwan, which I believe he had been planning to do in summer 2022. Of course, it didn't work out like that. Russia got bogged down, failed to achieve its objective of a lightning strike, and that was largely to equipment that had largely due to Ukrainian resolve and equipment that they had been supplied initially by UK and also America, and after that all other countries basically piled in, including France and Germany eventually, with a lot of persuasion and cajoling, and we find ourselves broadly in the situation we are today.
Well, I'd like to jump in and just address that. I think that China's the big winner in this war, really, and I do think that Snyder says that Russia says U.S. is going after our water, and it's like, what? Why is the U.S. what are we gonna do with the water? How are we gonna get it? We're gonna drill through the earth. That's what we're gonna do. Straight, yeah, that'll work. Yeah, no, it won't. So no, it's China that wants water. It's China that's running out. China whose wells are drying up. So I mean, China's gonna get that, and I suspect that they're gonna provide quite a bit more things for Russia. But Russia is going to deliver a lot of unrefined products, little value added stuff, activity and China will just take these goods and then build on them and sell them to the rest of the world and be the winner that way. So China really is one of the biggest winners out of this so far. But we need to make sure that Ukraine is the ultimate winner, which means, in fact, they win. They win in not too long a time, and they have the ability to deter any further attacks by Russia. That is winning, and that is going to be a challenge, but doable. And if they do that, then I think that both Russia will be deterred and China, to some extent, will come to see that they have their own problems to solve that have nothing to do with the outside world. And what they can do in the outside world isn't going to fix their problems because they've got problems at home that they need to fix, like Iran. And to me, it's really simple. People want to be happy, they want to be healthy, and they want to have some money. And none of those regimes provide that for the people. We, to more or less, nobody's perfect, but we do that. We give opportunities for people to have, health, have wealth, and to be happy and go do what they want. And these, China especially, they've got a lot of people that are unhappy, and it hasn't been well managed there. So I hope they get their shit together and realize that democracy is better. But I'm doubting it, Peter.
Yeah, I agree with you in one big respect that China has almost inadvertently come out a big winner out of this. It's unfortunate because China is not a good actor, far from it. They are probably even worse than Russia. We know as a fact they are in the process of exterminating Uyghurs as a very deliberate policy. This is the Muslim population, or predominantly Muslim population of West China and Xinjiang province. And we know already that they've done something pretty similar and pretty horrendous in Tibet, which is now almost no longer a talking point. In my view, it should be. And the Chinese government has turned increasingly hardline and increasingly repressionist, and all we've been doing is basically encouraging them by outsourcing our manufacturing for money, and to my mind it's blood money. Companies should now, Western companies should be divesting themselves from China. They are to a certain extent, but not fast enough. Germany in particular is still doing far too much trade with China. As one, so is my own country, the UK. And the one thing where China has really won is that it has managed, through no action of its own, just by sitting around and watching, it has managed to effectively subjugate Russia economically. Russia now is completely and entirely dependent on China economically, and that is not a good place for Russia to be, because the Chinese will exploit that mercilessly. They are not Russia's friends. The Chinese and the Russians historically absolutely detest each other. If you look through history, you will find that even when they were best communist allies, they managed to get into military fights against each other and a lot of distrust. Yes, Russia has sold a lot of military equipment to China, but it's always been very nervous, and I think it's increasingly nervous now, but it's really completely lost control of the situation. And in terms of oil, it can now, in effect, only sell its oil to China. It had been selling its oil to India, which unfortunately had been reprocessing a load of it and then selling it further to Europe, which is outrageous. That should have been stopped. But India has now reached the point where they are effectively no longer willing to buy Russian oil. They've been paying for it in rupees. The Russians want the money in another currency, and basically that's not feasible. The Indians won't pay in won't pay in rubles, and all these rupees are stuck in Indian banks, and the Indian government export regulations won't allow that currency to be exported, and the Russians have got all this money stuck in Indian banks and they can't do anything with it. They can't access the money, and they were trying to negotiate a deal where they would where this oil would be paid for in United Arab Emirates currency, and that got tangled up, because as soon as that got broken wind of, then it was made absolutely clear that that currency or the banks dealing with it would get sanctioned, and they, not surprisingly, wouldn't touch it with a barge pole. And this is just an example of how sanctions work. They are very effective, and the sort of sanctions that we've got so far need to be extended and widened, and all the loopholes, of which there are a great many, need to be meticulously and methodically closed off, so that these high-tech goods and what have you, electronics which are reaching Russia, need to be one by one closed off the source, so they no longer reach there. And some of these airlines still dealing with Russia, still operating services to Russia, like Turkish Airlines, like Emirates, and some of the UAE airlines, I would say should also find themselves on the receiving end of some pretty tough economic repercussions, I would say. Anyway, where will it end? Well, we're not sure, because China, frankly, has got pretty horrific economic problems of its own. Its property market is teetering on the edge of collapse, and they have a whole load of major economic issues which are giving them problems. Because it's a totalitarian state, there's no innovation, there's no growth business, internal growth business from their self. They're just ripping off IP from the West and technology, and that's another thing that needs to be really seriously countered. China need to understand that if they want to play within the World Trade Organization, with the West, then they need to play by our rules, and stealing our technology and manufacturing capabilities is not something that we're prepared to tolerate, and they need to be held accountable for that. It's interesting to see Xi is clearly conscious of his legacy in the same way that Putin was, and I think the outcome of the debacle in Ukraine will really make him think twice about doing anything with Taiwan in terms of how capable the Chinese army really is, especially given a lot of the kit is Russian or Russian origin and then Chinese copied, and the fact it's a completely untested army, it's never been battle tested against anything, and of course the American support for Taiwan. I was somewhat disappointed to see the other day President Biden say that he does not support Taiwan as a sovereign nation on the basis of the elections that have happened there recently, where that appears to have been the will of the people. If you go back to Nixon in China in 1973, 74, before that, the US did recognize Taiwan as a separate country. They agreed a policy of, I think it's called ambiguous something, where they basically now do not recognize Taiwan as a separate nation and consider it part of China, but maintain separate relations. And is it constructive ambiguity or something like that?
It's based on the previous UN position that was taken, that it was there was one representative that was going to serve for both parts of this divided nation, is how they saw it. And so it is a tradition, if you will, a matter of sort of official policy, and to change it is could be seen by China as tantamount to war, because it might technically be, but I think that it needs to be recognized that China is not a fitting guardian of the freedom that Taiwan enjoys. And so regardless, and I think this is where the US is regardless of this kind of legal status, there's good reason to support Taiwan as if it were, this nation. And it is a nation, and they did have a good election. They did it democratically, and the guy seems like a smart guy and a good leader. And it also seems like he likes democracy, and those are all good traits. And the counterweight of Taiwan isn't that big, but it isn't that small either in terms of balance of power in that region. So I think it's important for us to continue supporting them, and hopefully the world will be in a better place soon to deal with this kind of anomalous status, and we can come up with lasting recognition of what I think should be. On the other hand, should by some miracle, a divine intervention, whatever, all of a sudden China just said, we love democracy and we've dissolved our, do they still have a Politburo or whatever it is? Anyways, they dissolve all that. They're having elections and Xi gets voted out, and I don't know, Joe Zing, I don't know, whoever it is gets elected, then, okay, that's one thing, but that's a dream world because it's not happening. So until then, and maybe there will be a day when they rush toward each other, movie ending hug, and they ride off into the sunset. But I'm not seeing that either.
No, I don't think that's going to happen. What I personally would like to see happen, given that China is outrightly threatening Taiwan, both directly and with cyber attacks and with sanctions and with these military exercises where they basically impinged on Taiwanese airspace and Taiwanese shipping area around Taiwan, for which there was basically no or very weak response. There should have been a far harder response to that. And the US, in my view, should come outright and say, look, we've got this ambiguous policy on the basis of the status quo. If you want to change that, China, that's fine. You start threatening Taiwan, and we will formally recognize Taiwan as independent from China, and that just that restores it to the original position pre-1973, 1974, when Nixon sort of engaged with China and came to an agreement where basically the quid pro quo was that China doesn't threaten Taiwan and the US doesn't push the independence card too heavily, and we basically all sort of carry on under the existing arrangement. What's changed is that China has now become an economic powerhouse in the way it never was, and purely on the back of our cheap manufacturing, not really on the back of its own domestic production or economy, and is now using that economic might to threaten Taiwan, and that's totally unacceptable. And it's not good for the US to be sending mixed messages and to say that we're not going to recognize Taiwan as an independent country. It's the same situation as Russia building up its troops on the Ukraine border and on the Belarus border pre February 24th, 2022, where we basically huffed and puffed and said, if you invade Ukraine, if you set foot on Ukraine territory, well, sorry, that's too late by then. You don't respond to when they set foot on Ukrainian territory. You respond in disproportionate manner to the build-up of troops on the border. So Russia immediately at that point, when they started building up troops in sort of summer 2021, that was the time to whack them with severe sanctions that would have made it absolutely clear that if they actually go over the line, that would have that the sanctions would be absolutely, completely, total and overwhelming, and in effect, nobody should be doing business with Russia. That unfortunately hasn't happened, and in that situation, we had a ridiculous charade of Scholz and Macron making repeated trips to Moscow, the Brits and Biden as well, giving sterner warnings, and I won't labour the point, but two of those four were in complete delusion land, and somehow managed to be taken by surprise when the Russians crossed the border, when it was pretty obvious from the intelligence released by the Americans that
since
this
Joe
was pretty
Biden
much
said it,
inevitable.
he said they're going to invade, and yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, and a deterrent is all about stopping somebody doing something. Russia's genocidal invasion of Ukraine, when seen back in history, is going to be viewed as an absolutely monumental failure of deterrence. And that's come from our reaction to Russia's invasion of Georgia, and it's come from our reaction, or failure of proper reaction to the invasion of Ukraine, and then the invasion of Donbass. And we should have taken much stronger action in terms of sanctions and in terms of costs against Russia. For example, were they to be declared a terrorist state, then as far as I'm concerned, all their embassies should be closed down. All the ambassadors should be arrested. All the paperwork should be gone through and established what's going on. And anybody doing business with this terrorist state would automatically get sanctioned, secondary sanctions immediately. And that would pretty soon put a stop to the Russian government, that they would just get completely bowled over, and that could have happened. It should have happened, and unfortunately, it didn't happen. There was too much worrying about, the nuclear question, which, in my view, is a complete red herring. There was legitimate worrying about world oil supplies and food supplies, where a massive spike in the oil price or non-availability of food, could cause major problems. However, that does not excuse an absurdly weak response. and had that response, that ratcheted response of very targeted and very strong sanctions in the face of the threat of aggression, not the actual aggression, but the threat of aggression, which means the buildup of troops on the border, then I think we may have had a different outcome, and Putin may have thought twice, or some of his advisors may have warned him, is this really a good idea? Who knows? And we have the same thing with China now. They're just getting away with it, threatening Taiwan, and we need to respond to that threat, not wait until the actual aggression happens.
Well,
Anyway.
they have been building up defenses there, and so there is more coming. It is not as if they've stood still on that. So let's not just write off all these things, and just remember that the worldwide intelligence community had very dour predictions. Not everyone, but didn't realize just how prepared Ukraine was, and so there was much failure of intelligence there, which that happens. As somebody quipped, the CIA correctly predicted 12 of the last 4 crises. I mean, there's stuff like that just happens. And this was one of the major failures of intelligence, and the opportunity to do the things that you're talking about. I think that the only thing that could have been done without starting it off sooner, which may not have been a bad idea, is to send in more and more and more of the NLAW kind of small weapons that can take out big targets. And so more could have been done. That is always the case, and it's always a counterfactual. And a counterfactual, if you can't present a good counterfactual to what happened, then you're not working hard, because they always can come out better than the reality on the ground. But it was not a unilateral failure on anybody's part. It was a collective failure, and you can keep unwrapping that as an onion, because it goes back to previous administrations in other countries, and back to previous administrations in other countries again and again. And so now the question is what do? We speed up production. We're doing that. We speed up the supply. We're trying to do that. We clear up the obstacles, and Poland, and I understand that there's some blocks on some other roads as well that need to be cleaned up. And so that going forward, the plan, I think, is going forward. It just isn't working fast enough. Now, inflection points, we've seen a couple. One is clearly the rate of destruction of troops and material of the Russian army, and it has been wonderful to see that, right? From year 1 to year 2, to look at the numbers and see just how quickly that's accelerated, and now the devastating power of the drone army, and over the long run, it is not sustainable for Ukraine to, even with a 1-to-3 or 1-to-4 ratio, which is great when you're talking about going on offense, and them having long prepared lines, right? How long? 2014 and on, prepared lines. So we're going to see the war change when these new systems come online, and if new weapons come that are even more effective, the things that are going to replace ATACMS, the things that are going to replace F-16s. Yay, that'll be great if they actually start to do F-35, but that's probably a long way off, right? So all these things are coming. Collective failures, yep. Collectively calling each other out, that's a good thing. I think that is the whole point of the monthly meetings, partly, is to say, how are we all doing with what we said we'd do last month? And we doing that same thing. We do a service to the world to kind of keep each other in check, as long as we don't forget that we're allies, and that we shouldn't demonize anybody unless they're a demon. And I don't see many. But Peter, would you like to hear what Karen has to say?
Yeah, okay. I'll just have a quick response to that. A couple of points. I'm not actually very knowledgeable about how much our US support for Taiwan in terms of defence has been ramped up. I hope it has, but it's outside of my sort of scope of knowledge. So I sort of, perhaps I'm sort of unaware of what actually response is actually being made in terms of preparing Taiwan for a Chinese attack, and what support would be available to Taiwan. But the danger is the Chinese could sort of try to strangle the island, cut them off, and kill their supply lines, etc. So that's one point. I think the other point about Ukraine is that if there is any kind of silver lining, I think the fact that the Russians effectively delayed, or well, delayed maybe the wrong word. Well, the fact there was an 8-year time difference between the Crimea and the Donbass issue and the full-scale invasion. There was 8 years between that, when in terms of Donbass blowing up in 2014, when, let's understand it clearly, there were no separatists. There was a load of Russian paramilitaries and heavy Russian military equipment deliberately put into Donbass to stir up trouble. There was no trouble there. There was no problem at all. There were no people demanding, a reunion with Russia. It's just a load of nonsense. So the fact that they got themselves into this sort of military quagmire, albeit restricted to a very small part of the country, that allowed Ukraine to change their mindset and to understand the risk they were facing, and to gradually effectively restructure their military and repurpose their military. Unfortunately, they didn't do what they should have done and arm themselves much more rapidly. They were still exporting tanks and not really equipping their army as well as they should have been. But what did happen, there were fundamental changes taken at the top. There was a lot of liaison with NATO, a lot of sort of adapting of modern NATO tactics and methodology and training. And that meant that when Russia launched their full-scale invasion in 2022, when Putin did that 8 years after 2014, they didn't really take account of the extent to which the Ukrainian military had changed. And what then happened was, they found it much more difficult. In retrospect, it would have been great if we had sent a lot more NLAWs in, so they could have whacked many more tanks in that were advancing on them. But I think initially they had actually very few NLAWs, although they were very effective in stopping these great columns and then demolishing them sort of one at a time, or picking off the fuel tanks one at a time. But I think that actually, in retrospect, had the Russians decided to launch their full-scale invasion in 2014 or 2015, they may have got away with it, because the Ukrainian military certainly wouldn't have been, the Ukrainian military and the political side may not have been ready for it. But having gone through this ridiculous charades of Minsk 1 and Minsk 2, found the Russians don't stick to the agreements, agreements to have a ceasefire and to pull back their heavy weapons from the front line, which basically never happened because the Russians didn't stick to those agreements. It actually gave Ukrainians the time to adapt and to prepare and to get themselves ready for what they probably thought wouldn't come. But there were certainly some people in the military who were convinced it was inevitable, and they turned out to be right. And fortunately, although Ukrainians hadn't done as much as we would like them to have done in retrospect, they did enough to hold off the initial onslaught. And once that Kiev in 72 hours thing was broken, frankly, the whole thing was broken. It's just a great pity that they made such quick headway in the south, because unscrambling that has turned out to be an almighty headache. There we go. That's the way we are. So yes, apologies for that rather long ramble, but yeah, Karen, you're up.
Well, your rambles are why I tune into the spaces like this. So no apologies. I was thinking that maybe since your knowledge is so extensive regarding trains and commerce and things like that, that you might know something about why the Romanian border suddenly got blocked. It just seemed like everything was getting sorted out over in Poland. Agreements were being made, and certain checkpoints were opening to Ukrainian traffic. And now, all of a sudden, the Romanian farmers are blocking truck traffic on the border with Ukraine. And I understand that there has been some improvement in that situation, in that Ukrainian truckers can go through, but I'm not sure whether that also means Ukrainian, that Romanian truckers can go through, but I'm not sure if it means Ukrainians as well. But can you give us some insight as to why this is continually a problem? And I thought the EU was working with countries that border Ukraine so that they could make their situation with their agriculture and their transit a little more fair. But what kind of light can you shed on this?
Peter, you go first, please, if you like.
Yeah, okay. So I don't have any definitive information on this, and it's not really my certainly the sort of Romanian farmers are not my expert area at all. But what I can see is this fits a pattern, right? Russia is the Putin government of Russia is a criminal enterprise. They pour money into every kind of fringe organization that will stir up trouble and problems and strife and social unrest and trouble and they fund them. They put enormous amounts of money in, which they're getting from basically stealing all their money from the Russian population and from oil and gas revenues and all the other nefarious activities they're involved in by mining diamonds and pulling diamonds out of Africa and everything else that they're involved in. So basically you've got a load of farmers in Poland, in Romania, and wherever else, and they've got grievances because of EU subsidies or because of competition or because of whatever. It doesn't matter. Okay, what's going to happen? The Russians are going to see those as juicy targets, right? So they're going to nurture those relationships. They're going to start funding directly and indirectly through opaque sort of mechanisms, but the money's coming from Russia. Okay, and then when you get a situation where suddenly there's a payback, okay, and they want to exert that influence, they've now effectively recruited that farmers union or whatever it is, and they do this blatantly on a political level. They fund AfD in Deutschland, a far right group. They front the Front National in France, Golden Dawn in Greece, all over Europe. They're pouring money into malign influence operation to recruit these Kremlin assets. Okay, and not only in Europe, they're doing that. In Africa, very heavily. They do it in the United States, and so. It wouldn't be unreasonable to assume, and I have no definitive information on this, I'm not saying this is concrete, but I wouldn't mind betting, I'd put money on it, that somehow the Romanian farmers and the Polish farmers as well, famous farmers union, whatever, are fundamentally and basically have been on the Kremlin payroll for quite a while. And now the Kremlin wants them to do something. It has its ways of applying pressure and getting these fringe groups to do what they want, and that at the moment just happens to be blocking borders with Ukraine. Now, they're utilizing the division in Europe, that you've got Ukrainians being given permission to go and operate in neighboring countries and within the EU, and they'd be able to do it cheaper because they're undercutting Polish and Romanian drivers. So they're they're just kicking up a fuss about it, and it's all rather ironic because when we allowed the Poles into the EU, they did exactly the same thing against British and German lorry drivers. So it's pretty outrageous that the Poles and the Romanians, certain aspects of their society, are doing that. And in my view, they should just throw the military at them and get them to unblock the road. And if they're obstructing the road, they should be arrested and charged accordingly. But that doesn't seem to be happening. Again, due to politics, it's too sensitive or whatever. That's my take on it. I say it's not 100%. That's just my impression. James, you want to add something to that?
Let's go to Ghost, because he's been gesticulating as if he has something to say specifically about this. But organized crime is a specialty of Russia as well. And then again, they can find these little niche groups like farmers. Who doesn't love a farmer, right? And then farmers need, whatever. And it's like, well, we'll ride that as long as we can. Go ahead, Ghost.
Yeah, well, about the Romanian problem, that is already so the blocking of the movement of trucks through the Porumne-Siret checkpoint on the territories of Romania has been stopped. This is from the DPSU. So there is no blockade at this moment anymore.
That's the kind of information we want, authoritatively sourced and timely. But I do think Peter and Ghost, you guys both sort of nailed these answers, because we have a pretty good idea of what Russia does, how they do it, the kind of means that they use, and it has been on display here. And it's amazing. It's amazing that they can still get this kind of pull, and people can't look over their own little tribal interests to see the greater danger. Sometimes is amazing as well, but it's human nature too. So, anyways, let's see here, Karen. Thank you for asking the question.
Well,
I hope you got the answer, or you're satisfied with the answer. Go ahead.
yes, I am. And it's good to know. I got the original story from the Kyiv Independent. I do see a small update, but I wasn't aware that both it had been unblocked from both sides, and I'm very glad to hear that it has. It just seems strange because it seemed to come right after Poland had started to iron out its problems with the truckers and with the borders. Now, in Poland's case, there was a man who was involved with a far-right Polish party who was sympathetic to Russia behind the leadership of the truckers in Poland. And so there was some of that. But it just seemed so strange in Romania, because Romania has gone out of its way to help Ukraine. And for instance, would be look at the way they allow the Danube ports to be used for Ukrainian shipping.
But
And
Karen, they are still allies of Ukraine, but they have these groups within their borders, and they have to deal with them in legal ways, and they also have to re-win elections to
that's true.
Right, and so they're balancing these interests, and so there's always some way, something, some fissure that they will stick their crowbars into to try to split a wider slice in there, and so they're facing all those pressures, and the more that they do it, the more that those groups are going to get sorted out, is what I would say about that. So It's a good thing that people are waking up to the dangers and the risks. And I see this as an ongoing problem, that there will be other groups and other reasons that'll say, wait, whoa, and Russian money goes a long way. Strangely enough, since you think they go broke doing this kind of thing, but this is where they like to spend it, is on influence, and they can get a lot. And then there are also the groups within any country that have their own interests. They want to do their own thing. And Russia's like, yeah, we'll help you do that, and it doesn't
Yeah.
hurt Russia, and it splits them more. So I think we're looking at more and more Russian influence kind of operations taking root. But now I want to say thank you to Peter, who is ducked down and is now a speaker. For his time, it was fun, Peter, and we're going to talk trains again. And also welcome to Fella, who balks and knows things.
Good evening, sir. I've been listening for the last hour and a half or so. So that was a very interesting conversation, and yeah, I saw that unblockage of the border with Romania. God, that was nice and quick to see. And I mean, I think that my solution to that involves giving people a bunch of new shiny bracelets behind their back and escorting them to the nearest police vehicle. You don't block roads. You don't inconvenience other people. You have the right to protest. You have the right to express yourself. You do not have the right to impede another person's right of movement for any reason. And don't really need to give them a reason. Ask them once, they won't move, cuff them, and ship them. And
Well,
you can
I hope our
there.
nation acts that way too. I do. You're right. Sorry, Denver.
Yeah, no, tow their vehicle at their expense. If they don't pay to pick it up, you get to auction it, donate the funds to Ukraine. It's really pretty simple. Or donate the truck to Ukraine if they can't pay the impound fee. That will stop these protests real quick. And if I do recall, all of these different farmer protests that have gone on over the years across Europe, rightly good number of these have Russian fingerprints on them. That correct to your recollection, Ghost? And I don't know if we still have Peter with us. I know it's getting pretty late for him, but I think that would be something he would track.
To talk about the farmers' protest in Germany, it's a totally different thing. That has nothing to do with the farmers' protests in Poland or in Romania. The German farmer protest is more about they had a deal with their fuel, diesel. They got that a bit cheaper, and that deal is going to end. The German government wants to end that deal, and the farmers in Germany aren't happy about that, because they're if you are normally get a cheap diesel, and now you have to pay the full price. That's a bit of a financial problem for the German farmers. So that's why they are protesting. And some other things what the German government was planning to do. So that's a totally different protest.
Got it. So that sounds like just some hyper local policy related issues. What you don't have any idea what diesel costs over there? I know for farm equipment here, farmers can purchase off-road untaxed diesel. It's usually dyed. Is the same type of thing available over in Europe?
I think that is the deal with the farmers. Yes, they get a bit of they don't have to pay the full pound for the diesel, so the taxes are going to be full for them now. So that's the problem. And just like you said, some have some deals that they don't have to pay the full amount for the diesel. That's a normal thing, but yes, that's the problem with the farmers in Germany. And I think Peter has something to say about it.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on this at all, but I mean, I could quote you what was it, a gallon or a litre of diesel cost in the UK, but in sterling it wouldn't. Well, you convert it in dollars, but it's significantly more than it is in the US. I think tax in the UK is horrendous on petrol and diesel. Government makes an enormous amount of money on that. In essence, the farmers are exempt and they use red diesel, which I think has no tax. Other organisations, I think, apply similarly. I think the emergency services, possibly the police, and also railways, they don't pay tax on fuel. So fuel's relatively cheap for rail transport, for example, because of the ecological, environmental benefits. I think there have been changes to the tax regime for farmers. They were at one stage allowed to use red diesel for private vehicles on farmland or something, i.e. road vehicles on farmland. I think they cut back on that, and there have been other forms that they've tightened the parameters of where it is permissible, but I think it's now only limited to sort of agricultural machinery like combine harvesters and tractors and actual farm machinery that is not used on the roads. And of course, sometimes it does go onto the roads. So I think that's sort of broadly how it works, but I'm not an expert. With regards to all these, these strikes going on, I absolutely agree with you, fella. Exactly. They should send the police or the military in, basically arrest them and confiscate the vehicles and donate them to Ukraine. And you're absolutely right. If they did that, you'd find that it would stop very, very quickly. And I wish they'd have the backbone to do that. So that's sort of my take. As I say, it's not really my area, but I've sort of got some very tangential knowledge on it. But I think hope that helps anyway.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to understand those protests a little bit better, because in the US, when that type of thing happens and people try to block major interstates, with the exception of a few states that are very poorly run, none of these guys that try to shut down interstates have terribly long runs of it. My state has seen a few of these attempts. I think the longest lasted 10 minutes or so. So but different states are a little bit more tolerant to it than others. But generally speaking, we all handle it the same way, with new bracelets and a free car ride. So, but real quick, we have hands up. Go back to you real quick, Peter. But then I have a question for Karen, and then we'll go to Barney.
Yeah, on that blocking of traffic, we've had a lot of problem in the last 5 years in the UK with Just Stop Oil and a load of environmental campaigners deliberately blocking motorways and blocking the centre of London. And the police, it's totally illegal. Obstruction of the King's Highway or the Queen's Highway in the UK is a criminal offence, and it's arrestable, and they should just whack them, not physically, but arrest them and get them out of the way. And the police just pussyfoot around. They won't enforce the law. They sort of, it doesn't help that we've had these Just Stop Oil people gluing themselves to the highway, and we've had them gluing themselves to the top of trains during commuter time and things like that, crazy stuff like that, and with super glue and that, so they can't be easily removed. I think that needs to be dealt with much stronger. If people are going to do that, then that's simple. You just give them that individual an exclusion order from London, and they're not allowed to go anywhere near London, for 5 years or whatever. And they don't need to understand that's the consequence if they're going to try and disrupt everybody's lives and block highways and cause rush hours to grind to a halt and that kind of thing. But they're just, they're just too namby-pamby, and the police are not doing their job, and half the time are on the protesters' side. It's ridiculous. And as I say, I was hopeful that they were going to get this nailed on the Polish border, and it's irritating that 2 or 3 weeks later, with the new Polish government in place, it's not been sorted. But I'm pleased to hear that it's been sorted in Romania. Anyway, thanks. That's it. I'm about to go to bed.
Good night, Peter. Thank you very much for everything, and you have a good night's sleep, and we will talk to you probably tomorrow. Who knows? Have a good one. Fella, you had a question of Karen.
Yeah. Karen, are you still around your phone right now?
Yes, I am. I was about to go back and start watching the playoffs again. Houston Texans beat Cleveland Browns in the wild card game 45-14. That was pretty good. But the next game is going to be the Chiefs, and with the Chiefs, and they are going to be playing the Miami Dolphins, and that is going to be a close game. So I got a few minutes before that next game starts, so go ahead.
Yeah. So I have a question for you. It's kind of a smart ass question, but it's highly pertinent to some things that have been making the news in the past week coming out of Russia. And you're one of the people in the room right now that's kind of uniquely able to actually speak to this, because you live in what is usually the coldest, although North Dakota can give you guys a run for your money. And I think Wisconsin as well, and certainly parts of Canada can give you a run for your money. But, I have you here. Most of Alaska, what advice would you give Russia for making sure things like heat and plumbing don't just randomly explode in people's houses? Because it was a long time ago, but I spent about a year in Fairbanks for work, and I did unfortunately have to go through I did have to go through a winter in that godforsaken town. I am convinced humans should not live there, but they do rather successfully somehow. What advice can you give to the Russians on how to actually function in the cold? Because they don't seem to be very good at it, and frankly, we do.
Well, there are three levels of living in Alaska. When you live in a city like Anchorage, where I do, or in a much colder city like Fairbanks, you have a city infrastructure that you can depend upon to at least address problems. And their cities over there, from what I am seeing, don't have the same kind of city infrastructure where you can go call a particular department at City Hall and say, hey, guess what? The drain's backed up on this cul-de-sac and we need somebody out there right away. They have not put the money into those kind of resources, I think. And that is just from what I've read and what I've, seen. Now, like I said, there's 3 levels. Then there's small town Alaska. Small town Alaska would be like towns like Homer and Kenai and Seward, and they have enough infrastructure to address the main areas. But once you get out from the city limits, you're going to find a lot of people living in cabins, and they may have electricity, but they may not all have indoor plumbing. Okay, there are people who do use outhouses. Yeah, in places like that.
I did see that when I was there.
Yeah, and then you have Bush, Alaska. And Bush, Alaska is usually Alaska Native land under their jurisdiction. And they don't interact with mainstream, well, I'm not Alaskan Native, so I can't say. But from time to time, we hear about how they're dealing with things. And there are a lot of bush communities that do not have the plumbing and the infrastructure that they should have. And that's a whole nother different bunch of funding. And it involves the federal government and BIA, and it also involves the native corporations. And that's not all of them, that's just certain ones. And but each one of them is a little sovereign place, to a point in its own right. And I would like to check on things before I said anything more on that. But I have lived in small town Alaska, and I have also lived with an outhouse. And yep, yeah. Basically, you drive in small town Alaska. If you are in one of those areas without your own septic tank and the modern conveniences and a decent well, then you pack your dirty clothes in the back of your pickup and you drive into town and do your laundry in town. And you also get a shower. And other than that, it's sponge baths. But yes, yeah. So it depends. Remember too, Alaska is 2.5 times the size of Texas. And the cultures, vary as you go over the distance, and also the level of organization in civil government varies. And but anyway, is that too much?
Well, that's great. I thought that was a great answer that explained it. One thing I'd say is that one thing Alaska doesn't seem to be trying to do is big collective heating projects. The surface area of large buildings per people living in it usually work out well, but the plumbing and those kind of things are just a whole nother level more difficult to maintain, I am sure. But my question was, you said at one point, I believe that you said this, and you said you were going to look into some of the Russian Orthodox churches. And I was like, ooh, I don't know if I would do that, but I wondered if you had looked into that.
I haven't done that yet. Right now, I have got I'm kind of out of it physically. I have got a badly sprained foot. And I'm trying to get the swelling to go down. And I guess I could pick up the phone, but I haven't gone to that project yet. But I promise now that you reminded me, yeah, because I want to do that very much.
Well, don't worry about that tonight. Rest, relax, recover, and come back. And you've got a game to go watch.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
So thank you.
I do.
Thank you for your time and your interest in this and speaking up and answering our questions. It's interesting. So thank you. We're going to go on to
Go Chiefs.
Football. Anyway, that's me. American football. Anyways, fella.
Yeah, no, thank you, Karen. I was I was curious, and kind of the answer I was hoping that you would go at is building codes and the thicker walls and insulation that tend to be pretty common around most of the, we'll call them major and minor cities and towns that tend to make indoor plumbing possible and functional. But yeah, no, everything else though about that is absolutely correct. The way the people live their lives, especially when you get into your extremely rural areas, you do see some stuff that is reminiscent, I guess, of what you'd see in Russia, just with better vehicles, I guess is the best way to put it. And yeah,
Yeah, we drive nicer pickups. But
you drive
as
pickups
far
that
as
have
far as the
different
building codes, we do have very strict building codes here in Anchorage. Got my mouth full of something. But we do have very strict building codes here in Anchorage. But once you get farther out, things loosen up a bit. But if you want indoor plumbing, you better insulate well, or you won't have your plumbing very long. That's
There you
true.
go. Thank you, Karen. Appreciate that. Let's go on. And I believe that Barney was next. Is that right, fella?
Yep, Barney was next, and I'm reading something right now. I may be bringing y'all after Barney.
Yeah, cheers for that. No, yeah, I have a real problem understanding, like, these Russian boiler houses that keep on breaking, and why Russia, because I'm a Brit, we have a boiler, we heat our own homes. I've never lived in a place where homes have been heated by a central boiler house. So it just baffles me why so many of these Russians are just freezing cold. And is that just is that socialism? Is that centralized system? I don't know, and that's kind of my question. And I don't know if anybody can answer that, but I mean, I'm actually outside and really quite cold because it's about -3 degrees here in the UK at the moment. And I was sat outside having a cigarette, but I'm going to go back into the house and it's really warm in there and I'm going to melt again. So this is why, what's going on in Russia at the moment, I don't understand. And I'd like somebody who knows something about that to respond to that, if that makes sense.
We'll be on it, but I say balmy weather you're having. Russia isn't. They're a little bit colder, and so part of their issue is just plain old geography where they live. But for the reason of efficiency, you think about some of the other places that use steam heat, like New York does some of that. And for some reason, you don't see the same kind of things happening there, or at least if they're hiding it really well. That would be on the news for sure. If a tunnel between two buildings can make a front page story in New York, then you'd hear about a big steam, disaster right away. So it comes down to lack of maintenance, and I'm not sure that it was. I think that the Soviet Union did it better than Russia, modern Russia. What do you think, fella? I think that is exactly the case.
I think yachts and hookers aren't going to buy themselves, sir. That's what I think. This is good old Sergeant Koruptovich getting his. I don't really think you need a more complicated explanation than just simple corruption. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but we're seeing this systemically across Russia right now, and kind of part of what prompted my smart ass question to Karen, and was a story that I've seen, and take it with a grain of salt, just given the source, but I have seen this from other sources as well. But a certain race car driver who lives in the U.S. has posted a tweet that the entire Moscow metropolitan area will have rolling blackouts not to exceed 12 hours a day starting tomorrow and going through the end of March. And that's to kind of compound with the well publicized failures in heating with now dozens of cities and towns, some of them as close as 30 kilometers to the Golden Ring in Moscow. So things are starting to break down there. And they're doing it in the middle of winter, which frankly is to be expected. That's when systems are stressed the most. And if you've skimped on maintenance, this is when it's going to cost you big time. But Barney, unless you have any thoughts to reply to that, I guess we move on to, I believe the order was Love's Democracy for Every Child, and Marcus, unless you have something different, James.
No, let's go with that. Love's
Carry on.
Democracy.
Thank you. I this may be old news, but I'm seeing a little bit of a new wrinkle in it, in that I see that there's been some more work done this weekend on keeping U.S. government open, and that it appears that it's going to stay open at least until March. So that's probably a continuing resolution. The only reason I'm bringing it up here is that I don't know how that affects getting aid to Ukraine. I don't know if they'll treat this as another, okay, we won't deal with it for a couple months, or if it'll be, okay, good, we have an extra 2 months to, it may actually be potentially a bad thing for getting aid to Ukraine if they spend that whole 2 months.
No, I
No.
don't think this affects that at all. James, do you want to take this, or I can? Because I had
Go
seen
ahead.
an article somebody sent me, and there's nothing about Ukraine in it. The Republicans in Congress, regardless of what we all want to think of their behavior, have been relatively clear that they want some kind of concessions on immigration, whatever, to unlock votes on Ukraine aid. And I've got my own thoughts on that. I kind of think there's nothing but clowns in the room there. They've certainly all kind of shown that to me over the last 25 years. But, especially with what the Republicans kind of want done, like, they know this isn't going to solve the problem. And I'm going to keep this out of U.S. politics as much as I can. But if they really want to tackle illegal immigration here, real simple, make E-Verify 100% mandatory and criminalize hiring of illegal immigrants. Attach federal mandatory minimum. Absolutely none of these pedicured, manicured CEOs are going to risk their fairy backsides doing federal time to save a few bucks on payroll. It's not going to happen. And every single person in DC knows this. They know that is a very low cost, high ROI way to fix this. Way better than some way better than some stupid wall that's just not going to work. So it's a distractive issue, but it gives the bigots something shiny that they can go, hoot and holler about like trained monkeys. It's a waste of time, but it looks like, the president has expressed the desire to achieve some kind of compromise. I have said for a while to just give them a pittance to shut them up and get this show on the road, because you both know it's not going to change anything. The Democrats don't really want to fix it either. They've demonstrated that clearly to me. I don't care what people say. I care what they do. And they've achieved negative results. The Republicans have achieved negative results. So I can only conclude that they're not serious about working on the problem. But, here nor there. And I love democracy. Unless you have a response to that, I guess and it looks like you do. We'll move back to For Every Child, then Marcus. Comment on how to deal with the cold.
Yeah, I did, and I wasn't sure. I had left my mic open, but I wasn't sure if I needed to raise my hand again. So thank you. My understanding is that they have tied any aid to Ukraine that requires their cooperation to getting those border issues to their satisfaction, which, I don't disagree with all that you said. Some of it is a little harsher than what I believe, but I pretty much agreed with your your sentiment there.
Well,
That's
let me
why I was
real
questioning.
quick. Let me just clarify something real fast. I'm an employer. I know how hard it is to hire people right now. I've had job openings open for over 2 years, and I've only filled one of them. We need people immigrating into this country. My best friend just managed to get his sister here. They're from Central America. She's college educated, business owner, well spoken, good people. Took her almost 7 years. Our system's jacked, it's broken. That's indefensible. It should take her 3 months, no more, especially in a digital age that we live in. So, I can't sit and defend the current system because I work heavily with the immigrant community. I see how messed up it is, but it's neither the time nor the place. They have no business linking this to Ukraine. This is a sideshow.
Right. Right. And that I definitely agree with. I Yeah. And this is the first time that I've been on a space where you've co-hosted. So I tend to talk fairly often. So I think I don't know if I didn't express myself very well, but I just kind of tell it how I feel, and sometimes I'm right and sometimes I'm wrong. But I that's why I brought it up as something that might be affecting Ukraine aid, because I just wonder if they're going to keep pulling on that. Um,
It won't affect the aid ultimately, but as long as one party or the other decides that one more thing would be better than agreeing to what you just agreed to, is a real problem, which is what happened with border security was approved, and then now wait, hold on, border security and immigration policy reform, and here Biden is saying okay that too. So let's hope this is not maybe while we're at it, we'll also say something else, tax cuts for us bazillionaires again, or something like that, right? That's where I don't see this going on forever. I don't think it's going to go on forever. They're getting something that they wanted, a change in immigration policy. It sounds like but let's not dwell on that. I don't want to dwell on that.
Yeah,
Because
there's nothing there.
we got 3 more hands, and I want to go to Marcus next, and then For Every Child, and then RoboCop, unless you've got something else you want to add in, fella.
No, sir.
No, I don't want to. I wanted to talk to fella. I had similar thoughts to him about the silliness of preventing talented people from coming to your country. But like you said, you want to move on, so it's okay.
No, I think you just said it. So I appreciate it. I do too. I want good people to come here. I want people who are honest, hardworking, intelligent, willing to understand that this is a country of opportunities, not handouts, and not a good place. And ideally, I wish it were more true, but not a good place to set up some illegal shop where you do something illegal. I'd hate to have immigrants like that come here. I want them to be good law-abiding citizens, but I think that's most of them. But
well, I mean, they could go to
obviously
Russia
not
if they
all.
don't like those rules.
There you go. There you go. So thank you, Marcus. Appreciate that. So For Every Child, welcome.
Cold weather and plumbing and such. I lived in upstate New York for 9 years, and 4 or 5 of those years were out on a farm with 100 acres that had, at the time the land was purchased, there was no electricity. There was running water. You couldn't turn it off. It was spring water, gravity fed, and it just ran 24 hours a day. And it was almost a 100-year-old New England salt block house. Before we moved in, the telephones were installed. They had never had telephones in that area. Electricity was installed. And my dad rewired the house and did all the plumbing. As always happens with military families, bad things happen only when the man of the house is gone. and we went 2 weeks without any heat at 20 below zero. We didn't have any plumbing pipes break at all. Why, mother, I'm not sure why we didn't have heat, because mother was able to vacuum the floor, but she wore gloves to keep her hands from sticking to the metal pipes. We didn't have ice forming inside the fixtures of the house. I don't understand what's happening there, but I did come across, and I'm so sorry I can't cite this properly, but it's in my timeline somewhere where I retweeted it. At least one of the prisons had heat turned off to encourage prisoners to sign up for the military.
That's in Russia, not upstate New York.
No. That is in Russia. That isn't. I switched geography without mentioning it.
We got your back.
Yeah, you got me covered there. Thank you very much. Um, uh, we're kin somehow for sure. Anyway, my my take on what may be happening in these other pictures that we're getting, and bear in mind from the California experience of having my mother call me up, panicked because some houses fell down the side of a cliff. Uh, uh, I had to reassure her that that was a very small portion of the state, and the state covered nearly the entire continent and was not happening where I was. Um, the same thing could be happening with these pictures we're getting of Russia. And we could be getting a very warped picture of what's happening within, I guess it's Moscow they're taking the pictures from. But my take on that, just as having been uh, raised in upstate New York, where my dad, when he retired, went into business with a dirt moving company that he owned, and he was told by somebody that they would protect him for a price. And you don't tell a World War II Korean War hero um, to pay money for protection, and he refused. They destroyed all of his equipment, pouring sugar in the gas tank. And that's a long story, but nevertheless, based on my experience in upstate New York with mafia type environments, my thought is some of these places that are freezing up like this, it might have been a case of what's it worth to you.
I think that's a very good insight because it isn't so much the control of government that people seek, it's the control of corruption that people seek because that's where the really big money is. I do think that you're onto something there for every child. Thank you.
Yeah, I actually think she hit it on the head there. And for every child, I just scrubbed your timeline for the last week looking for that post. I couldn't find it. So if you find it, DM it to me. And that's one I'd like to get some more exposure to. And James, do you have order? Because I see Victoria and RoboCop. I have no idea whom was first.
I have law and order. No, I don't honestly have either order nor law. Well, I have laws, but anyways, no. Who is next? RoboCop? Was that you?
To be honest, I think it was Victoria.
All right, then let's go Victoria then.
Hi, can you hear me?
Indeed, we can.
Yep.
5 by 5.
Great. Yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know. I also heard that rumor that's it's been posted by others as well on Twitter about rolling blackouts in the Moscow area that will start soon and will go through to early, or maybe not early, sometime in March, and not to exceed 12 hours a day. I looked it up and there are currently no news articles about it. And on Twitter, there was apparently one Russian news source, but the site is currently unreachable. I got a timeout error, so I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not, but I thought I'd just add that. We'll find out soon, right?
I'd seen it from Medusa, which may be the Russian news source you were talking about. Medusa, Igor Shushko, and then a couple of the information aggregators that I follow.
This
Information
source, oh, go ahead.
careful with, you know.
Right. This
Same with
source is
Cisco.
called, yeah, this the Russian source is called, and this means nothing to me. I've never heard of it before. Moza Negro Cibit.ru. And you know, when you try to go to the site, you get a timeout error.
Yeah, I have no idea the quality, validity, or anything like that of that. I
Mhm.
would take a grain of salt. I know that blackouts are getting pretty common across Russia and general utility failures, so I'm not dismissing this one out of hand as possible. I would think that a dying regime would try to service those closest to the capital
Mhm.
with their last dollar or ruble, if
Yeah.
at all possible. But you know, what do I know? I'm just a brain damaged cartoon dog.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's a good insight. And I mean, for the if it's true, they would have to be extremely desperate to do this in the dead of winter. Um, you know, January, February, that latitude, it's usually the coldest months. Obviously, they're having, you know, cold weather, colder than usual. I just remember thinking, if this is true, they must be, you know, things must be really, really bad for them to attempt this. So it'll be interesting to watch what happens. But you know, some of this is, I mean, this is just speculation on my part, but I think corruption and lack of management, or sorry, maintenance, um, it explains a lot of what we're seeing. And I don't know if you know, what this happens more than we previously knew, but it's just now being reported on. That's possible, but I don't know. But the timing is interesting. You know, I wonder how much partisans may or may not be involved. I hope if there are partisans, they seize on this opportunity, even if they had nothing to do with, you know, what's happened so far. That would be great to see. I also wanted to add that Russia, because of its geography, it's already starting on a ridiculously hard mode for infrastructure. And Karen was talking earlier about Alaska, and there are a lot of similarities, as you might imagine. Um, a lot of similarities in the difficulty and the expense delivering and maintaining infrastructure in Alaska and Russia. You know, that was something I've been thinking about. I'm originally from Alaska, and even in a wealthy country that wants to deliver infrastructure to all its citizens, it is so incredibly expensive and logistically difficult to put, you know, certain types of infrastructure in and maintain it in that environment, that it's really not, it doesn't make sense financially, to be honest. So they're dealing with very cold temperatures. They're dealing with a big temperature range every year. A lot of Russia, you know, has permafrost that limits what can be built. Short summers that also, you know, limits construction. And
but Alaska has permafrost too.
Sorry?
Don't mean to interrupt, but Alaska has permafrost too. That's why
Right.
I'm asking Karen, because I know when I was in Fairbanks, I didn't see any outhouses until I got like 50 miles outside of town. What they did seem to have was walls that were about 2 inches thicker than our standard, you know, 6-inch wall gap, our 6-inch walls that we have in the rest of the lower 48. And for those that don't use freedom units and use units of science, you can translate that to whatever that may be. But you know, that is noticeably thicker, and that does give you extra insulation. And that was kind of one of the things I was hoping I was going to get out of her. But I don't actually know their building codes. I just know they have really strict ones. But I'm ignorant as to the details because I don't live there, thank God.
Well, there actually there are people in the Fairbanks area that don't have running water. You don't have to go out 50 miles. Growing up, one of my best friends, she didn't have running water, and she had a chemical toilet inside her house, so she didn't have an outhouse. Although one of my TAs in college, at his cabin, I don't know how far out he was, he had an outhouse. But you know, sometimes you can just have like a chemical toilet in your house. So yeah, like it's expensive. It's very expensive, and that's all across the state. But when you add in how large, how much land mass that covers, you know, and of course people don't live in all of it, but you know, some people are very remote, and you have to transport all your materials, and you know, you have to have enough workers, and you know, they are dealing with permafrost, and there's just so many obstacles, and that's just putting it in. So
Yeah, and I think the size of Alaska is something people don't necessarily wrap their head around immediately. It is the largest U.S. state. It is larger than any European country that I am aware of.
right, and Russia's huge, you know, and so people making fun of Russia, some Russians not having indoor plumbing. There's like a stat, I have no idea how accurate it is. It goes something like 20% of Russians don't have indoor plumbing. But I just
Higher.
remember thinking, oh, okay. Well, I remember thinking, if that's true, that's actually really impressive given the size of Russia and their conditions. So, yeah, I think a lot of people lack perspective. They, you know, are used to what they're used to, and they don't understand how difficult it is, you know, providing and maintaining infrastructure in remote areas over large areas, and that's before you even add extra layers of difficulty like huge temperature variations, extreme cold, permafrost, etc. But I think you know, with what's going on in Russia, uh, it seems like they're having a bunch of failures at once. And I think it's, and this is just my opinion, it's coming down to lack of maintenance. And they use forced steam, which I've never heard of. I don't know if that's a very good system. It seems like that would not be a good system to use if you're not maintaining it, because it would be, I would imagine, very hard on the pipes. But yeah, I think lack of maintenance and corruption it explains a lot, but that they're starting on a super hard mode to begin with. But yeah, I hope partisans seize this opportunity and wreck it.
Well, they clearly are, and you know, and I don't want to make the Russians give them any pause to even remotely feel better about themselves. It's only about 60% of the population that has access to indoor plumbing, and much like how with Canada, most of the population lives in, I can't remember what the stat is, but it's like 30 minutes of the US border or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Most Russians don't live just by population number, do not live in
In the
the
remote areas, yeah.
rural areas. This is down to their backwards nature, underdevelopment, and the stagnation brought on by the inferior communist system. That's all it is. Communism breeds laziness, lack of creativity, and corruption, and that's what's coming home to roost now. And they deserve it. Hopefully, hopefully they learned a very painful lesson.
Yeah. Also, some of their remote areas, like the Siberia region, for example, are full of ethnic minorities, and they don't treat their ethnic minorities well. And I'm sure that extends to how much money they give to their infrastructure and other things, and you know, maintenance and all that. But I've read multiple people say that, you know, and I think this is a reasonable, like, this doesn't need to be fact checked, that basically Moscow is their crown jewel, and they spend a disproportionate amount of money on Moscow, to the detriment of the rest of the country. And so it's very significant, I think, that, you're actually seeing, electrical outage so close to Moscow. I think that, that surprised me. I was like, oh, wow, maybe stuff is getting real. So that's it. I'll listen now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yep, the yachts aren't going to buy themselves. Somebody's got to buy them. Somebody's going to need to steal the money to buy them. This is how Putin and his buddies became the richest people on the planet. But moving on, we have RoboCop, Giacomo, and For Every Child.
Yeah, I was just going to say, no matter how much they pay for infrastructure, I think this is what you were saying too. No matter what they provide for infrastructure, it's just going to be embezzled by the oligarchs anyway. So it's not getting where it's supposed to go, and I think that's the problem. I had when I first raised my hand, we were still talking about the bill, and I had one last thought to say about it, if that's all right with co-hosts.
Sure. Go ahead. Which bill?
The bill in Congress.
Which the continuing resolution bill or something else?
No, the bill that has to do with Ukraine.
Okay, I'm not sure which one you mean, but potentially there's the next one that's contingent on on an agreement. That's the one you're talking about.
Right, exactly. I was just going to say, and this may be obvious, but that what the Republicans added to that bill, it's not going to do hardly anything toward what they think is important, and it's not really going to do a lot against what the Democrats think is important. I think that this is more like just a sibling rivalry. It's like, oh, you want something? Well, you have to give me something, and then, no, I don't want. I'm not going to give you anything, and they're both. Nobody will budge. They're just, being insolent, and I think that in a large part that's the problem. And
Clickbait. They want to make headlines.
yeah.
There's an element of that, but security at the border is an issue, and immigration may be an issue. And what we know is that refugee crises are a feeder to that. And so it seems to me that more courts to turn over the cases to determine whether or not people can stay would be a good thing. And also, it would be a good thing to consider changes to immigration that may help us sort people out based on country of origin. For example, I think that maybe it's reasonable at this point to do something a little different, or maybe more thorough with the Russians that approach for sanctuary, because I'm sure that we get some of those, but I don't think it's a sibling rivalry. I think these are real issues that we've got. You might be right about the fact that, or you may be right, it's not a fact, but you may be right that the gain isn't going to be what they can expect. But
right.
I do think that it's not only just to score points, and the seriousness with which they're going after this reflects struggles that have lasted at least 40 years in Congress without being resolved. So there's also just a lot of pent up tension here about these issues. So appreciate it, but I think it's a serious thing, and we ought to consider it seriously. But we ought not hold up aid for it any longer. It should be a separate issue. They're at a tangent, I guess. You could say that they're associated with each other, but I think, effectively speaking, we need not hold up any aid to Ukraine to solve either border or immigration.
No, I agree. I agree definitely. There was no need to attach that immigration reform to the bill. It's just that the Republicans didn't think that Ukraine was important if it wasn't an issue in their books. So they attached that. I don't know if it was a poison pill or if they just wanted to get a little something, or, you know, like you say, it is a problem, but I don't think that what is included is going to do that much.
Yep, you said that. Yeah, yeah. I hear you. I hear you. Well, hey, listen, I think you said it twice now, so appreciate that.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Appreciate it, though. I think you got the message across. Giacomo, hello, welcome.
Yes, hello, my friends. I'm glad to see a space about Ukraine. So many times I wanted to come. I used to be one of the original moderators in Clubhouse when the invasion of Ukraine started. We held vigil 24/7, like for a year and a half, until somebody, killed off the so-called room, which would be a space in Twitter. Well, what can I tell you? 2 years ago, I was much more sure, even a year ago, of Ukraine's victory and Ukraine's power to repel the invaders. But today, I am no longer so sure. Of course, Ukraine is fighting on, and Ukraine will hopefully remain independent. But what is the most frustrating thing for me to see is in my previous home in Europe, how it's their own backyard, and they don't really care as much as they should. They speak a big game like in France, but in reality, they do very little. Germany is getting better, but I'm very scared here about the lack of funds. Uh, Ukraine urgently, as you all know, I shouldn't be telling you, needs fighter planes, long range artillery, long range missiles, urgently delivered and implemented, without which, unfortunately, it might lose. So, and I'm also very frustrated to see how they are tying the immigration, the border crisis, need to do something there to aid to Ukraine. Like you said, it should be two completely separate and distinct endeavors, things, but I cannot accept that. And we are in an election year right now. And as an immigration lawyer myself, I used to be for almost 31 years now, business immigration lawyer. Still, I am also a family immigration lawyer. But since they announced mobilization in Russia, I've been doing tens of thousands of cases together with my partners of political asylum applications for Russian citizens who have fled Putin's Russia and who don't want to take part in the illegal Ukrainian invasion and, killing and bombing innocent civilians in Ukraine. Many of them have Ukrainian blood themselves, are partially Ukrainian through one of their parents at least, and there are also many minorities, like Tatars, like Kazakhs, like so many different minorities. And during the time of the Soviet Union, the so-called Soviet Union had at least 78 different nations, peoples, ethnicity, what have you. And many of them, like the Stans, have become independent, but you have millions of people living inside the so-called Russian Federation, and they are being mistreated. They horribly mistreat all their minorities, all their ethnic minorities, and anybody who looks Asian or who has another religion than the Russian Orthodoxy is horribly treated, discriminated, humiliated all their lives, themselves, their parents, their grandparents. And you were talking about Moscow. Well, having been to Russia so many times, let me tell you, Moscow is the heart of Russia. And Moscow itself is divided into three so called rings. The first ring, which includes the Kremlin, which includes all the important places for them, and only the elite lives around it. The first perimeter, the first ring. The second ring is where you have those huge apartment buildings and nice places still. That's the second ring. That's for their, I don't want to say their servants, but people who service them, people who are in the military, but
They're
who are below the
lieutenants.
grade.
They're
Yeah.
kind of
Yes,
functionaries.
yes, who are below the rank of, shall we say, colonel or major. And then you have the third, and the ones who work in all the federal agencies, even though they don't call them agencies, FSB, the successor of the KGB, Interior Ministry, Ministry of Economic, all of that. And then you have the third ring, where the so-called, what they call masovkas, the masses, the working class people live, who service the ones who are servicing the elite. And everything is much cheaper there than in the first ring. And it's like a different country. So when you move even 50 kilometers, 32 miles away from Moscow, you have the feeling that you're in a different country, really. And most people, if you talk to Russians, they will tell you, "Oh, I come from this and this town." Tell them, "Okay, describe it to me vis-a-vis Moscow. Where is it located?" Well, they will tell you either 500 kilometers away from Moscow or something close. So it's a completely different universe. Then you have the second most important city in Russia, which is Petersburg. I refuse to call it Saint Petersburg. Petersburg, the former Leningrad. That's where our friend Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin comes from. And that's also a very important city. The people who are from there or live there, they also feel that they're very important. Well, and the rest, it's just miserable. It's a hellhole of creation, all of Russia, including until Vladivostok, close to in the Far East. And they are really cannon fodder. So whenever they take people to the military to fight in Ukraine, they are from those cities, from those towns, and hardly ever from Moscow or from Petersburg. And also, you have to understand that in the past, during communist times, people could not live in Moscow. Most of them lived in Ukraine or around Ukraine or in the Far East, Vladivostok and Yakutsk, and all these horrible places in the taiga and tundra east of the Ural Mountains. To live in Moscow, you had to be somebody. You had to either be part of the regime, or you had to be an indispensable servant of the regime, like working for one of the agencies.
Yeah, you were.
Especially the security forces. And it was very hard to obtain a residency permit in Moscow. It was only for the elite and their immediate servants. So all that, of course, changed with the collapse of the Soviet Union and, of course, with the advent of Putin. Today, if you go to Moscow, you will see it's just like Paris. During the day, you might have Russian-speaking people, so-called Slavic Russians, but at night, Moscow only functions thanks to the people from the stan, and that includes Armenians, from Soviet Armenia, and from each and every one of the stans. So their population is going down steadily, and the population of the Muslim population from the stans is increasing by stratospheric numbers, and sooner or later they will become minorities in their own so-called Russian Federation. I mean, look at the Dagestanis, look at the Chechens, and so on and so forth. Well, I could go on forever. I just came to say hello, and I'm so glad to see you, but I'm a little worried. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. That interesting rundown of sort of how Russia operates. Absolutely, and I don't think it's far off the mark to say that they use their population genocidally. They don't mind having them mowed down and getting used, and it serves their purpose that the ones that do the genociding then are genocided, because then you got no witnesses left, which is a nasty thing to say, but
Absolutely,
Russia's,
absolutely, and they treat their minorities horribly
and
and
that.
openly. You don't know the words that they use for them, the terms, how they discriminate against them. I mean, I'm learning so many new things every day. You would be
I
amazed, and I thought I
I
knew it.
got an idea about that from being in America, but a lot of that has gone away in America, but not everywhere. Some places you can still, if you're the wrong color, you can get called bad names, and there's a lot of hatred there too. So empire does not die easily. The habits of empire, the habits of taking advantage of other
But
people,
the
die
evil
hard.
empire is rising up again right now.
Yeah, no doubt
Russia,
about it.
Iran, Red China, and that's what they want. They want to
Right.
displace the West.
Yep.
They want to displace the United States, Western civilization, and to create a new power, centers of power in the world. That's what it's all
Yep.
about.
That's right. Yeah, I completely agree with you. That is what they're after. Then they're trying to subvert every election that they can. U.S. produced a report about elections about 6 or 7 months ago. It seems like that addressed these top 10 locations where they had demonstrable evidence of election interference, and noted that there were other places as well that had this. So they're out with all the methods at their disposal to disrupt our economies, to disrupt our elections, to get us to shoot at each other, both literally and figuratively. A divided country is a lot easier to conquer, and they are very good at that as well. So they're very dangerous, and they're very determined, and they're very willing. And I heard a story last night from somebody that I used to work with about a person related who dropped their position in a state legislature because of death threats. So this is a thing that's growing in the United States. I don't think it's a purely native, and by native I mean Americans, that is, doing this. It doesn't necessarily have to be that. It could be agent provocateurs, people who are going out and doing these active measures inside the United States, or just getting on the phone on the internet and calling and leaving these horrible messages. And yeah, and it's happened to both Republicans and Democrats. And I think there's more of it that we haven't heard than what we've heard of, because the cases I know of through the press are 5 or 6. And it's an awful thing. So let's hope that
Absolutely, absolutely.
democracy
Not
isn't
wanting to
rolled back.
deflect, but if we are not careful in Europe, and if Putin wins, if we hand the keys to Ukraine to Putin, Putin is not going to stop in Ukraine, my friends. Putin, revanchist Russia is going to be on the run. And next, they're going to be the Baltic states. It's going to be Poland. It's going to be Romania. And then we will have to honor Article 5 of NATO, and send our own boys and girls to fight in Europe. Right now, it's very cheap. It was only costing us 4 or 5% of the annual US military budget, and we are griping about it and they are complaining about it. But if you fail to do that, Ukraine right now, Ukrainian boys and girls are dying for us, for the West. If you fail to do that, if you let them down, next, you're going to send your own boys and girls, not only treasure, but also blood, to defend Europe. And it's going to end up very badly, my friends.
Oh, we know that. We need to tell the rest of the world that. This group definitely knows that that's the case, and we've been talking about this. How long have we been talking about this, fella? We've been talking about this for
Yeah, a while.
seems like years.
And I will interject, Giacomo. The most likely outcome is that we would end up having to restrain Poland from committing too many war crimes. If Russia makes any moves beyond Ukraine, especially the way the Poles have. I'm so proud of them. They're turning into little Texas. It's amazing to see that. But they get it. They're arming themselves to the teeth. And democracies should always be better armed than dictatorships. That's the way. That's the way this works. And with some of the discussions that have been going on Twitter over the last, especially the last 48 hours, there was a particular adult film star who decided to opine on geopolitics rather ignorantly. And I replied to her, and I haven't quite achieved a ratio on her, but pretty close, that, I just said, look, it's pretty simple. These vessels are in international waters. You do not shoot at merchant ships. You do not shoot at civilian ships. We are not asking you. This is not a choice you get to make. Choose to live. And that's the way the world has always worked. And with Ukraine, frankly, I really hope they pull their heads out of their asses here in DC and get some actual work done. This past Congress was the least productive Congress in history in terms of actually getting legislation through. So, and this is, I want to move on to, and God, James, I hope you have an
For
order.
every child.
Because I don't, but yeah, actually, let's just go into For Every Child. Let's move the show on.
Well, I'm still wondering why there's not more than one source of heat in the areas that seem to be having these problems. The farmhouse we had originally was heated with potbelly stoves, which unfortunately had been removed and replaced with propane heating. So that my question is why. I'm not familiar with residences not having fireplaces or wood heating sources.
So,
these are big towers, right? That we're talking about, big apartments.
In most of Eastern Europe, For Every Child, and if you've been to New York, you've probably seen this. But outside of our older cities, you don't see this a ton. They have massive water boilers and steam systems that feed radiators throughout buildings and apartment blocks. My house, I've got baseboard heat. I know that's a little old school, but I've also got a giant, tree carcass burner in the living room. I can fit, half a tree in that thing, if it ever comes down to it. So, and I live in the middle of a forest, so I've got no shortage of tree carcass around me to burn. Yeah, the Russians don't seem to do the whole have a backup plan thing like we do. I don't know why, but it does seem to be a weird engineering difference that the majority of houses in the U.S. have two sources of heat, unless you're in Texas. More on that another day. Yeah, For Every Child, I don't know if you have any thoughts to finish there. I think I did kind of cut you off, and I apologize.
No, but about Texas, I can make a comment about Texas. Texas does have heated bathrooms with gas heaters in the bathrooms, but the rest of the houses may not be heated with gas. It may be electric. However, isn't it strange that the bathrooms in Texas would be heated and bathrooms in New York were not?
Strange priorities, isn't it? I don't get that. I really don't. But what do I know? I'm just a Virginian in a small rancher. I can't even, well, I do have an electric baseboard in my bathroom, but every room's got an electric baseboard, so that doesn't count. Yeah, the only thing I can't do is I can't charge my vehicle at the same, well, I just can only have like 3 of the rooms turned on. Older house, the issues related to that. But it's never really been a problem. I think we had one year where it got down to about 5 degrees, which I think in degrees of science is minus 20. And I did have to get the fireplace in the living room going. Now in the back channel, these guys know this, but I didn't live in a house with air conditioning until I was 14. I can handle the heat extremely well. 90, 95 degrees doesn't bother me, which is high 30s, low 40s for everybody else. That does not bother me. I may or may not even have the air turned on. But the winter, I keep my house is 80 degrees right now, and it's 35 outside. So I keep my house pretty warm. That's how I like it. But anyway, do you have an order? I don't know if it's Victoria or RoboCop first.
RoboCop.
Yeah, I think that Russia has changed in a few ways since since it was part of the USSR. It still sucked when it was the USSR. It was a third world country with a first world military. The military now is run down, and corruption has made it poor and disordered. But the difference is under the USSR, it was orderly. Everybody knew what to expect. It was well managed, though it was still corrupt. But they had an iron fist keeping things in order. Now it's a mob country, and so everything is people don't get the resources that they need. And I think that that's the difference, is that no matter how bad it was, at least it was orderly.
I'll take our order, please. Thank you. Don't want theirs. Yeah, I guess there's something to that. Yeah, they just they didn't do it very well. Let's just go ahead to Victoria and then to Skykiss.
Hi, I was hoping to ask Giacomo a couple questions, but I think he is no longer here. But I'll just address this to anybody who might know or just have an informed opinion. Well, no one knows, but it has an informed opinion. The likelihood of at this stage of a coup or a popular uprising that actually might be effective in toppling, if not the government, at least killing Putin. I've been curious about that, and I, like a lot of people, was really shocked how that Wagner group, headed by I can't think of his name, they just waltzed into Europe and then chose to stop something like 500 miles outside Moscow. That really surprised me. Now, maybe if they'd gotten to Moscow, they would have been easily killed. But I just the Russia did not react like I thought they would, and that made me wonder if the Kremlin might actually be in trouble if even a small group of officers decided that they wanted new management, or they wanted to be in charge. And then also, with all the people who are cold now, and with prices already higher, but likely to be even higher next year, there's a lot of people who are going to be more dissatisfied than they are now. And I'm wondering the likelihood of them rising up and actually being successful. I know there's some things working against them. Russia has an older population, and older people usually aren't participating in uprisings unless they're like the leaders. That's usually a younger person thing. But yeah, those are my questions for anyone who would like to weigh in with an opinion. Thanks.
I'm going to jump in and start. I will say that the 2 million internal kind of army that they have would deal with protesters pretty easily. Prigozhin, the guy that, yeah, well, he's dead now. So, and I think that they treated him as they did because he was a pretty high level guy. So they didn't just simply kill him. They killed him in a really egregious way by shooting him out of the air, which is interesting that they spent an airplane on him. That might be like his bonus, or that was how they commemorated him. Hey, listen, we're going to kill you, but we're going to do it big. So take that as an honor, I guess, right? But I don't think that either the coup's possible. I was possible because that's probably how it will change things in Russia. But seems like Putin has a firm grip right now still. Although he could be at risk of winning by less than 98% now. What with the dissatisfaction around the heating. So I don't think either one honestly is likely. But I am not a Russian scholar or anything like that. But I don't think either one is very likely. I hope that they happen, but just don't think so. Force of habit, the fact that they've already bled off a lot of people who would have protested, they left the country. And then there's a lot of people in prisons that did protest already. So things are not good there for protesters. So, but anyways, fella.
Yeah, and we've had a few Russia experts in the space before, and this topic has kind of come up. You know, if it gets so bad in that country to the point at which you can get 2 to 3% of the population to rise up and come out on the streets, their internal army isn't gonna stand a chance. It's just not. And I'm gonna risk my count right now and just say that if you get that many people that honked off, they know what to do, which is to not only go protest in front of the Russian government buildings, but these internal military police. You go to the houses of the high-ranking officers' families and you deal with them. Fill in the blanks as to how you deal with them, but you need to sow terror among law enforcement and then bring the government to its knees. But it's going to have to get a lot worse before we see that. These power outages and heating failures, it's one more straw on the camel's back. How many more it can take, nobody really knows. But you keep getting more and more and more people honked off, and you're going to have enough people that show out to the streets that know what needs to be done, and just yelling at them isn't going to do it. You're going to have to go do some things I can't say without breaking terms of service, and that are generally frowned upon in the West. But that's how you deal with bullies. You punch them in their face, you put them on their knees, and then you make them regret ever opposing you to begin with. And you humiliate them. Regardless of what this does to them down the road, they're trash, they don't matter. And this is, with the things going on in the Middle East and the unrest in Iran, if that ever pops off, that's going to be something that people will have to get really realistic about. If the monarchist rebels there do end up regaining power, you're probably going to want to turn your TV off for about 2 weeks, because there's a lot of Sky Fairy obsessed primitives that are going to no longer be consuming oxygen, and there's no nice way to say that. And it's going to be the same thing with the apparatchiks in Russia. There's going to be a lot of them that will have less CO2 generated. Let's put it that way. On to Sky Kiss.
Oh, that's funny. Thank you, fella. And I completely agree with you on the heating and cold situation. I grew up in New Orleans, and our bathrooms everywhere, even in the converted Victorian houses where you'd have 5 apartments or 6. We had heat in the bathroom. There was auxiliary heat in the bathroom. And here in Colorado, we went down to -7 Fahrenheit last night, and we're supposed to go down to -5 tonight, and it's just a string of cold days, not getting anywhere near freezing. We're way below that, and I have great central, but if the central system went out for some reason, which it has done once, and it happened to be Thanksgiving, I had to call someone, maintenance, and we have some of the apartments here, they're privately owned condos, and they've got fireplaces, not wood burning, but those other kinds, electric ignition gas, I think they are. And the rest of us who rent, we don't get fireplaces. So, you know, it's really, really cold. You have to fire up the oven and go, like, I'm going to cook some stuff now. It's not hot. So, yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm not really fond of the high heat and humidity where I came from, but the cold is pretty hard to tolerate when you don't have you just have to keep the heat running. So yeah, I'm with you on that.
Yep. Thank you, Sky Kiss. So what is your hot Ukrainian topic? Thinking hot thoughts here. What is your hot Ukrainian topic that you would discuss? Can you hear me, Sky Kiss?
Yes, I can hear you.
Sorry,
Yeah,
go ahead.
I can hear you. I was about to go into the Frozenator in that really big country that's having problems. I saw those pictures. I heard Prince talking about the pictures, the photographs, and then Mockers was talking about it a couple of nights ago, and then and I had seen the photo. Um, I'm like, I have never seen anything like that. I've never heard of anything like that. You know, even you know, here in the deep freeze in the middle of the US. So I I've just never heard of, you know, like furniture inside having to be with a pickaxe, having to I don't know why the guy was doing that. It seemed like a whole lot of work, but it looked like they had maybe some pipes had burst and it was like a foot of ice in I don't know if it was the ground floor, and it's just all falling apart there. So yeah.
Cool. We're almost back to Ukraine.
Hot Ukrainian topic. I don't know. The candles, the trench candles is really big with me right now.
Oh, that old lady that was making them, that was cool.
No, they're not just her. There's a company who makes them. The Coast, the seal people, their little icon is a seal, Coast of Life, and they do trench candles and little stoves to send to the front. So you know, they make hundreds of them and deliver them every week. It's really great. It's really great.
That is hot. Those
Yes,
are
it
hot.
is hot. We hope so. Okay. I think that was all I have for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Sky Kiss. Well, wow. What? No hands? Oh my gosh. What will we do? We'll talk. We'll talk. We'll talk. I can talk about the numbers.
Yeah, I think first, while you're getting the numbers pulled up, this is the time to remind people to tweet and share the space. Let people know you're here. If you have a question, please feel free to request to speak. We don't usually bite. If you're not comfortable coming up and speaking, if you see the little, some of the hosts call it the purple pill down in the bottom right, but the little purple chat bubble down there. You can type your questions to us. I will try to take note of that number. If I see it increase, I'll look for newer comments. That bubble is a little bit of a mess. It does not by default sort by most recent, but with only 15 in there, it excuse me, it should be fairly manageable to sort through. But yeah, the heating in especially the Moscow region, and that's the only one making the news. These problems are spreading all across Russia. But I'd seen an article on January 10th that a deputy mayor and a plant manager of an ammunition factory whose waste steam they were using to heat a lot of the apartment blocks in the area ended up getting arrested. Typical Russian fashion, they don't clarify exactly what these people did, because in an autocracy, who needs probable cause, right? But it's probably a fair assumption that some of the maintenance money probably got turned into either lip injections or yachts, would be my guess, with the amount that these folks project and like to waste money. But that was extremely eye-raising to me, because the town that occurred in Podolsk really isn't that far from Moscow. And you're starting to see this nonsense percolate closer in, and in units of science, that town is 35 kilometers from the Moscow city center, and in miles, that would be 22 miles. So that is an extremely short distance. And if they're already having these kind of problems in that second ring, which is what it is, that's within the second ring, then, God help anybody out beyond that. It's going to get a lot worse. And, to our Russian listening guests, I hope it's traumatic and painful. You have earned it. And, hopefully it only gets worse for you. So, they have a way. They can't really solve this problem overnight, but getting your people the hell out of Ukraine back to where they actually belong would be a significant start to maybe allowing you to rebuild your country and continue dying out. You've made your terminal demographic problems even worse. And this was something I didn't, we're talking about the what I call the axis of assholes: Russia, Iran, China, North Korea. What I didn't get to chime in with then at the time was that, China and Russia kind of have the same problem, although Russia just kind of gave theirs some heavy duty stimulants, which is their demographic collapse. I'm going to get to watch China collapse in the next 20 to 30 years. They've done absolutely no preparation for the what in the U.S. we would call the baby boomer generation, but that generation born in the 50s through the 60s. That was when they instituted their one-child policy, and now that they've repealed it, their fertility rate is actually below that of the U.S. They're cruising for a really, really bad time, probably the next 10 to 15 years. And they've got other problems going on right now too, just beyond that. But Russia is definitely in the same boat, and through a war of their choosing, they have greatly accelerated this problem of their own collapse and demise. And it's going to be great to watch these guys fall apart for a second time in my life. And I want to welcome up Robin. James, have you gotten the numbers posted from yesterday yet? Unless you want me to do that. And
no, I got it. But if you want to, you can. But let's talk to Robin first.
Yes, indeed, Robin.
Hey, Robin.
Hey guys, just wanted to mention one of the things. The Russians are doing something about the demographic problem. They're stealing hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian children. So, an inventive way to solve their problem of their own making. You know, a society that doesn't have its own children is dying, and this has been their sick way of thinking they're going to somehow solve the problem. Anyway, just wanted to throw that in. We have to get those kids back. Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava, and you and I both know they will not be allowed to keep them.
I just hope that we're able to find them all. I mean, no, I wouldn't want to live in a world where they were allowed to, but you know, they're doing their best to try to hide these kids permanently. So we just have to hope we have to get this war done soon and get those kids back quickly.
Yep, before they grow up to be soldiers against their own people. Well, then, let me just run through the numbers. So, you know, these are from a Defensive View account where I get them. I know they're available elsewhere, but this version comes with a quote, and the quote today is, "Courage is the resolution to face the unforeseen." Agatha Christie. So there you go. That's the quote of the day. And the eliminated personnel, 700. We're up to 369,160 total for that. 5 tanks, 15 armored combat vehicles, 18 artillery units, 4 air defense systems, 12 tactical drones, 20 vehicles and fuel tanks, and 6 special equipment. So pretty good. But overall, I think everybody knows that the trend has been down, and the line has been below 1,000 for quite some time. And so this is not a good thing. I think we're up near 1,000 for 2-3 months, and so this is a dip. So this is hurting. You know, they're still are applying pressure, and it's not all doom and gloom by any means on the battlefield, but they can do a lot better with more heavy stuff.
No, they absolutely can. And you know what's kind of stood out to me over the last roughly week is even though the number of daily killed has been down, which is almost to be expected in the winter, as it slows both sides down. Quite frankly, the weather they're dealing with right now, but I've noticed the artillery losses and the vehicle fuel truck losses they still stayed up there. And you know, this is something that doesn't happen overnight. It happens kind of little by little. When Ukraine loses a truck, it can be fairly, I don't want to say fairly easily replaced, but it can be replaced. The Russians really have a very limited number of options to be able to replace some of these old vehicles with, and their ability to actually build, you know, new fuel trucks, for example, is pretty light. And I'm going to try to find it here next time I get a moment and pull it up. But there's really only one factory that's building these heavy truck chassis and engines, and the you know the kind of the throughput they have of engine blocks. And this comes back to some things that we've talked about in this space for well over a year, which is kind of some of the limitations the Russians have with their metallurgical abilities. They're not able to turn blocks out for these things terribly quick. So it's the same reason they can't make ball bearings worth a damn, and they've always had to import them. So there's certain things in manufacture that are relatively easy. There are certain things in manufacture that are actually quite hard, and extremely hard steels and that's something you need for crank bearings and a few other parts of an engine, that are extremely high stress and high weight that need to be very wear resistant also, even though they're lubricated. Those are the challenges. I've actually had the unfortunate pleasure when I think I was 17 or 18. I was in high school. I was at my granddad's shop, and we actually had a Russian guy that lived in our area that had imported a Volga station wagon. And I got to have the unfortunate pleasure of making it run again, sort of. It was a diesel, which made it somewhat easier. And it was, and I might screw these numbers up a little, but it was basically a clone of an old Mercedes 121, W121 diesel, which is that old straight 5, but the casting quality on it was absolutely junk. The bearing quality was junk. The crank was almost shot. Luckily, it seems that when they cloned that Mercedes engine, they did a close enough cloning job that I was able to actually substitute in some Mercedes parts off Deutschland, of course, that were of far better build quality and able to make the damn thing run again. But natively, the Russians don't really have the ability to produce an absolute ton of these. So as we see these things like fuel trucks getting ground down, and especially artillery, they're not able to churn out too many barrels right now. We're watching these guys get demechanized, and you couple, these, we're going to be at, just mathematically, we're going to be at 400,000 in probably by about the beginning of March at current rate. You really gotta wonder where their snapping point psychologically is, sitting there in the cold and the dark. And sitting around in the cold and the dark does do things to people. I don't care how sheepified and broken down they are over the last century. The modern world has created certain expectations that have undone, I think, a little bit of that among Russians. They do have the ability to put up with a lot of BS, but I don't think that ability to put up with a lot of BS extends as far as it did, say, 50 years ago. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, James.
I think that they can put up with a whole lot of stuff. It's what they're good at because they have to be good at it, because that's what they get is deprivation, and they get abuse, and they expect it. And so they seem to be able to handle quite a bit of it. But there are limits to everything. And the people coming out of the prisons going to war, learning how to kill more people, and then going back into the public. To the extent that's happening, it's probably not good for society. And so there's just a lot of that kind of thing. So, yeah, I think eventually there's a breaking point for this. I don't foresee it this year or next. But what I do foresee is continuing issues inside of Russia. And it won't all be caused by Budanov's boys or anything like that. A lot of this will be just decay of processes and machinery, and some of it will be angry people who are fed up. And, one of the things that I've seen done back in the day, I never did this myself, but people who got pissed at the boss used to throw glassware into the garbage shredder just so they could hear it go pop in there, which it's like, good God, get me out of here. But people do that kind of thing, and I do perceive that's a trend already. It's a trend that's going to get worse probably, but not enough to knock the chair out from under them, so to speak.
No, not at all. But this is one of the stories that I'd kind of had my eye on this past couple of days. that we are actually starting to see some of the some actual decent size defections and just desertions among the Russians. So I keep watch this space, people, because as the winter sets in and this deep freeze sets in, I think you're going to see a lot more of this. You know, we need to keep supporting Ukraine, sending them everything that they ask for, and especially cold weather clothing. But you know, this one story, and this was actually published yesterday. Half of a battalion seems to have just wandered off, and you know, the story goes on an intercepted phone call was just a soldier was telling how half a battalion of his troops are refusing orders to advance and are just sitting around in the forest. And you know, there's some I guess conjecture in the article as to whether this is an attempt to embarrass their commander or what. But you're going to start seeing a lot more of this as these poorly supplied troops are getting their butts frozen off in minus 20, minus 30 degree weather. That is absolutely no joke. And there may be some Darwin Awards that get passed around in the cold. You know, that's something that is a very realistic possibility when you show up to the trench in Crocs and socks. That's it's going to end in you using a wheelchair pretty quickly. And in Ukraine, if you're a Russian soldier in Crocs and socks, that's probably going to end up with you as a big sack post, if I'm being honest. There's likely to be no wheelchair in your future there. So, and
meat cube, maybe.
So I've actually rechristened this term and I've trademarked it. It's no longer meat cube expansion; it's meat glacier expansion is non-negotiable and inevitable. So you can have a lot of frozen Mobics that go to sleep and don't wake up, and that is the best type of Mobic. So that was very very interesting to me that we're starting to get more of these reports of large scale desertions, and I think this is going to increase quite a bit. We did see this last winter too, although you know it's the same reason why Zelensky is trying to petition the government to mobilize more people, because he wants to be able to demobilize some people that have been fighting for almost 2 years. Chuck has said this, Malcolm said this, Yehuda said this. All the military guys we've had on have basically made this point very clear. The Russian army that's in Ukraine right now is not the real Russian army. The real Russian army is dead to the man. There's none of them still alive in the field that were alive before the war started. They've been killed. So these are all non-professional, barely trained troops. So, you know, the School of Hard Knocks has no doubt taught them a few lessons. They're not to be underestimated, but these are not professional soldiers. So that being said, non-professional soldiers, I would kind of expect the desertion problem just to get worse. And Ukraine hasn't really had to deal with this problem thus far, thank God. And I don't think they will, because they're fighting for something, and that's extremely powerful motivation. The Russians aren't fighting for anything. They're fighting for oligarchs, yachts, caviar, prostitutes, and coke. That's what they're fighting for, and they know it. This is how Putin has become the richest man on the planet, and it's through straight out theft in a country whose GDP is smaller than that of quite a few U.S. states. Russia's basically insignificant. So they don't have anything they're fighting for. They're not professional soldiers. I would guess that these guys will fight for their own lives, but I wouldn't count on them to be terribly well motivated. And Ukraine is still looks like their legislative process is still debating the structure and nature of further mobilizations. Looks like they're trying to lower the maximum age, which was previously 27, down to 25. And James or Robin, I don't know. The last numbers I saw, Ukraine had about 1.3, 1.4 million under arms. Does that sound about right still?
Yeah, that sounds right to me.
Yes, you figure they got about half of these guys and gals. They're probably trying to rotate back out into civilian life. So that makes sense. It looks like Zelensky is looking for about another 600,000, which would be about half, just under half. So that seems to me to be sensible. And especially when Giacomo had come up. I haven't lost faith in the armed forces of Ukraine. I don't see Russia really making any progress. They get a couple hundred meters there, a couple hundred meters here. But Ukraine also takes a couple hundred meters here, a couple hundred meters there, just about every week. It's more or less been a zero-sum game for the last, I don't know, James, you read ISW daily, same as I do, but basically for about the last month. And that's what I expected going into winter until things get good and frozen. That ground sucks to try to move on.
Well, if the land balance stays fixed and the attrition rates don't, that could really change things. Because it just wears them down more and more and more. And I think Dryfly said it the other night about that it could be that victory is, this is a terrible thought, but like Vietnam, but for Russia, rather than the United States, in this sort of battle where we may have superior firepower, but we're not going to win for other reasons, and that's an ugly one. I'd really like to see them be able to really wipe out the weaponry and the majority of the soldiers in the Russian army that are in Ukraine, and not rely on sort of insurgent methods to get the job done. But I don't think that Russia's going anywhere in terms toward victory. They're just going to lose bigger and bigger as it goes on, and I think for all the reasons that you talked about. So I don't want to dwell too long on it, but I do have a news story that I don't think people have heard yet, but if you're interested.
Yeah, sure, I can go.
Alrighty then. Let me get over to that screen. And Russian Orthodox priest faces expulsion for refusing to pray for war victory. So, and it's got a picture of Kirill and Putin together, and they're not showing you this guy's face, but I think that you probably even heard the majority of the story already. This is it. You cannot skip prayers for victory and expect you get to stay in office. Even if you're a church guy, you just can't get away with it. You cannot say, but I'm a conscientious objector. I don't want to pray for Russian victory. It's wrong. It'd be supporting genocide. You don't get to do that. But I found that amusing, and it just made me think that here is sort of a conscientious objector, and maybe unlike Kirill, maybe he actually is into the faith aspect. I don't know. What do you think, fella? He seems like a one-off in a bunch of amongst a bunch of assholes.
And maybe he is. I don't discount that among the Russian Orthodox Church, there's probably a few true believers there, and a few people that enter the clergy for the right reasons, not just the potential for quick self-enrichment. I'm kind of skeptical about stuff like that, but it's certainly possible. I don't know that this is gonna turn into a huge trend, although, God, wouldn't it be great if it did? But
I'd laugh my ass off.
they, with stuff going on, like the it's just something. This is just such a dumb name for a warehouse or a facility. The Wild Berries storage warehouse in St. Petersburg that has basically turned more than half of the city into a toxic hellscape with its smoke. Um, I gotta imagine that for the actual faithful in Russia, that they're losing. They got to be losing hope at this point that they're on the right side if you believe in such things. I'm gonna leave that alone right now. I think most people know I'm agnostic, but I know that they believe this stuff, and they're certainly more into the hoodoo, voodoo, mystical nonsense that cavemen were. And I know that's still alive and well there, but that fire was freaking impressive. I gotta wonder what the hell they were actually storing in that factory. Sometimes when I see these fires in Russia and I read what was supposedly located at the site, and this does cross into my profession a little bit, but I assume that most of these buildings are what we call light steel construction, that they're not wood. Like, what the hell do you guys have in here that burns like this? We have fire safety codes here. And, if you don't have to deal with your county or state inspectors, you have to deal with some jackwagon from the insurance company like me that'll come down into your warehouse and then measure the gaps in between your columns of product and make sure that you have X number of inches, X number of centimeters in between each one to allow water to percolate down in the event of a fire. The Russians just seem to not care. I'm quite sure that a lot of these fires, especially the infrastructure ones at the substations and heating facilities, I'm quite sure partisans have a hand in a lot of these. And they might not even be actual partisans. And this has been discussed on this space ad nauseum, but the Ukrainians have a distinct advantage in infiltrating Russia in that they can pass as Russians. At least some of them can. They speak the language. They, I guess, they look correct to the white Muscovites. As Giacomo pointed out, the Russians are going to fight this fight to the last Tuvan or the last, whatever other ethnic minorities they can throw into the grinder. But these fires are all occurring, or most of them are occurring in the more industrial areas. So this could be, this could be Budnov getting a good chuckle, or it could actually be, native partisans. We really have no way to actually know. But damn, that was a lot of smoke. And that's got to really not be good. And God, imagine if you're dealing with an apartment that doesn't have heat plus air you can't breathe. That's going to do something to you. Yeah, I don't know. I've been in more burned out buildings than I can count taking photos. I don't know if you've had that pleasure, James, but
Nope.
My God, the smell is something you just never forget.
Well, yeah, that 50,000 square meters, that's a big fire. And I heard that the Wild Berries company was searching employees on the way out to make sure they weren't stealing things, which I'm thinking, okay, there you go. The building's burning down. If anybody gets anything out of the building, you're going to be lucky, because that was a huge fire. And I'd say it was contained by the fact that the building had limits, because it didn't look like they were slowing it down a bit. It just looked like it was going to burn all the way to the ground. So a big deal. And you're right. And we saw that in New York after 9/11. That was a different deal. It was a different set of chemicals in the air. But no, that cloud did not look particularly tasty. I think about a good pine log on the fire. That's a kind of a nice smell, but that stuff, whatever that was, ugh, that was nasty. That would mess you up. You'd have to have a mask on to avoid at least a raspy throat, but quite possibly cancer or worse. I don't know.
Yeah, if you see any color smoke other than jet black or like this grayish white, I mean, any smoke is not something you want to breathe in, but anytime you see like brown, orange, anything like that, that is likely to contain stuff that when it gets into your lungs is going to mix with the moisture on the surface of your lungs and do things that you would very much rather not have it do. So you do not want to be anywhere near that at all. Um, so, and this is seems like every other day we're getting reports of some massive fire coming out of that place. Um, and it's gonna keep going. It is gonna keep going, and they deserve it. But I do have a little bit of an update on the EU accession negotiations, and they've got some timetables laid out for that now, and that kind of leads into some of the production conversations and things like tanks and infantry fighting vehicle production conversations that I think we're going to be having a lot more of in the next couple months as that Rheinmetall factory in Lviv really starts operating in earnest. So if you don't have anything else, James, I'm going to go into the progress being made with EU accession if you don't have anything. I'll take that as a no. So we now have a roadmap and a series of dates. Okay, James is messaging me that he cannot hear me. Skykiss, Robin, RoboCop, can you all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can hear you, baby.
Oh, thank you. All right, James, sounds like you might need to recycle. Do that while I'm going through this real fast. So we have some firm dates now that have been put on paper. So the integration calendar looks kind of like this. As of February 1st, the EU summit is going to go ahead and vote to approve the Ukraine facility, which is 50 billion in funding for Ukraine, which is most excellent and most needed. And that will be for the years 2024 through 2027. And it looks like at this point they have their ducks in the row they need to have in a row, that this is not going to be a problem, even if Orban decides to block it, that they've got the kind of the legal and financial parameters they need ironed out for their plan B, and to basically just ignore, override, and go around Hungarian veto. And the only reason this didn't happen, according to this article in Kyiv Post last month, is they didn't have all the signatories they would need on board yet to, I guess, run legislative roughshod over Hungary. But by February 1st, all states will be in position to do that. Now, Ukraine has some things that they must get done by March. They're going to have some legal reforms in place, a law on lobbying, which seems to be, I guess, the most important public concern. And ironically, it's a concern we have here in the U.S. too. But I'm going to leave that one alone for right now. So they have some lobbying reforms they want to get done. in addition to a few other things, but it sounds like the lobbying one is the main reform that is going to be outstanding at this point. And then as early as March, the framework for negotiations should be approved, and this show can get on the road. So sounds like come the European Parliament elections in June, a lot of this stuff is already going to be hammered out. And just to kind of prepare people for something, unfortunately, in the second half of 2024, much like NATO, or excuse me, much like the UN has a rotating presidency, the European Union does as well. And unfortunately, the second half of 2024, it's Hungary's up to bat. So Kyiv Post doesn't seem to be that concerned about this. It doesn't really give Hungary a greater voice. It does allow them to bring things to vote and bring up topics of conversation that they might not ordinarily be able to. But if that's the biggest thing it gives them, I don't really see how many monkey wrenches that could throw in the operation. And then luckily, the first half of 2025, the European presidency will be handed over to Poland, whose Russophobia level is sufficiently elevated and definitely up to snuff for what is needed. Maybe Orban will have some tea between then and now, and we can all get real lucky. But yeah, anyway, so that was what I had from the Kyiv Post. Welcome back, James. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I went down the slide and then I climbed back up. I'm ready to go down the slide again already. Oh, well, almost, not quite yet, but yes. You know how it is. Suddenly, it's like it's getting quiet. It's too quiet, but I'm back. And I bet whatever you said was brilliant.
Yeah, it was. It looks like the main thing that the European Union wants to see out of Kyiv at this point is going to be some lobbying reforms, which in my mind shouldn't be terribly complicated. I don't really know the framework that Ukraine already has in place there. Robin, you may. I do not. I don't know if you do, James. But those aren't the type of things that are going to be should be giant barriers.
Could you repeat? I didn't catch what you were talking about. I'm very sorry.
Ukraine's accession to the European Union. We now have some timetables for votes and meetings. February 1st and then the beginning of March. By February 1st, they should have and I'll get you the exact dollar amount because it was quite large. Actually extremely large, and this could actually unlock the ability to get some more arms purchases going. 50 billion. Looks like by February 1st, 50 billion euro, whatever that is in dollars or pounds. But 50 billion will buy frankly, a metric shit ton of ammunition and tanks. I know the Europeans have been trying to increase their artillery shell production. And as has Ukraine. Ukraine is natively producing 155 now. They're natively producing I'm going to screw the name up. Robin, you might need to help me because I know your Ukrainian is actually fairly good compared to mine, but is it called the Bahana? It looks kind of like the Archer. Is that right?
I'm not familiar with that at all. Sorry.
It's a self-propelled 155 howitzer.
Okay. Is it Bogdana? Is it the name Bogdan?
I think you're pronouncing it correctly, and I'm not.
Yeah. Okay. You have it all over me as far as knowing the specific weapons. I know a little bit of the language, but I have no idea about the weapons.
I'm a gearhead. I geek out on this stuff pretty hardcore, and when I saw that, I was like, "Holy crap! This looks like they took a Archer and a Caesar and put it on a Xerox machine and hit copy." It's pretty cool, but they're making a couple of those a month now, and I mean they're not disclosing their 155 throughput, nor should they. That is information we do not need to know, but artillery shells are not the most complicated thing in the world, and I would imagine that necessity being the mother of invention and the mother of accomplishment, that they're finding a way to get that done. And that's basically what I have right now that I am comfortable putting forward. I am seeing something that looks like we're getting real close to a $1.59 trillion budget that does have specific allocations for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. But I'm going to want to see this from some other sources and better confirmed first. And I don't know if Cece's listening right now because she's one of the ones that would be fairly well plugged in on these idiots just on the other side of the beltway from me. But that's what I have. Back over to you, James, or back over to you, Robin.
Sure.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I was just gonna. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, James.
No, you go ahead.
It was just a very simple comment that I really am totally uninterested in what they say until something shows up on the ground. There've been so many promises of so much stuff, and it seems to take forever to get there, if ever. So I'm waiting to see the stuff on the ground there, and then I'll believe it.
Like I've said the same damn thing more than once.
Well, they'll get some more aid. I am sure of that. That it is going to be a long time coming, I think, still. But that emergency intervention that the president can use is still there. So there is that. They did approve the drawdown, did they not? And so that is there. And so if need be, but I think there's some hesitancy there. And also there is the fact that American industries are, taking contracts with Ukraine to do some things. So that's there as well, even though it's not necessarily aid from the United States, it's weapons from the United States. So we'll see what comes of those different things, but I still think they got some wrangling to do, and I'm a little bit worried about the game playing at this point. Uh, it never goes well, however, to shut the government down, and I don't think that the Republicans are going to do anything to shut our government down because that would wipe them out probably come election season. But what do I know? I'm just not even a yeah. I am a cartoon brain damaged dog. So
Yeah, I mean, so am I. I'm also, if you'd asked me 10 years ago, how did I politically identify? I would have said a libertarian. That has changed rather significantly. I tend to identify more with Republicans, but I have to turn my nose up with 70% of them because they're not actual limited government conservatives, and that's the variety that I am. These are people that are social, culture warrior, telling people how to live their life crap. That's not conservatism. That is fascism. But anyway, I digress. If anything positive comes out of this war, I think one of them is going to be an expansion of the defense industrial base, not just in the U.S., which is important, but in Europe, in Poland, in Ukraine, in Germany. Because frankly, the fact that, before the government got the shell production kicked into high gear last year, what was it, like 20,000 shells a month or something like that we were theoretically capable of producing? It was really low, and that was more than I think all the European productions put together, which is, I mean, flipping scary. Now with all these new factories coming online, you're looking at, mid six-figure monthly production numbers of 155. And you don't want to go through life spending your money on buying nothing but large caliber artillery shells. But this war has taught us one thing: artillery is still the king of battle. And my God, do you go through an absolute crap ton of it. Now, it's true that Ukraine doesn't need as many artillery shells as Russia, just because, to be frank, with Western systems, you can hit what the hell you're aiming at with the first couple of shots. You can't really do that with Soviet guns. They're far more primitive, due to their, cultural, I guess, stagnation, you could say. They didn't really technologically progress after much in the artillery world beyond the 1950s, 1960s. And we did. So, but that being said, Ukraine still, if they could match Russia's daily shell volume, they'd have these people driven back to the Sea of Azov begging to have never been born. And that's the reality I would like to get to. And with that, I think we do have Hans Loves Democracy. Welcome back up.
Thank you. So I think this is kind of related to what we're talking about, kind of. The land lease that expired, I guess, at the end of September. Do we know why that was not utilized? Was it not utilized at all? And do we know why? Yeah.
Do we know why? Do we know even if it was or not? Good questions. What I think is it wasn't, and I think that it's there again. But one thing is that maybe that was not what Ukraine wanted. That a large pile of debt was not what they wanted at the end of war. So they're putting it off. But I'd look to someone else to answer that more fully than I can. But I would say that there is a possibility that that could still come through if need be. And that's the thing. I think it's if need be. This is still going to be an attritional war for some time to come. And to me, but I'm going to stop talking right there because Prince jumped up, raised her hand. Hello, Prince.
Hello. Lend-Lease was not used. Lend-Lease is not approved, is not rolled over as it had the option to be. I don't know that it is an option to do that. I think it was supposed to be in the Defense Authorization Act. And it didn't go in there. And so, why it was not used, my understanding is sort of what James said, is there was no reason to add the debt to Ukraine. Ukraine is going to have a lot to pay for, and they are going to, the Ukraine is going to have a lot to pay for, and they didn't. There was no need to, and no reason to add additional debt to what they're already going to be facing. I think if it was Ukraine's choice, great. But other than that, I think it may have been a mistake not to use it. But like I said, if it was Ukraine's choice, good for them. That's a good choice to make if that's what they think is best for them. But it is now not an option. So it's something that sort of slips through the fingers.
There you go. Thank you.
Can I follow up on that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both for your answers. So it's come up because I'm looking in a thread, and someone said that there was $30 billion worth of aid left on the table, and I was like, whoa, what is that? What are you talking about? And somebody else answered the Lend Lease. So it, um do we know, it was that the dollar amount, or was there a dollar amount? I mean, I would kind of feel like there wouldn't be a set dollar amount, except for what would be negotiated by Ukraine, um which, I agree that if they didn't want to take on that debt, that makes sense.
Yeah, that was my understanding as well. They just didn't want to take on a huge pile of debt. And Prince or James, your recollection of this may be a little bit more clear than mine, but was it the 1980s or the 1990s when the UK finally finished paying off their Lend Lease debt? Do either of you guys remember? We never got paid back by the
I
Soviets.
believe
but
it was in the 2000s.
Oh, it was more recent than that. Okay. All right. Yeah. There you go. And that
And
that puts it in perspective.
just, not that I am very happy about saying anything nice about Russia, but I do want to say that from what I read here tonight while I was looking up the Lend Lease, uh, Russia paid that off in 2006. So, I mean, technically, you'd be correct that it wasn't the Soviets, but I did. I looked that up because, of course, I was looking for one more reason to dislike them. But that's just not that big of a deal. They're still evil, but that's what I read tonight. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Love democracy. Appreciate it. Yep. Well, I guess this is a big question for everybody all the time: is where's the aid? Where's the aid? Where's the aid? You know what? It continues to come in collectively. Is it coming in from America the way they want? No, not yet. Will it change? It will change. Will it change for the better or the worse? I think is the question. And worse means that it would get even slower than it is. But productively speaking, that still does not negate the contracts that have been let that will don't require congressional approval at all. It means that Ukraine could buy things from us, and they are, that will get produced in the U.S., and so they will get those at the very least. So we just don't know the rest of the story. It's the future, the part that we don't know, and we're not going to know until it happens. And all you can do is write and call and bug the shit out of your representatives and other people's representatives, for that matter. Go ahead and do that. And that's future looking. That's about all we can do, unless anybody's got a time machine.
No, I wish I did, but no, there's no way to go back in time. Unfortunately, and just keep bugging the absolute ever loving crap out of them now. And yeah, every day on my lunch break, I go down that list that CC has, and I make my calls. I'm starting to recognize some voices now. I think they're probably getting a little tired of hearing from me, but until these children do the jobs that we pay them to do, they're going to keep hearing from me. They work for me, not the other way around. I'm fortunate enough that they steal about half of my income every year. And I'm not fortunate enough that I can play creative games with charitable remainder trusts and all those other fun little pieces of accounting trickery to deduct my way down into the teens. But hey, I'll get there one day maybe. But
you could try that, not paying your contractors stuff, or never mind.
No, because that gets me sued, sir. I have professional licensure to worry about. I can't play but so crazy. But we do have some hands that have been up for a little bit. Chris, and then on to Robin.
Hello, I am Chris from Germany, Frankfurt am Main, and I want to say something about Lend-Lease. Lend-Lease, there will be work in Ukraine. Lend-Lease was the project from United States of America to help for Russia to win with Germany, where I am just now. And Lend-Lease, if somebody's stealing something in Russia, they'll be dead. And we see when Lend-Lease how they work in Ukraine. Now we have a project. We have how many we send tanks, Germany tanks, to Ukraine. You know how many work now on the front? Only two, because everything was destroyed or was different situation, like they don't work on the east.
Yeah, that's patently incorrect, man. I'm sorry. I would highly suggest you to wherever you're getting that information from, absolutely cease listening to them. There's way more than two leopards on the front right now. Way more than two. That number's got some zeros behind it.
Let me say it about Germany help. We Germany we can help aid to better like doctors like on.
There you go. That's how that's handled. If you don't listen and you keep talking, you're going to get removed. You're not going to be allowed back up, Chris. I don't play that game. Sorry. Robin. And looks like Robin is having some connection issues right now, James.
That's what I'm seeing. These things
Yep.
happen. So,
Uh,
you know, your point's well taken, though. And I think that the there are more tanks than that left. But anyways, let's move on, and let's see here if we can get Robin back up here, and she's back up here. Robin, hello.
Yeah, hi. I suddenly lost sound completely, so I had to restart. I don't know what that last person's on about with the Lend-Lease. Lend-Lease is how Britain got what it needed to win the war, among other things. But as you're saying, the issue with Lend-Lease is that it has to be paid back. I just wanted to point out something that the Poles last year at some point, I believe, they found in a bordering region with Belarus, they found a whole bunch of World War II era planes that the Soviets had apparently dismantled and buried in the woods. And apparently what the issue, and quite a few, what the issue was is they had survived the war and they would have had to pay the US for them if they had survived the war. So they wrote them off as having been destroyed. So so in a sense, maybe the Russians paid off Lend-Lease, but they didn't really, because there's a lot of shenanigans that went on with the final figure. This only came to light in the last, I think, year or so, if I remember correctly. Anyway, so you can put that back on the list of things that you don't like about Russia. Just wanted to, in case anyone was concerned. Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava, Robin. Yeah, it's a growing list. It's getting longer every day. Things I hate about Russia. Although I gotta say, there are things I'm liking more and more. Like there are now less available Russian soldiers. That's something. Not much, but it is something. So, anyways, and yeah, these funding mechanisms like Lend-Lease, it did work really well for England. So it's possible that Ukraine may still get an opportunity to go there, and they may be happy to take it then. But I think that I understand their hesitancy to do that, and I think that the European zone and a few other partners besides the United States are happy to spend their money on aid and not look for a return, but rather accept the return in terms of the investment, the stability, the deterrence really that Ukraine is offering the rest of Europe. They are holding off this threat. Now, it doesn't mean that they're Russian isn't doing anything to the European countries, but they are not lobbing bombs their way currently. So it seems like they should be happy to pay, and so it maybe not as desperate as it could be, and they understand. I think Ukraine definitely understands they have to take this attritional approach. They would, I'm sure, love to go in blazing, maybe like how the Houthis got treated. That's what they're thinking about for Russia, but that just isn't possible at this point. Come the day that happens, that's going to be a great day when they can really start to use the air power in a decisive fashion. Fella, that is going to be a great day. I just don't think it's still not permissive enough. Russians have maintained a large part of their air fleet, and so it's just going to be difficult. It's difficult all the way around for them, but it's amazing the progress that they're making. And looking at the numbers again today, it's like, yeah, they're taking it to them. They really are. They're damaging a whole lot of stuff, killing a whole lot of people, and it's Russia's having a bad day every day.
Yeah, and when we saw those, I think it was like 4 or 5 Russian jets got schwacked in like a 3-day period last week. I mean, what immediately crept into my mind is that the F-16s have arrived on the low, and we are 100. I would bet I'd bet my house actually that there are F-16s in country already, but they're not using them yet until they have enough of them. And they can make a permissive environment. They've got HARM missiles. They've got a lot of HARM missiles. You can turn what's left of the Russian air defense system into smoking craters pretty easily with those things. So they can make themselves a permissive environment, but they're going to need dozens of them. And just kind of looking at the timetables that have been laid out, I think it's going to be early spring till we start seeing those number of birds in the air. And they're actually able to leverage the capabilities that platform, can bring to bear. And there was one kind of strange comment that President Zelensky made a couple of days ago that and I don't know who else saw it, but it was I think it was in Poland. And he made the remark that in a single day they destroyed over a dozen Russian helicopters with a secret long range weapon they had been provided. And I don't know who else saw that, but I didn't know to what he was referring. If he was talking about the ATACMS strike that schwacked a bunch of helicopters on the ground, or if this was something more recent that just hasn't made it into the official Defense U numbers. And the symptom is
It's
like
likely not to make it in. If it was inside Russia, then it's out of theater, quote unquote, and would not
didn't
go
say
into
in
the
Russia.
daily report.
He didn't say in Russia. He didn't say in Ukraine either, to be fair. He just said they had destroyed several dozen Russian helicopters, and I did not know what he meant by that with a new secret long range weapon. And I'm guessing that was referring to the ATACMS strike, but my God, the F-16s with their look down, shoot down capabilities and how good those radars are at discriminating targets that are fairly close to the ground. Oh yeah, I would not want to be in fixed wing or rotary Russian aircraft once those things get in the air. F-16s kind of have a track record against Russian hardware, and you do not want to be on the receiving end of them. Whether you're in an aircraft or a radar installation, I'm going to probably lose some followers right now, and we may lose a few listeners, but I'm going to go ahead and make a really bad but true joke. So its spiritual predecessor, the F-18, just kind of demonstrated just how good Russian air defense systems, their Strelas and their what's the one they have that's kind of similar to the Gephardt. What's that thing called? Anyway, did F-18 carrier launched F-18s and Royal Air Force Typhoons basically light switched the Russian sourced Yemeni air defense system in a period of 2 or 3 minutes. That was rendered non-existent. So I do believe that that drove home some realities to the Kremlin that once Ukraine starts fielding F-16s, this is gonna change the equation a little bit, because those are gonna fly high enough that you're not gonna have to worry about man pads, and that would be the Shilka. Thank you, Will, in our back channels, for plugging the holes in my memory at this late hour of the evening, which it's nearly 10 o'clock for me, and I wake up at about 5:30 in the morning. So this is the point in the evening where my brain begins to wind down. The other person I was hoping to question on how to live in cold weather, Marcus, has his hand up. What's going on, Marcus?
I was just thinking, this sounds like a lot of Russians are freezing right now. It sounds pretty bad. And I was wondering, wouldn't this be like, why wouldn't they just negotiate an end to this? For example, they go to their borders, they give the kids back, they leave, and they don't have to freeze to death anymore. And they won't have to get shot up by F-16s. So I thought maybe that would be a good compromise. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that's always the type of compromise I like, leave or die.
I agree.
It's not much of a deal, though. I mean, but I'm okay with it.
Oh, it certainly is a good deal.
Well, yeah, not for the poor Russians.
They get to live.
Oh, there's that.
Look,
which actually, that's everything, I think. I mean, without that, the Lada in the driveway and the 2 eggs in the oven don't do you much good.
Yeah, look, that country only really has 4 exports, and only 1.5 of them are considered manufactured. All right, misery, vodka, coal, and razor blades. That's basically it. All right, and nature does half the work for you with the vodka. You just need to ferment it.
Is that a 9 Inch Nails album?
No, it's a list of Russia's rather limited manufacturing repertoire, to include Gillette makes some of their razors there. Not the stupid cartridge razors that a lot of guys still use, but the better type, the single blade, double edge type. A lot of the Gillette blades do come out of Russia, and you should avoid buying them. So there's quite a few other. If you're of the single blade, double edged user variety like myself, you can look at great offerings from Japan, the United States, or Germany that are of equal or substantially higher quality and no genocide content. But yeah, Russia doesn't really have a whole ton of export economy. I don't think anybody's really lining up to order themselves a brand new Lada. That's just a guess. I like my cars with fuel injection and airbags. I mean, actually, no, that's a lie. I prefer my cars with a plug. I'm cheap and I don't like paying for maintenance or gasoline. And driving an EV for the last 7 years has really spoiled me. But yeah, no, Russia does not really have a sophisticated manufacturing base. That's a horse we've beaten to death, God knows how many times.
They do export war.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
right.
That's under misery. That's
Yep.
under misery.
Yep, very miserable. So those miserable bastards. Well, I think that Russia will get what they deserve eventually, but it'll never be fast enough because you like your find out to be just as fast as the fuck around part, and it isn't so far. And I wish it was. I wish them well. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Purely, it does not matter what I think about it. I just want them to go. I also, fella who bonks and those things, am getting to that point in the night where I go, but I will struggle to stay awake here and to do one more thing, which I'm not sure what it's going to be because I don't have a news story in front of me. I thought I had some in my bookmarks from today, but I do not see them now. So let me go back and look a little deeper, and I'll be right back with you in a second.
Yeah, no worries there. Yeah, I can go through the ISW that was published not too terribly long ago, and this is kind of a good top of the hour roundup of the past day's news stories. And item number one did occur when Prime Minister Sunak was in Ukraine a day or two ago. Yeah, the UK and Ukraine have entered into a bilateral security guarantee that's going to come with rather large 2.5 billion rather pound financial assistance, and that's going to really help those guys. The Mikhailo Fedorov, the head of Ukrainian digital transformation, has expressed confidence that in calendar year 2024, Ukraine is going to be able to produce 1 million with an M first person drones. And this is the drones are something I harp on a lot when I'm up. And yeah, this is because while our forces have certainly encountered drones in their misadventures in the desert in the years past, we've never encountered drones or seen them used at the scale that we're seeing them used in Ukraine. This is very much a change in warfare, and this is going to cause a lot of doctrine to get rewritten. The Pentagon spokesperson, Brigadier General Patrick Ryder, stated on January 11th, and this is no surprise to anybody in this room, that there is no credible evidence of illegal diversion of U.S. provided advanced conventional weapons to Ukraine. Duh. Their survival is on the line. Nobody is stealing guns or bullets. I don't even know why ISW needed to include that, but I know the whole corruption thing is something the Russian idiots are hammering on again this week. I've encountered it in my bonking quite a bit today, actually. The U.S. Department of Treasury's Office of Foreign Asset Control, OFAC, announced that on January 11th, sanctions against several Russian entities reportedly involved in the transfer of North Korean ballistic missiles to Russia. I mean, yay! I would frankly just just blockade the bastards, just complete and utter embargo against the Russian Federation. But that's me, and stuff like that would probably kick off an actual kinetic war with Russia. Actors in the Russian-backed breakaway state, the fictitious Republic of Transnistria, may be setting information conditions for a possible false flag operation in Transnistria as part of a wider Kremlin efforts to destabilize Moldova. God, when this war is over, I really hope that President Zelensky and General Zaluzhny get together with the president of Moldova and sort out a 24-hour plan to just steamroll this Russian retirement home in that little corner of Moldova. I mean, it's basically populated with geriatric Homo Soviticus that just need to be slapped back to reality. And they can be slapped back to reality with a Bradley 5.56 or handcuffs. I don't care which, they can pick. Russian occupation officials appear to be deliberately censoring information about Ukrainian children, whom Russian authorities have illegally removed to occupied Crimea. That also surprises nobody. Imprisoned Russian ultranationalist and former Russian officer Igor Girkin, aka Igor Strelkov, accused the Kremlin of hesitating to conduct operationally significant offensive operations in Ukraine. Yeah, no shit. It's because they don't have a military left. They have a whole bunch of Mobics, no NCO Corps, and a dwindling number of vehicles. And to expound upon that a bit, the reason I'm hopeful is I think we're going to end up in the next, probably in the next year, seeing a, Pallywood style calling for a ceasefire from the Russians, where their guys are just getting mowed down because they're no longer mechanized, and Ukraine is. So I don't see this coming into a population attrition question. I do believe the Russians will be demechanized before that, and this will just turn into a shooting fish in a barrel, basically. Somebody that's too dumb to surrender, I don't really have any sympathy for. And that's about it. There is one thing from ISW here, that the Russian State Duma is going to consider a draft law allowing foreigners with a criminal record to serve in the Russian armed forces. Dear Lord, they're getting desperate. And I would argue that that's not really different from most of their conventional army, or felons and ne'er-do-goods. Marcus, you've had your hand up a couple times and put it down. What's up?
No, just thinking about what I wanted to say and then reconsidering. But generally speaking, I think there's more desperation in Russia than everybody's letting on. I know the Ukrainians aren't getting their hopes up, and I think that's smart of them, obviously, to, not bet on things getting easier in life. That's how you get disappointed. So, however, it's obvious that Russia can't conduct meaningful offensive operations. So the weird part is, they're discovering the exact same thing that the Ukrainians discovered this summer. This environment is not permissive for movement, right? And if you can't move, what the hell can you do? So it's even worse for the Russians, because they don't have the hesitance to throw their people into a meat grinder, which the Ukrainians did, which is why they didn't lose as many people in the summer as if they were Russians in the mindset, right? So it's going to freeze, but we'll see what happens when you introduce meaningful aircraft on the Ukrainian side. However, there needs to be an innovation to just utterly crush drones. What I would say is I do believe they have a solution, because they've never lost a HIMARS to a drone. Think about it. the important hardware haven't been hunted by drones. So they must have a solution for making themselves opaque to the drones, because they must have a bubble, like an electronic warfare bubble they can deploy. I don't see any other reason why the Russians have failed to get any meaningful kills with their drones on important hardware.
Yeah, there's I've said this a few times, but I'm going to say it again. After the war is over, we're going to learn a lot of things that they can't tell us right now. And I have a feeling there's some electronic warfare assets in country, either natively developed or sourced from Israel. And I've seen that in a few places, that Israel sent over some EW toys to deal with drones. But we're going to find out some things after the war that, quite honestly, we just don't need to know right now.
Well, I mean, you're right.
Why
Israel and the Americans right now see this as an excellent testbed environment, right? So you'd be crazy not to use the fact that you do have near peer warfare with heavy drones to test out these systems. The question is, how do you deploy them in quantity? Which is why the Ukrainians are still jammed up, because you could have a magic force field generator that doesn't permit any drones within a distance that they could glide in, right? And that still won't change anything, because you need to have hundreds of those. And until they have hundreds of those, it's like they have none. So it's a matter of developing and deploying. However, to me, there must already be a solution, given how protected certain things have been. I mean, why would Rheinmetall build a place in Lviv, right? If they weren't confident that they could prevent that place from getting blown up.
There you go. Hey, I'm going to say goodbye for the evening, and wish you all well, and victory to Ukraine swiftly, and angels around you, as some of them say. Anyways, have a good one. Bye.
And the other thing I want to say is, one cool thing is, we saw pictures recently from a U.S. military base where they're doing infantry combat training against drones, using the lessons learned in Ukraine, which is pretty sweet. So new infantry are being taught to deal with the drone warfare that the Ukrainians have seen, which should tell every American, hey, you're materially benefiting from this. You don't want to be America that shows up in World War II and goes, okay, how do we fight? And you have to go through Africa and then Italy and cut your teeth. So I think it's good. It's good that they're training new infantry on this today. And the only way to do that is to have the experiences learned in Ukraine.
Yeah, we're able to create the doctrine now without having to pay an American blood price to write the doctrine. And this is the same in World War II, except we had to pay a hell of a price to write the doctrine. You know, we entered the war with an Air Force that was laughable, or an Air Corps. The Air Force didn't exist yet. An Air Corps that was laughable at best. We didn't really take aircraft carriers seriously. And by the end of the war, Lord, I don't know how many dozens, if not hundreds of aircraft carriers we had. But, you know, we learned that the day of the battleship is over. You know, the British sent the Bismarck to the bottom with string bags, you know, old biplanes and torpedoes. They wrecked that thing. And the Japanese launched a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor with aircraft carriers, and that was something we just didn't see coming.
You guys were so lucky your aircraft carriers weren't in Hawaii, though. Holy crap.
Yeah, I mean, this is true. Would that have changed the trajectory of the war? No, I don't think so. Would it have changed the initial velocity? Yes, probably. But as the Germans and Japanese found out, especially my home state here of Virginia, we have this little place some people have probably heard about. It's called Norfolk. It's named after a much smaller Norfolk in the United Kingdom. But my Lord, when you give these people a decent paycheck and a steady stream of beer entertainment, good Lord, can Norfolk churn out some ships. And that was the lesson the Japanese and the Germans got to learn the hard way. We are very good at building things at an industrial scale. And I have had a fantastic time hosting tonight and talking with you all. Looks like James has already left us for the evening, and want to say welcome up to Prince Heather for this evening's SBU segment. How are you doing, Prince?
I have a heating pad. I have multiple heating pads. I'm sitting on a heated blanket. I have 3 shirts on. I still need to go put it. Oh, no, wait. 4 shirts on. I still need to go put 1 more hoodie on. And I think I'll be okay.
It's only 25 outside where I am, and you don't want to hear this, but the thermometer in my hallway says 82 degrees. So yeah, you don't want to hear that.
Well, I co-host in my garage. Because my birds scream a lot. And it is 12 degrees outside right now. So it's cold.
Well, my Lord, yeah, I forgot you have birds. I just have cats, and I only have one that likes to run his mouth a lot, and I just keep him out of the room, much to his protestations. But with that, I am going to bid you all good evening, so Prince can get her SBU segment going, and I will make room for Tracy, who will be taking my place. You all have a fantastic evening, and you're in good hands.
Have a good evening.
Somebody just said I need to make you all put up with the birds at this temperature. I might try to go into the house for a little while after they are asleep. So I might try that in a little while. But right now, one of them is screaming her head off. And do you know that you can hear the cockatoo scream for over a mile? So yeah, that's what is happening in my house right now.
So is it like when I had ferrets? I mean, I love them despite them being kind of smelly. You like your birds despite them being screeching monsters?
Well, they aren't always screeching monsters. If I was in there and she could see me and I was like talking to her, she would be talking back to me and she would be all sweet and lovey-dovey. But right now she's like, Mom, where are you, Mom? Mom. And yeah, she's not letting it go. And that happens. So, and then if I start talking, like I'm not talking to them, and I don't know how they can tell the difference, then they realize it and they want to join in the conversation, and there's a whole nother kind of screaming. And so yeah, it gets very, very interesting. It gets very interesting at my house, Marcus, and I do love them to death, but good lordy, yeah. Anyway, it's okay. I have I've adapted and overcome. And good evening, Tracy. How are you?
Good evening, Prince. I'm very well, thank you. Warmer than you, I think.
Nah, I'm fine. I'll be fine. I will be the thing is everybody says this. Now, let's keep in mind, I also am a smoker, and I don't smoke in the house. Never have. So bundling up like this to sit in the garage and have a couple of cigarettes is not unusual. So now I just need to figure out how to extend that period of time to not become a popsicle. And I think I have figured it out.
Heating blankets.
Oh yes, I have 2 like heating pads and a heated blanket and 4 shirts on, or 2 sweatshirts and 2 shirts on, 2 pairs of pants, 2 pairs of socks. I'm good. I'm telling you, I'm good.
Well, nevertheless, here we are, Prince, dedicated as always.
Yes, we are. And I would like to thank God and everybody who prayed for the fact that, knock on wood, I still have power. I was just looking at the power outage, and it is the most freaky thing. Freaky. And I the people across the street from me, on the same street from me, none of them have power. My whole side of the street needs to come and thank me for all the energy and effort put into praying today to keep the power. Because my side of the street has power. It's kind of freaky, but it's something I'm very thankful for, and it's actually not that unusual. There have been times where my neighbor across the street was out of power for a week and a half or 2 weeks, and I had power the entire time, not a problem. That was from a storm a few years ago. We are just on different grids, and just on different areas of the grid, and mine for some reason is more stable, and I am very, 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 very thankful for that, and extremely thankful for that right now. So yeah, there may be somebody who has there are low income apartments behind me, and that may, I'm thinking, affect it. So we'll see. I don't know. Doesn't What I know is I have power and I have internet, so I can be here with you all. So, but Tracy, I need to change the title. And you know what else we need, Tracy?
What would that be, Prince?
Hit it, Marcus.
Goddamn. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bow, 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 shabooty. Bum, 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 bum.
Thank you very much. And we shall get going with Crime and Punishment, SBU. So Tracy, how are we going to start tonight?
Oh, it gets better every week, Marcus. That was fabulous. I've got to stop saying that. You're not allowed to let me say that word again today, Prince. I've been saying it all day long.
Fabulous? No, honey,
Yes.
no. That won't happen. You have to know how the last 30 some odd years of my life or so have gone, and the amount of times that I use the word fabulous, and it usually involves some of my friends, and we are usually out and sitting around a table with alcoholic drinks and watching a drag show. And yeah, the drag show, of course, is all of our friends. But so anyway, but so yeah, you're not going to get you to stop saying the word fabulous. I mean, for God's sakes, what are you expecting?
Well, I don't know. Maybe we can try. Who knows? Nevertheless, there could be worse words that we could be having to say, Prince, for sure. So, shall we start with some numbers?
Hell yeah.
Thank you, Marcus. Hell yeah. So we've missed the numbers, haven't we, the last couple of weeks, because obviously with the Christmas and the beginning of the year, etc. So this week, I've brought some numbers to you. Now then, we have quite a lot of cases in the strategic category this week. We have, let me see, 5 cases in the strategic category. We have 3 cases in extortion. Now, in the propaganda, 6 cases of propaganda this week, which I'm very pleased to say. I thought that was fantastic. We have 4 cases in the political category. And we have 3 evading schemes which have been eliminated. So that's actually a case that I want to go over in detail. You've probably seen it in the file prints because I don't know if you've had a chance to look at it, but because it says 3 schemes, it's actually very detailed. And we've not seen an evading scheme for quite some time, have we? So those are your numbers for today. A smaller, slower start to the beginning of the year, but nevertheless, some very complicated cases. We've got lots of propaganda for priests this week, Prince. Did you notice that?
I didn't notice lots. I noticed one. Was there more than one case with propaganda and priests?
There are 2 cases.
Oh no, I missed one. And I do have to tell you, there's one case that pissed me off this week. And if I could hunt down that woman, I would.
Yes, indeed. Shall we start with that case? Because that's particularly disgusting, isn't it?
Yeah, and we can definitely start with that case. Part of the problem is I haven't even opened the file yet.
Well, whilst you do that, let's have a public service announcement and ask everybody to please retweet the space and share the speaker card. Oh, the speaker is me and Prince. Joking aside, please share the card and let everybody know that the SPU segment has begun. And we will be bringing you lots of interesting cases to discuss and talk about. There's been some interesting activity this week, but whilst we talk about the public service announcement, let's talk about fundraisers, because we don't have a specific fundraiser running at the moment, but the money that we do raise does go towards the next fundraiser. So your money is always going to one of the very important charities that MriyaReport works with. And as you guys all know, there's a number of charities that we work with that are vetted. And actually, we had some wonderful experiences today and some wonderful guests today. We were joined by War Doggo and Arsene from the State Emergency Service, the Civil Demining Centre, actually. And his unit is the unit that we raised funds for to buy those metal detectors that looked like metal detectors, but really they were mine detectors is the proper name for them. So he was able to come back and speak to us today and tell us a little bit about what they've been doing. And he was so very grateful for these mine detectors. I mean, he was so pleased with the amount of 17. He explained about how much good they're going to be put to and how much use they're going to be able to get from them. And not just in terms of using them out in the field to find mines, but also one thing I found interesting, Prince, I don't know if you had a chance to listen, is that he talked about being able to use some of them also for training, which is something that I've not considered before.
That is a good thing, being able to use them for training, right? And no, unfortunately, I missed it. I kept on getting pulled back and forth, and that was a time that I missed. I actually missed a lot today, which sucked, but it happens.
It happens. You can only do so much. And yeah, I think it's absolutely fantastic that it's like sharing everything around, isn't it? You know, not just people using them in the field, like we say, to get rid of those mines every day and to make it safer for